racing to stay for a few days, and of course when the fans eventually do come in, pack the hillsides, watching of course Marcmarquez and plenty other Italians on show. It really is a sight to behold, and a place where I would urge any MotoGP fan to make the trip if you can and when you can, because it is absolutely spectacular. And even in the wet conditions, we had a big storm overnight and into this morning as well, which means the running certainly early doors in F1. I think Moto3 especially will definitely be a fully wet session. We'll unfortunately have to get the wet tyres out, but hopefully the rain stays away. We are expecting sun coming into this afternoon, but there is a championship standing to keep Helen McLaughlin once again taking a storming lead into the Italian Grand Prix after what was a spectacular race over from Barcelona.
It was the one where I think we all thought, okay, Max Kilo's going to be off the podium, maybe not even in the top 5 last time out in Barcelona. That's as good as he is. He comes good right at the end, and he got that victory over the line, and what a class that was as well. The others behind him, the likes of Logan Fernandez, they weren't really able to mount a proper podium challenge. Alvaro Carbo, his qualifying was a thing that he really needs to work on, but he's in the hunt as well. But really, after just 6 rounds, we're only just over a quarter of the way through this season, Max Kilo's lead is already looking pretty scary. It's already the biggest championship points tally after 6 rounds that we've ever seen, and that is why Max Kilos came into this season as the pre-season favourite, and he's certainly living up to that tally.
Yeah, he certainly is. We all expected Kiles, as Kiko mentioned, to be a title favourite and to challenge for the title. I don't think anyone had any doubts about that. But coming to the Italian Grand Prix, round 7, I did not expect him to have a 64-point lead in the championship. 140 points out of a possible 150. It doesn't get much better than that. The winner of the last 3 Grand Prix is only David Alonso, who won more than 3 Grand Prix in a row in Moto3. Of course, when he was riding Redbull in his record-breaking 2024 campaign. A good start to the session for me. Hopefully there's not too many front-end crashes like that in this session for Moto3 to get the green flag, but it's been an absolutely unbelievable season so far for Kiles, who is storming away to the championship. A long, long way to go. Of course, we can't rule out the changes as things stand, but they have got one hell of a job on their hands to try and reel in Kiles. It just looks unbelievable, because in Barcelona all weekend long, up until Sunday, and even on Sunday, he was encountering issues with the gearbox down into turn 1, he said, and then he just sort of took it steady. But Kiles after the race said, once he saw the final 6 laps come onto his pit boards, he was sort of switched into attack mode, and attacking did. And of course, he went on to win the race. But it was a weekend where he was struggling a little bit, just like he was in Le Mans. But on both occasions from Sunday, he was at the forefront and saw the checkered flag first for the maximum point score of 25. So even when Kilos is struggling throughout the weekends, he goes on to win the race in the last couple of races. And where are we, Kiko? The scene of his first victory last year.
Exactly. It doesn't get much better than that. It doesn't get much closer than home to the rider who is on your screen, Guido Pini. If he was staying at home, but unfortunately he isn't, he's actually staying in his GP room in the paddock, he would be able to roll out of bed and fall into Mugello. He's from Scarperia, and really that's where he lives. He is being absolutely he's been a real home hero since he got down here, back home, post-Catalunya. He's taken the whole team round to his house, his grandparents, his mum and dad, the cats, the dogs, the animals, the neighbours, they were all over there last day. I think he was over on Wednesday this week, and a few members of the team were thinking, where are all the Pinis coming from? They just keep coming and coming, and Guido Pini is as close to home as you're going to get. Lives in Scarperia, from Borgo San Lorenzo. This is the track where Guido Pini, it cannot get any more home GP than the number 94, and we saw that massive, great big 7-metre tall number 94, and the flares already going up here. We actually had a game of football last night, didn't we, over in Scarperia, and lots of iDrive pines, flags and banners, and Guido Pini nerves all over the place, so he is about as home hero.
Yeah, if you hop over the barrier at Ramadhipa 2, turn 9, and walk for about 5 minutes, you're basically Guido Pini's house. It literally does not get much closer than this. And it's fantastic to see. We were obviously driving to a circuit on Wednesday, and the first banner we saw as we approached the Mugello circuit was a massive number 94 with iDrive Finds Roots with English translation to Guido Pini, if you want aware of that. Isn't it too much probably, but I like the colours just embraced it and gone with it. Pini, of course, has struggled in the last couple of Grand Prix, struggled last time out, especially over in Barcelona. Just can't quite get that feeling back on the Honda that led him to, of course, claim that opening Grand Prix victory in Moto3 for the Italian over in the United States. So fingers crossed for Pini and the home fans, of course, that Pini can put on a good show this weekend and challenge for the podium at least, and if not, maybe a little bit more, because it's great to see the fans, of course, supporting all the Italians as they will do, but especially riders, newcomers into Moto3. Pini in his second year now, but fantastic. You can see the banner there as well at the top of the picture where his teammate Adrian Fernandez is coming through now. It's fantastic that these young riders can come to their home circuit and feel the love and support just as much as the likes of Pecco Bagnaia, Marco Bezzecchi, Gian Antonio, etc.
Absolutely, and I think the big thing as well for Pini is all his family are here. I think Leopard hospitality must be one of the most populated hospitality this weekend, with all of the friends, family. If you were walking out the track yesterday, Guido Pini didn't even get back in towards the boxes. That popular with various people down the top of the paddock on Thursday. He is a real home here, as I say, and we are expecting big things. Last year here, he was 21st in the grid. He did get himself up to 8th. He had a big crash here, actually. Very lucky not to be clouted by, I think it was Joel Kelso, who had to take avoiding action, but it was Biondetti one that unfortunately caught out Guido Pini last year. But he was in that league, which we expect more to stay coming up this year. You always find a couple of attempts when you're at home, and I think for Pini, probably half a second is that close to a familiar setting. We've had a look at his teammate Adrian Fernandez, whose streak of podiums came to an end. He was second in the race, he was second in Le Mans, he was ninth last time out from ninth on the grid over in Barcelona. Still though, second in the championship standings, but it's that kind of inconsistency, Al, which also reflects Max Elit's huge point to the top.
Yeah, exactly that. Fernandez just couldn't quite get the strategy right until the end of the race. Pushed hard in the early stages, did Adrian Fernandez, and that effective time management, which we know is absolutely crucial around the circuit of Barcelona and Catalunya. A lot of riders across all classes are struggling with that, especially in Moto3 and in Moto2, but just lost that front end feeling that he needed to really attack on the brakes in the latter stages, and that caused Fernandez to cross the line in P9. But as you mentioned, does still hold P2 in the championship, but there was a lot of points lost to lead at Giles. Fernandez is still on a very good run of form. He's not finished outside the top 10 since America last year when he was 12th. That's over a year ago now for Fernandez, so he's been very consistent as Fernandez. There's been a couple of DNFs thrown in there as well, but when he's finished the race, he's well inside that top 10. He continued that streak over in Catalunya, but if Fernandez wants to win this championship, or at least put some pressure on Giles in the lead up to summer, P9 isn't going to put them short.
It won't, and it was his worst result of the year. His previous worst from that was 8th lap over in Goiânia, but 9th last night at Barcelona. He's never really done with Barcelona. A couple of weeks ago, so I think I'm probably happy to get back here to Mugello. Over an 8th consecutive top 10 in Mugello, and it was the third time in his career that he achieved that. Last year, he was in a DNF situation, and Leopard not getting much luck at all. It was down to turn one, a bit of a tangle with his teammate, and then that happened into Luke Lenetis, if memory serves me correctly, successful to 8th place coming here in 2021. Of course, also was Luke Leopard. We're just over 8 or so minutes into, just under 8 or so minutes into this session. Look up at the top at the moment, obviously in full wet conditions at the moment. Bring up no shade, Fernandez hacking the niches with the wet weather specialist, as is the rider in the big place, Jordan Buchanan, Armando Yamada, Pini, Clara, Marco Morelli, John Kelso, Joel Esteban, Zen Matani, Uche Moody, Valentin Pirelli, Hayden Wheels, Adrian Cruz, and Rico Salvella, 18 riders on the time turn. That's maybe that 19th favourite time first lap is set, but not everyone quite yet ventured out getting that first lap time on the bill.
Yeah, you mentioned Denise, he's just on top of the standings there as well. We're looking at his teammate Ruse Yamanaka. Denise had a fantastic weekend over at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya a couple of weeks ago. He was in that lead group, was inside the top 3 on the last lap as well. Eventually crossed the line in P7 in Malaysia, 6 tenths away only from the victory. But when you in Moto3, 6/10 chance, cost him a chance of finishing on the podium and even outside of the top 6 that he found out. But it was a really good weekend, a really solid weekend at the Ogden League. Obviously finished Friday P1, then qualified 10th. He was hoping for a little bit more than that, but was in that league group throughout the race, as I mentioned. And Denise said afterwards that he learnt a lot in that league group, and that's what you need to do as a rookie. Gain valuable experience fighting the league group against riders like Marcmarquez, who have been there, done that, got the t-shirt, won races, and are now challenging for titles. So for Denise to be in that mix on a circuit that a lot of the riders know very, very well over in Barcelona. I was really impressed with how the Maiden went about his business at the weekends. From Friday, quickest, and then just continued that momentum. Okay, it wasn't the podium, and he described it as not a great result. Well, I don't think it was that. Denise will obviously want to finish on the podium and winning races, but I think for Denise to be well inside that podium hunt from lap 1 to the finish line was really topped off.
I've got to say as well, you mentioned Malaysia was there. It's brilliant to have a regularly fast Malaysian out there. It's been a little while. 5 points for now in a row for Hackney. First time since Barney fired in back in 2012 that had happened. And back-to-back top 10 for the first time since 2017 for Malaysian riders. Had Norrin in there on the streak of 4. So Hackney can link up the next few GPs. Might be able to set a few records here in Moto3. Good news is as well, Denise knows this place. He was second on the podium last year here in Redbull, rookie the top of P6 so not bad at all around here, this matching Denise. He likes it wet as well, and now we're starting to get that front running experience. Keep an eye on that number 13. Someone who's starting to work slightly harder, I think, with a Friday afternoon, guaranteed to take a spot over in Q2 directly, this side on the screen, Alvaro Carpe. It hasn't been easy for him. Of late Carpe, the last 2 Q2s failed to get in directly to Q2. He has had to go the long way around. Carpe has come good in the GP. Did finish second last time out in Barcelona, but unfortunately qualifying down on the big blow of the grid like he did last time out gives him a little bit too much work to do. Uses that tyre a little bit too much, and ultimately just puts him right in the middle of the pack with the front of my vehicle, particularly at tracks like Barcelona and here, Al, where we've got a long old run to turn 1 and it can get a little bit tight and squeeze that bit.
Yeah, I did feel like Mugello is one of the circuits where qualifying does matter, but maybe that matters a little bit less. Longest straight on the calendar where we're watching Ogden come back with Cannon and Eddie O'Shea just in the background there. Longest straights and slipstream coming into effect, but Carpe just lamented again a crash at the wrong time over in Barcelona on a Friday. But he said with the limited running that they did, he was very impressed with his pace and felt really comfortable on Sunday in the group, worked really well. And he said his tactics were really, really strong, and he managed it very well to be fast and clever in the latter stages as well. So Carpe, I think, given what had unfolded in the weekend with the limited laps he managed to do, he rode a really good race on Sunday from P14 on the grid, as mentioned, but he won't want to be doing that all too often. You don't want to be qualifying outside the top 10 and not getting into Q2 on a Friday. A lot of stress in Q1 on a Saturday afternoon if you're doing that for Carpe, who is third in the standing and of course 5 points away from Max Quinez. For me, at the moment, Carpe is Quinez's main challenger, because on a Sunday, as we've seen in the last few Grand Prix, Carpe can be right there despite a difficult Friday and maybe a difficult Saturday as well. And of course, it was here last year that Carpe led for a lot of the race, did a lot of donkey work, and he crossed the line in second and nearly outdragged Quinez to the line. So hopefully we get another Quinez Carpe battle like we did here last year, but Carpe does need to just not make a mistake basically this afternoon, comfortably get into that Q2 later on, and then work on race pace on Saturday morning. Just need a bit of a clean week.
Well, you think Mr. Carpe, of course, we mentioned about his 4 qualified, he was here last year, got the first real pole position. He started from pole back in Silverstone, but that was because of a penalty for his teammate Jose Antonio Rueda. He actually qualified on pole for the first time here last year. So Alvaro Carpe, like Mugello, he's been quick around here before as well. So yeah, keep an eye on him coming up. More tomorrow in qualifying, but likewise Sunday he's going to be right there. Valentin Pironi, as we flat 5 on him for the first time this weekend. Valentin Pironi, consistent. He's one of 5 riders to have scored points in every GP so far this year, but he's just slightly dipping in form on those Sundays. Pole position last time. I had to double check he was on pole last time. Actually, he was anonymous on Sunday. He really fell all the way back to 12th place. He was 11th place before that in Le Mans. So he's not got a tricky GP. He's never had a podium since the season opener over in Burma. So Valentin Brody is consistent every year when he's in the top 6 overall in standing. You've got to say, he needs a big haul of points in the next few GPs before he can head off for our summer holiday.
Yeah, he needs to get that momentum back, doesn't he? Pironi said at the end of the race, he just made a mistake on the tyre choice. Basically, he said they tried the weird soft compound left P2, didn't feel super comfortable and wasn't sure about doing the full 18 laps. So based on that, they went with the medium, and unfortunately that was the wrong choice. And Pironi made a bad start, got stuck in the middle of the pack, and he said the front guys were super fast and it was impossible to follow them. Essentially, he was struggling a lot, really on the limit, managed to recover a few positions, but never felt confident towards the young Argentine. Said the bike was quite unpredictable as well. So essentially, after qualifying on pole position, it was a Sunday to forget. Tyre choice not the right one, and just didn't get going at all. Did the Argentine. Not had 3 consecutive non-top 10s since his first 2 races in Moto3, where he picked up 3 DNFs. So Pironi 11th in France, 12th last time out in Barcelona. Won't want to finish outside the top 10 again this weekend. Came from way down on the grid here last year to finish inside that top 6 as well. Top 8, finished P8. So I did qualify in 6, but got a penalty and then came from the back of the grid to come through and be in that victory fight. So yeah, Pironi definitely needs points on the board for sure, and will hopefully make the correct tyre choice contender as well. He was lamenting that post-race at Barcelona.
So hindsight is brilliant vision, but unfortunately you got to get it right when it matters. So Valentin Brody, I mean, he's still consistent, he's right there in the mix all the way through the weekend. It's around as well on race day, so that was something to look out for. We have a look at Boucher Noodley following home hero Matteo Vitali. We watch on Field Getty. This is back over to Snow Savelli and then to Arabiata. We're looking at Liner Riato, who had a good start last time out on qualifying. Very, very strong stuff. In the qualified third, it was the first run row in Moto, so then finished fourth, was that first podium. He's had 2 podiums here in Moto, in Redbull Rookies and Bagger car, and that was the second place, 2024, twice in that year, 56th here last year with Liner Riato. They have to start with sterling stature. Personal best result last time out, but personal best qualified as well. So coming up to rather familiar tracks for Riato, he's going to be a rather familiar place in the front.
Yeah, the session that mattered over in Barcelona until that practice, qualifying and the race, of course, did finish outside the top 5. So it was a really strong weekend for Brian Uriarte. Great to see the number 51, a massive star in the making of Uriarte, as we know. Just said himself lacked a little bit of experience in the battle on the last lap, but he was learning a lot, like the others said as well, but showed strong pace throughout the weekend. He said he made a name for himself, which is important, and was at the front basically pretty much for the first time for a longer period in the race. And his teammate Alvaro Carpi mentioned it as well. He said Brian just lacked a little bit of experience, which is understandable. Of course, we are saying the range of Moto Junior and not the Rookies Cup champion, but coming into the World Championship is a different kettle of fish. And for Uriarte to be in that lead group, to be fighting for the win, even on the lap lap for the first time in Moto3, couple of small mistakes. Quiles and Carpe were mentioning this, and Uriarte said it himself, held his hand up and said, yeah, I could have done this and this differently, but great learning experience for Uriarte. Was so close to finish on the podium as well, but a sort of a coming of age weekend, I feel like, for Uriarte. He would have gained a lot of experience from that race and weekend in general over the past.
Good to see as well, this rider here, Eddie O'Shea, has been really in good form of late, hasn't he? Eddie O'Shea, really solid stuff. Top 10 over in Le Mans with 9th place, 11th place last time out in Catalonia. Eddie O'Shea has been really a big improvement from last year up into this year. He's just gone second now as he's got to the line. Eddie O'Shea really good here last year. I don't think he was anything quite home, around 18th here last season, from 22nd on the grid, but he didn't get it before. Four times in Q2 this season now, he's really found pace, not just on Sunday in GP, but he's given himself that opportunity getting into Q2s on Fridays or Saturdays by Q1, and he's doing a solid job in qualifying. He's actually outperformed Joel Kelso, which I don't think we had on our bingo sheets coming into 2026 Moto3. That Eddie O'Shea, after 6 rounds, would have been outscoring Joel Kelso, but that has been the case. Eddie's made a real step.
Yeah, massive step. Already 16 points ahead of his 2025 tally, and here last year he was in that sort of.
He was in the group.
He was in the group and had to take avoiding action from PD's crash. He was on the riders who had to go through the gravel track, and that cost Eddie O'Shea a top 10 here last year. But he's made a massive step forwards. Also coming into the end of that has helped the entire team with his experience and speed. But Eddie O'Shea himself has improved massively, and just said that in the opening stages of the Grand Prix last year, he struggled a little bit with the front end because he'd chosen the hard route. Once that got to tension, he got that feeling in the front. He was matching the leader's pace in the middle and end part of the races, and that was shown on the results where O'Shea dropped the sort of second group finish across the line in P11, was 5.2 seconds off the lead, 4 seconds off the back of Casey O'Gorman, and 4 seconds and a bit more ahead of Valentin Pironi in 12th. So quite a lonely race, to be honest, for O'Shea in the middle and latter stages of the Catalan Grand Prix. But fantastic for O'Shea to finish as close as he has, I think, to the top set. Just now really looking consistent and looking strong, I think. It's now seeing his name towards the top of the time sheets and certainly inside that top 10. It's no longer really.
I've got to say as well, it was a lonely race. It's those kind of lonely races that it's very easy to make mistakes. You haven't got a reference ahead of you. You haven't got a bit of pressure coming over from behind. It's very easy for a lapse in concentration. Great job from Eddie O'Shea, I've got to say, this season. Very, very impressive. I'll tell you what, Al, really, really good stuff as well. On a second dynamic with this. New Rookies this year in Franco Vicente, who's come from, I think, the ex-technical director over VR46 back in their Moto3 days. He's a technical manager as well. We've also got Kelso coming to the team, stable team this year. There were a lot of changes with Michael Matthews with MLS squad last year, and hurricane emotion, that's given back to that into Sunday. But good, solid building, step by step, round by round, across both sides of the end box. We've spoken about Eddie. Let's speak about Joel Kelso if we can. Very, very quick over one lap. He's definitely the faster of the two in qualifying, but then he just seems to struggle to get into a rhythm with the Honda. In the GP itself, it drops back, whereas Eddie O'Shea seems to be able to use that Honda experience that he's built over the last year or so and grow into the Grand Prix.
Yeah, you feel like for Kelso, he just needs to get the result on the board. The results don't necessarily reflect the progress Kelso has made while the outfit's done. He had a difficult time of things over in Catalan across the line in 18th. One top 10 since his Australian GP podium, his P2 last year. Doesn't, as I say, necessarily paint the full picture for Kelso, who is adapting to the Honda. Obviously crashed over at the Circuit of the Americas, crashed out the podium places in the tricky conditions over in Le Mans as well. Now I know, of course, when he took it down the road, there's not really too many excuses because everyone's sort of riding on the same circuit in the same conditions, but Kelso has been there or thereabouts. He's been threatening to definitely finish inside that top 6. He can challenge for a podium or two when the conditions were a little bit easy, like they were at the French Grand Prix. But back-to-back no scores now for Kelso on that Honda. He just needs to get some points on the board, get that top 10, challenge for the top 6 and podium, like we know he can do, and I think then the ball will start rolling for Kelso. But yeah, no doubt that he's helped the team massively, and just in general this year, it's really refreshing to see the team that, let's be honest, were at the back of the field in Moto3 for a couple of seasons, and it was sort of no surprise to see them back of the field in Moto3, but the guidance of Michael Abity, really sort of a lot of know-how, a very switched-on character is Michael Abity, as we know. That's brought in the right people, got the riders on board, and now it's really gelling.
And you know, Al, the biggest side of an improvement in results, you know what that is, don't you? Very nice as well. 12 minutes to go until the first checkered flag of the weekend as regards to Moto3 comes out, and at the moment this is just having a little bit of a moment that's coming through. Pontius Seco, I think that was over there. Turns Pelagio over there. Turn 11, Scarfree Pelagio. Pontius Seco to the other side of the circuit. There's a little bit of a moment there for Adrian Fernandez is on course, so he comes to be a betting 1 and 2. Comes to the third section now, on the exit of it, looking at the time, and he comes to game time for that little bit of a moment. So Adrian Fernandez obviously feeling confident, finding the way around here at Mugello. It's a long old track, and it's a vast old track, isn't it? I know we like to go out and watch MotoGP at the end of that tough straight, and you know, really, we are expecting a little bit of rain here, and I mentioned why it's vast for a reason, because you can easily have a bit of rain at one point on the circuit, and a bit of dry conditions, then windy conditions elsewhere. But the thing is, we're racing in a valley anyway, so it is its own little microclimate. I know when we were coming out of the hotel this morning, all those hills that you see in the back of the shop were covered in cloud. It's really quite something, and it kind of eats up the further towards the track we've got, but we are expecting rain later as well, so this is important information out there in FP1 in case they have to go for broke later on in practice and try and get into the top 14.
Yeah, you make a good point. Turn 15 is over a kilometre away, rarely, I would say. Turn 15 is over a kilometre away from turn 1, for example, on the front straight here, which Marcmarquez is entering now, and is the number 28 going to go quickest. Carpe down in P22 has caught my eye. Just understandable that the riders in this title fight will be taking so look at the KTM leaders, obviously at Moto, I should say, down that front straight. He's trying to keep it in line, but does go P1 to 11.156 for Marcmarquez, the championship leader. He's down the early corner here in these conditions anyway, but it's a sign that Pile is looking very comfortable. He's willing to push the limits a little bit in these conditions, because you know the mentality of Pile this year, apart from the last 6 laps, of course, over in Barcelona, as I mentioned, he's not been in defensive mode. He's obviously attacking, he needs to attack, but especially on a Friday, he said he's been really conservative, not pushing the boat out too much, trying to not make mistakes. The only session I remember Pile really sort of making a few errors was over in Austin on Friday. He was pushing up front end, was close to crashing a lot of times. He said afterwards on that Friday, I just needed to really got a bit too excited. So for Pile to be P1 early doors here in FP1 in the Italian Grand Prix, maybe not for too long though, with Fernandez and that was a great third spot later on, but it's a sure sign that Pile doesn't come to expect. He's feeling really good.
I've got to say, Fernandez in the third section doing something he hasn't done, because that's not the first time we've seen 31 really light up the timing screen with regards to that third section, gets it done as well, over the line, 3 tenths clear now, Fernandez breaking down into San Donato. He's tricky at the best of times in there, let alone with a little bit of rain out there as well. It isn't actually raining, I should say, well, not where we are anyway, in front of us in the comms box. It's still a little bit wet and a bit of a hangover really from the massive thunderstorms we've had here in the Tuscan hills, this part of Italy. We were being woken up all night last night. It was absolutely quite suffering all the way up until really 7:30 this morning on the Rookies Hotel. It was really massive flash of thunder for the length of 50 hours. So I've got to say that even though we are here and we are expecting sunshine and typical Italian peaky weather on Saturday and Sunday, Friday at the moment is not living up to the postcards that we normally do go back.
No, unfortunately not. Coming into the week a little like Friday, Saturday and Sunday, it's going to be bone dry and glorious sunshine. Unfortunately, that's not the case. And the circuit doesn't look like it's drying out too quickly either. The temperature's not too warm out there, but it's certainly creeping towards 20 degrees. It might even be above 20 degrees now. Well, according to my phone, it is dead on 20 degrees. So it's not cold. It's obviously not sort of heading up to 30 degrees. What is a bit hot is the head and the helmet attacking the niche. I don't think that was a good morning to who was it? Luca Nunes, who was overtaken through the Biondetti chicane. Fast and Furious turn 13 and 14, wonderful parts of this, well, the entire circuit. It's wonderful, got to say. But yes, it doesn't look like it's drying out very quickly. So for Moto2 especially, they'll be watching this and thinking, unfortunately, got a sticky wet time.
And he's obviously where he's handling, he's obviously been taking Italian lessons before he's got to the Italian GP this year. Adrian Fernandez on course to improve that time as Brian Ariarte takes a little bit of time out of him, improves his time, goes second. What's it going to be for Fernandez? It's going to be a new fastest lap of this session, 2:10.7, just a reference. Of course, a little wet, but sweet 9.260 all-time. Gets it in on championship. Oh, David Alonso, who was pretty majestic round here. Oh, hello, turn 2 and 3, yellow flags. Our first yellow flag of the day. This is where Fernandez is at the moment. Let's see who it is and what has happened. Waiting to... Oh, Hakim Denise. Well, he was waving his arms in the air. He's definitely going to be doing that now, isn't he? Because that number 13, on credit, MT helmet MSI machine has definitely gone down. He took a bit of a tumble, it looks like, through the gravel track. So, Hakim Denise jumps away. That is going to be an early end to his session over what 5 to 4 in Moto3. Denise at the moment running up there in 4th place, but he's done a very, very good job of rearranging the front fairing on that ATM machine to get the wheels behind the air fence. Denise will have an early start. The other flag's still out, of course, whilst there's a little bit of action in the gravel track, but they're taking no such problem. Good to see Denise up and okay, probably just like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Easy place to go down, of course, when you can slip right through turn 3. Hopefully we're going to replay to see exactly what happened, but the main thing is Denise is all okay. The bike was not looking okay. There's a bit of work to do for this afternoon practice session, but he's not going to lose too much time, which is good news for Denise. If we're cracking the final for the 6 minutes, he'll lose maybe 3 laps at it in these conditions, but who knows what the conditions will be later on this afternoon. Hopefully they are dry, so he's not losing too much ground, but yeah, obviously you never want to chuck it down the road in any section, but the bike does look pretty damaged, so maybe a bit of a job on, and then the opening couple laps in practice just to hopefully sort out any teething issues and work out the bike is all okay. Joel Esteban slides know about it. San Donato at turn 1, just on P2. Joel Esteban, that's good stuff. Esteban was a little bit disappointed with how his weekend went over in Barcelona. He said basically it was a race to forget. He encountered a vibration on the front, which he said was pretty alien to both him and the team, and that just cost him any chance of trying to battle with the front guys. And I think Esteban eventually finished outside the points in P18. So yeah, sorry, not P18, P16. So yeah, Esteban not having a good time of things on Sunday over at his home Grand Prix in Barcelona.
This is down in sort of Scarperia, turn 10. This is where our slow-mo camera is. If you have a look at it, just managed to touch, if I can, back on Joel Esteban. One previous visit here to Mugello, and he didn't really enjoy his time there that time either. 19th on the grid, 18th on the GP. So half an ideal for Joel Esteban, who actually, even though his qualifying has been a little bit, here and there this year, up and down, Barcelona was the first time he went backwards a little bit in so Joel Esteban a little bit unhappy, I'm sure, because he is from Barcelona, from the area called El Prat, which is not named after his Lord, of course, but it is an area near the airport. That's where Joel Esteban hails from, and Barcelona is his home championship. So a bit unfortunate really not to get any points on the board there, but he's already back up there inside the top 3 at the moment, and looking very, very good indeed in these tricky conditions on a Friday morning. I tell you what, the highlights here for Fernandez looks very nice, doesn't it? We're getting slow-mos just about everywhere, and I'll tell you what, the reason that is for is because now P1, the number 31, has carried on improving his time, got just over a quarter second advantage over Marcmarquez, who's there in second. This is Alvaro Carpe down in 16th place at the moment, working his way through this first sector. This fantastic, wonderful opening first sector here at Mugello. I mean, they're all brilliant. That uphill climb and then down up through turns 4, 5, and then all the way dropping down the hill. Casanova Savali coming up. So Alvaro Carpe is definitely lighting out, but at the moment not on the time still. That's unfortunate. 16th place, so just navigating tricky conditions.
Yeah, but as mentioned, Carpe does not need to crash on a Friday. I think just keeps it nice and clean, which is understandable. What rider who have just caught the attention of me on the time machines, Joel Kelso down in P26,
yeah.
7.388 seconds off after 10 laps, so something not quite right there with Kelso. We need to see him in way up the time sheets in these conditions, in all conditions to be fair. Hayes Rios also 6.8 seconds off as well. Rios had a good time of things until his crash on Sunday over in Barcelona. Was in that podium hunt as well. It was a good showing for me before, but a couple of riders there definitely struggling a lot more than we would have thought in these conditions so far in FP1.
Yeah, Daniel Mantle as well down in 20th place, so just wonder what's going on down there. Just on Rios, I think he's just behind Max Kiandra on track. He's just ahead of this rider here, the number 83. of Albert Carpe. Scott Ogden has moved up into 8th place, so that's good stuff from the Brit. Elliot Shea is there in 30th place. That might be a bit conservative, I suppose. Right now, there's just under 2 minutes left on the clock. They're going to come round, whoever crosses the line out to the start now. Final flying laps. Against the final 90 seconds with Moto3 F1 action. Another improve there was Cormac Cannon, moving up to 5th. But New Zealand will be stood in the wet, so he'll definitely have had a smile on his face when he rolled out of bed this morning. Good stuff indeed from the number 14 who bailed up there, as I say, in the top 5. Joel Esteban looking to try and nick a late P1 in, fires it out to Guccini in this fantastic final corner. All the way up this massive 1.1 kilometre front straight. Finish line is not quite 1.1 kilometres away, of course, just about now. And Esteban doesn't go for one, yes he does, by a couple of tenths of a second over Adrian Fernandez. We're getting down towards the low 210s or the high 209s. I think we may well have to wait until later until we see any slick ones, at least in Moto3. And that is only good weather.
Yeah, Fernandez again, third straight game over 5 tenths of a second on Joel Esteban's time. Esteban is just on P1. I think we might be seeing 209 of the session from Adrian Fernandez. Hasn't got, well, he's got a little bit of slipstream, but not quite so good to take the full advantage from Rute Rudy ahead of him. But this surely will take Fernandez back to the summit of the session, and it does in games time as well. So really good lap there from Fernandez. He is doing something in that sector 3, as you mentioned, Kiko, that no one else is quite able to do. So it would be nice to just have a little look at sector 3 when Fernandez gets there on this lap, if he's still pushing.
Sector 3 and 4, because he's holding it in that final sector as well. So the 31 in P1 at the moment, and we do indeed have our first 209 of the session. It's a long way round here, over 5 kilometres in that 5.25. Absolutely exact. As the checkered flag comes out, we have a look at Joel Esteban, who is going to see if he can just dislodge Adrian Fernandez is P1 holding at the moment, coming through Scarpa. This is through Pelagio, and then it's out over the top and down the hill into Colantio. Joel Esteban up there in P2 at the moment. Championship leader Max Gila is there in 3rd place, is second off, but that is amazing for Adrian Fernandez. Dynamite through sectors 3 and 4. Cormac Cannon taking the flag, first in the top 5 to do so, and he's going to be given up. Maskino just moves up into P2. A good final lap thrown in there right again by the number 28. Esteban comes through in here. Does lose a little bit of time in that 3rd sector. That's where Adrian Fernandez is obviously making a difference. So Esteban knows still on course for the top 2 in this session. If you can hold that to the line. What else have we got out there? Riarte's still out there, he gets to take the flag. Pini, Morelli and Ogden in the top 10 have all taken the flag. Ferraro 14th, Pratama 19th, Yamanaka Carpe 23rd at best, so a bit of work to be done there. Esteban does improve indeed at the end, goes up into P2, so good stuff from Joel Esteban. It is Spaniards first, second, third and fourth, followed by New Zealander, and then the top Italian in that session is this rider's team, Matteo Vitali. Fantastic to see Vitali back on the pace for recent rounds up there in 6th place at the moment, and right off the advantage double back in the direction. He's picking him up now, working his way up straight towards the finish line. He's got Victor Sambella absolutely buried under the bubble there, right over the island, as well as Leo Ramersdorfer. Does Vitali improve? No, he doesn't, but Ramersdorfer does. Brilliant lap from Leo Ramersdorfer on the 658 Scotty Corsa Honda. Their home GP as well, moves up to 7th there.
Yeah, good stuff from Ramersdorfer. Obviously got a load of slipstream there to help, but obviously got to put the rest of the lap together as well. So good stuff from the rookie to rise into the top 10 to demote Denise down to P8 as Adrian Cruz says, and given the time difference on the leaderboard, that's going to push him potentially into the top 10 now, because he just slots in 1 place behind teammate Scott Ogden into P12, and that is pretty much all she wrote for FP1. Not too many crashes, which is good. Then he's the only one to go down the road in these tricky conditions. But Moto2 will be looking at this and thinking, this is look okay. Obviously a lot of riders pushing there. Brick out there as well. Yeah, it's not drying out too much. But the rider to chase heading into practice is Adrian Fernandez on the Leopard Honda.
Very good stuff indeed from Adrian Fernandez and the Leopard Honda team. Just looking down the other end of the seaboard there. David Brignon and David Almanza, Day 14th and 22nd, Risa Yamanaka. Well, I'm about to say that's news, but Risa Yamanaka has been struggling in 2026. He's down there in 23rd, 19th, 19th, 4th. It's a great session, but it looks like it could be a little bit tricky later on as well now. So a little bit of work to be done if conditions are going to be similar or the same later on. For those guys who also go for Alonso down there as well. Veda, Pratama and Spacian. The likes of Casey Norman back in the top 10 last time out there. So
Yeah, really strong ride that's gone out for Keiko Dorn. We'll come on to that a little later on. Marcmarquez just showing off around the final corner, coming into pit lane. He'll be very pleased with his morning's work. No issues, no crashes, job done, feeling good. Yeah, heading into the afternoon session up inside that top three. So yeah, a few standout names lower down the order, but let's not draw too many conclusions. I think the likes of Alonso did gain time. P25, 3.9 seconds off. That's not where he'll want to be. H3 6.3 off. So a couple of riders there who have work to do, but as I mentioned, it's only FP1, and if there's a couple of teething issues coming into the weekend, the last thing you want to do is throw it down the road. So it's all about practice later on.
the main thing is that they've all got a bit of information. I've got a reference down in the afternoon. It is Adrian Fernandez, who is the reference for the Moto3 class in these tricky morning conditions here at Mugello. The unusual wet Mugello practically has become so accustomed to not seeing in recent years here. But never mind, let's look right now. He's ahead of Esteban and Kiandra. There we are, saying the challenge leading your top 5. Further down the order, we've already highlighted a few names down there. Munoz in 14th, Valentin Pirelli down there in 19th place. And then we move on to the third page. Pratama, Yusei Yamanaka and David Almanza with a little bit more work to do. Likewise, Alvaro Carthy. As Adele says, nothing to worry about too much, and the track will be much better later on. Moto2 is coming up next. I'm out of here. Lewis Sullivan is already ready and chomping at the bit. He's up here with Elf. Moto2 next. Enjoy!
Good morning, everybody, from a lot of gloomy Mugello. The Grand Prix is up and running. With Moto3 kicking off the action in slightly damp circumstances. Trust us in that we say this weather shouldn't hang around for the full weekend. We are fully expecting to be bathed in sunshine for Sprint Saturday tomorrow, and of course our Grand Prix Sunday action for what is round 7 of the 2026 MotoGP World Championship, and one of the Grand Prix that everybody circles on their calendar when the schedule is released. There are a few places quite like this, draped in the Tuscan hills, the Autodromo Internazionale del Mugello. This is the Italian Grand Prix, one of 2 visits of course to Italy on our 2026 schedule, with Misano to come in the late summer, early autumn. Well, if you have a Grand Prix bucket list, this surely must be somewhere very near the top. This is where you see Grand Prix motorcycles at their least restricted, at their quickest, on the 1 kilometre blast down to San Donato. And at a time where we are all reminded of just how brave Grand Prix motorcycle racers are, boy do they display that bravery around a circuit such as this. Corners and corner names that are evocative, that really do stir the enthusiasm and the emotion of what Grand Prix racing is truly all about. A venue that often sees photo finishes with that run to the finish line. We have seen many of the closest Grand Prix finishes around here. Moto2 battles decided on the very last lap here. Your mind goes back to Mattia Pacini's memorable victory just under a decade ago, when he overtook 2 riders for the final lap to claim a memorable victory. A couple of years ago, Joe Roberts denied Manu Gonzalez in a final lap shootout. And Manu Gonzalez winning here last year. What was, little did we know at the time, going to prove to be his final win of 2025. He arrives here, though, certainly on a bit of a redemption arc here in 2026, doesn't he? All will continue from the commentary box here in Mugello, with Sophie and Elliot York, as always, with you for our Moto2 coverage this weekend. And now the broadcast, I say, from one Premier League supporting football fan to another. Isn't it great to be alive on a Friday morning in the show? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, mate. Congratulations once again to the thousands of Cool City fans around the world, I'm sure, tuning in to Moto2 FP1. But yes, not a photo finish in Veda last year was Gonzalez's win, and it was a comfortable win, and as you rightly mentioned, unbeknownst to everyone else, of course, the Rookies have got crystal balls. A bit like Ricky was last Grand Prix winner this season, however, he has hit the ground running in 2026. And the emotions were running high after the Catalan Grand Prix. Gonzalez was over the moon, safe to say, and described it as his best win of his career. He's had a few wins in Moto2, so to stick that as his best win, it must have been a pretty good one, and of course it was. Tennessee Vietti on the street was the rider to running close, but it was another reminder and a timely one as well after going winless since Thailand. The opening Grand Prix, of course, has had 3 podiums sandwiched in between the 2 wins. Gonzalez not exactly been in bad form, has he? But it was another reminder that Gonzalez, after the disappointment of last year, with benching a few times earlier this season, that he is ready again to challenge for the Moto2 title. And I think the emotions were a few things. Obviously, putting in a lot of work behind the scenes to get over the disappointment from last year, to be back on the top step, had a home Grand Prix over in Spain as well. But I think also that he will be, as if rumours are to be believed, he might not be getting a MotoGP seat next year. He will feel like, and a lot of people feel like he deserves one. I just think all of that combining to win another Grand Prix, to sort of banish the demons from last year, so to say. I think it was a special weekend for Gonzalez, and that really showed at the end of it.
He effectively doubled his World Championship lead, unless you're going to split hers, over half a point over this man, Ethan Guevara, from 9.5 up to 18.5 World Championship points, although Guevara in many respects thought one bit to save himself, coming through the third from a lowly 11 on the grid, lowly by his 2026 standards at least, keeping pace with Gonzalez in the podium stakes so far this year. Gonzalez with 5 podiums out of 6. Guevara now up to 4 out of 6, which is why he is the nearest challenger to Marcmarquez in the World Championship. Quick update on the hamstring, might as well get out of the way now while this particular news is on screens. No Mario Aggi here this weekend. That is the get well soon message from the Elementu Honda Team Asia squad. Tai Rosato goes it alone for that particular team in Moto2 this weekend. We of course missed Aggi back at Le Mans, and having undergone some further checks and understanding what was causing it was pain that brought him out of Le Mans. A cervical fracture was found, which was affecting the C6 and C7 vertebra for Aggi, who has had his fair share of injury misfortune as a Moto2 rider. He will miss this weekend's Italian Grand Prix. There are 1 or 2 suspicions that we might miss him for 2-3 more Grand Prix yet. We'll see how his recuperation and his return develops. Certainly Aggi absent this weekend, just for Rosato on the Team Asia squad. That apart, it is unchanged, the rider lineup from Barcelona a couple of weeks ago, which means we still have Suertusa in front of Navarro at the Clint team. Unfortunately, we're still missing a couple of carrots to the M&M spot. His place once again is taken by Unai Arato.
Yeah, unfortunately for Aggi, we'll be seeing him much on the circuit for this Grand Prix, and the connection, of course, is similar in of course to what Marcmarquez picked up over the C7 and C6. I think it's the C7 that Marcmarquez picked up. So I get well soon to Mario Aggi, of course, and Hans Perez as well. With riders, of course, who are riding injured. Not like to have riders who aren't here. The one who is Colin Vire on your screens now. A disappointing end to the weekend over in Catalan. He qualified on that front row and had that on that approaching serve as well, which is what I said as well, that needed at all times when you got along that penalty, start on the front row, get a good start, but he described it as horrible, and after a long lap, I think he dropped down to P20 as well, and yeah, fortunately took that big high side in the last stage of the race start, coming out of turn 8, I think it is, over at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, and thankfully when you're crashing there, that's not a place you want to be crashing, coming out of the fast sort of peak at turn 8, high siding out, as we saw the bike catch fire as well. Thankfully Colin was all okay, but a couple of weekends where he's not picked up points now, so he'll be wanting to get back on that horse and finish inside the points, because he's not finished outside the points too often in Moto2, especially when crashing. racing. So the Dutchman just needs a cleaner weekend of things this weekend.
So you can just hear in the background, someone is clearly already firmly on the rev limiter ahead of this Moto2 from practice one session. It's a bit of a soundtrack to Mugello, is that? Get used to hearing that at about 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday when we come here for race day action. Saw one of our former Italian Grand Prix winners on screen a moment ago, Joe Roberts, in 2024. The year prior to Manuel Gonzalez. Calix has won the last 6 Italian Grand Prix, dating back to Marcmarquez in 2019. You have to go back all the way, in fact, to 2012 for the last time a Boscascuro, of course that was called a speed up, won around here. Andrea Iannone, who took 2 victories in 3 years on board that chassis in 2010 and 2021, has been a Calix dominated circuit in recent years. Danny Munoz for the home-based Ital Trans squad. Of course, came here last year challenging for the World Championship with eventual champion Diogo Moreira, but their expectations have been changed somewhat in recent times. Munoz finishing in 11th place in the Catalan Grand Prix, quite scaling the same heights as the year prior when he finished on the podium. And we certainly saw green shoots of recovery for Jose Antonio Reyes, didn't we, in Barcelona a fortnight ago. Of course, has to be said, if you want to adopt a pretty caveat in place, has often been a very strong circuit for Reyes. But the Moto3 world champion is starting to show that he's getting the hang of Moto2.
Yeah, 100% after that on-field surgery, he underwent after the French, just before the French Grand Prix, sorry, as well. It was obviously bothering him a little bit more than the team and himself were letting on, and yeah, fantastic to Reyes. Gets into Q2, I think, for the first time in his Moto3 qualified inside that top 10, and then said on Sunday he could have finished higher up the order. The start, though, like his teammate, really held them back a little bit, and yeah, just needed to sort of open a few laps, but was able to make some passes and show a really strong pace, and most importantly from the way that he enjoyed himself, he said, which is vital for us, he says, at this part of the season. A very positive weekend overall for Reyes, which is fantastic to see. More of the same things this weekend as we get the green flag for Moto2 to kickstart their weekend here at the Italian Grand Prix. Unfortunately, not in ideal conditions, but there is 2 Italians who had a good weekend, more than a good weekend, I think it's fair to say, over in Barcelona, who will be hoping on home turf to be repeating and maybe a little bit more over.
It's the Speed RS team of Chelsea Vietti and Rookies&Bagger. Vietti was a very close second to Manuel Gonzalez in Barcelona. Lanetta, career best both in qualifying and in the race. 10th on the grid, 9th at the checkered flag for Luca Lanetta, who has been quite excited about before the Moto2 campaign going away. Of course, his rookie season interrupted by an injury at the opening round in Borrano, was corrected by Sergio Garcia at the very first corner of one of our several restarts on that particular afternoon. So Moto2 FP1 underway in wet conditions. There was some pretty heavy rain for a couple of hours or so first thing this morning. It was all in the nearby hotel we're staying in, just on these Tuscan hills. We are fairly confident that it's only going to dry up by the time we get to tomorrow. Slightly difficult to predict how the weather's going to unfold over the course of today, particularly in these settings such as this. There's no chance of follow up from anywhere. We are at quite a high point here in Tuscany. Certainly Saturday and Sunday we're expecting temperatures around about the 30-degree mark and bright sunshine too. So perhaps not an awful lot will be learned in this Moto2 session, but potentially for someone like Manuel Gonzalez, who isn't the strongest wet weather rider, it's fair to say, Moto2 field, not too much opportunity for him to make some progress.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Manuel Gonzalez gets on. We've just spotted something on the left-hand side of the handlebar. Hopefully that's not too much of an issue. I don't think it looks like it is. But intrigued to see how Gonzalez gets on in these conditions. Spoke to Jake Dixon over in Barcelona, and last week he tuned into Moto2 qualifying. You'll have heard the words of Jake, and he said that Manu is the title favourite for sure. I'm backing him to go on and win the title, but does that include his wet weather prowess, Gonzalez, so far in his Moto2 career? Something that has let him down in the past. We don't have too many wet races, but when it does come around, Gonzalez, we know, doesn't favour those conditions. Now, if he's got a big enough championship lead when it comes to maybe not pick up the points he needs, then good work out all conditions. It is wet out there, as you can see, but not massively wet, and we're hopeful for MotoGP that it's going to dry flat. You can just see the July line starting to appear there as the riders come out of turn 5 and 4 sorry, that's turn 3 because they're second into turn 4 and 5 before we get to catching over to the and around the into the station.
So many challenging corners on Moto2 bike. There are a lot of third gear corners around this circuit. We're in the heart of a couple of them here with Celestino Vietti through Casanova and plunging downhill before you then begin to climb once again up through Arrabbiata 1 and certainly up through Arrabbiata 2 you come over a major ride which certainly from our friendly colleague Jack Appleyard when he covered this circuit on foot on Wednesday was certainly causing him some problems on his second lap around the circuit. He plunged downhill once again as Vietti looks to go inside there and he's going to get his front tyre taken away there by Unai Arrabbiata who's busy trying to get himself around the circuit and nearly gets tripped up and trips up Celestino Vietti. Reflecting on what we saw though in Barcelona, we get reference a moment ago to the emotion we saw from Manu Gonzalez when he took victory. Of course, another rider that isn't used to winning. It's his 7th Moto2 victory now and 2nd of the season. He's had to work hard for those victories because we saw these last year to see Manu Gonzalez win races from the front. He's only led 5 racing laps in 2026. He's taken 2 wins and leads the World Championship by 18.5 points. I think the manner of the victory would have certainly meant a lot to Manu Gonzalez, but as you mentioned, clearly the outside circumstances of what is going on in terms of Manu Gonzalez's mid to long-term career at the moment clearly triggered some of that emotion. He's always so ice cool when you see him in the pits, when you see him on the grid for a race, but no question that the mask slipped a bit there for Manu Gonzalez, showing us that he is very much human and I guess feeling that he has had a bit of a point to prove to some and perhaps feels he has now proved that point.
Yeah, 100%. I touched on this earlier. Don't want to read too much into the words of Gonzalez after the race, but I think you can. And Gonzalez is always very honest and open and gives you a good answer. His English is fantastic, a very intelligent young man is Manu Gonzalez. But he said, even when the conditions aren't on our side, I try to push harder and show what I can do. Today's win was like a gift, and it came at exactly the right moment. Like I say, there's a lot of talk, and you guys listening and watching will know that it looks like Gonzalez might not be getting the MotoGP seat. He missed out on one last year as well when Trackhouse was trying to deal with Costa during their ranks and a couple of others didn't get Manu Gonzalez on their sheets as well. It sounds like, of course, as we mentioned, in 2027 it might not be getting that move up as well. I think we spoke to the Zone yesterday and admits that talks have been held in Moto2 bikes to obviously move on from Moto2, but not to go to GP, wants to go to Moto2 bikes if that is his only option. But he wants to go on a winning package and go to challenge for the title there. That remains to be seen, but I do think it was a race where Gonzalez tactics spot on, time management spot on. Celestino Vietti said afterwards that fair play. Obviously Vietti, when he was overtaken, did challenge Gonzalez, didn't let the number 18 just flee off into the distance. Gave him some stretch on the last couple laps of Vietti, but said that yeah, fair play, Gonzalez just managed the tyre better. I just think it was a race where the pressure was on, the crowd as well. Gonzalez just proved once again to everyone after going a few races around a victory. But yeah, I'm again for the second year running the favourite for this title. And now nearly 20 points clear of my rivals. One of them who is moving up to MotoGP. I'm ahead of Senna Regis, my teammate, by nearly 40 points. I'm ahead of David Alonso by over 45 points. Another rider who's heavily tipped to go to MotoGP, Daniel Holgado down in P7. Another rider heavily tipped to be going to MotoGP in 2027. I think, rightly so, Gonzalez feels a little bit hard done by. And obviously won't necessarily say that out in public and don't understand so, but as I mentioned, I think the mask slipped a little bit, and that's great to see. That's what we want to see. We want to see emotion from elite level sports stars who work day in day out to finish on the top step and fight for championships and fight for race wins. So great to see Gonzalez emotional at the end of the Grand Prix. Reading a little bit more into it, there was a lot behind the scenes that's often going on. Management trying to get the MotoGP seat. And I just look back to the Aragon test last year, and but everything else in the last couple of seasons from Mario Gonzalez so far has been phenomenal, basically. I just think that in Barcelona, winning that Grand Prix was just a little bit of a sort of wave to maybe MotoGP management and everyone else who had maybe doubted him, just to say, why, basically, why are you not picking him?
Yeah, it's ultimately, I guess, a case where you've got to make yourself unavoidable. You've got to make yourself such an attractive proposition that if one MotoGP factory or team doesn't sign you, then someone else most certainly will. And Gonzalez, I guess, will only truly know in the latter stages of this season whether he truly has learned from last season and has moved on as a rider, both in terms of his ability on the bike, but also his ability to manage the pressure and the scrutiny that comes with fighting for a Moto2 World Championship. But has won championships in the past. He's the youngest motorcycle road racing world champion, isn't he? He won the Super Sport 300 title some 7 years ago when he was still only 16. So this isn't a young man who was afraid of the finish line or afraid of collecting trophies at the end of the season. But it is fair to say that as last year went on, Diego Moreira just had a little bit too much for him. I think there's a school of thought of some that perhaps Moreira got in Manuel Gonzalez's head a bit in the second half of last season. In fact, that's not the likely scenario this year if he's up against someone like Bangalore or Tristan Vietti or even his teammate Senna. We'll see how that develops. But it does feel as if Gonzalez is going about this championship in a different way this year. There was perhaps a bit of bravado last year. He was always very keen to go out in free practice one on a Friday morning and send a message out to his opposition to top free practice one, be fastest on a Friday, and just let everyone else know who the boss was. As Kiandra has a bit of a touch there in the middle of San Donato. He's currently third, but he's been a little bit quieter this year. He's been so consistent, and there's been barely any mistakes for Manuel Gonzalez so far this year. Podiums, as mentioned, been 5 of the first 6 Grand Prix, and the one race where he wasn't on the podium was a very competitive 5th back in Austin, Texas. He qualified in 9th place. He's doing what champions tend to do, which is squeeze every last point out of the Grand Prix weekend, and he's, I guess, asking the question of the likes of Senna here on the screen, of Vietti and Bangalore, that they've got to match his consistency if they're going to challenge Manuel Gonzalez ultimately for the World Championship over 22 rounds this year.
Yeah, at the same stage last season, we had 111 points. We didn't have that at this stage, but we have a half point, so we'd be on 117. I don't think anyone would have thought coming into this year Manuel Gonzalez would surpass without a half point. Let's just sort of have that for a second. He did win the race. So 4 points as the rules were not given, but for the sake of the point, let's say was sort of the same result anyway. I don't think anyone would have said that Gonzalez would have surpassed that tally in the opening 6 rounds of this season. So another point where Gonzalez has put to bed sort of what happened at the end of last season. And of course we're going to, as you mentioned, realise that when we get to that point of this season, of course in a few minutes' time. But yeah, just probably just to round off the point on Gonzalez, just another sort of gauntlet laid down in this 2026 title says that he is here to stay. I think the only thing left for Gonzalez to prove in Moto2 is for him to clinch the title. He's proven he can win races, he's proven he's a super consistent rider. Just needs that title to cap off what would be a fantastic Moto2 career. Now we don't know what Gonzalez, as you mentioned, is going to do next year. Whether he stays in Moto2 if he can't get a MotoGP seat, whether he goes to World Superbikes or not. So that's the paddock where he came from. Sort of made a name for himself over on World Superbikes. So maybe it sort of feels like sort of going home sort of thing, going to a familiar place. But he said yesterday that MotoGP is absolutely regardless. Obviously, that goes without saying. Of course, all these riders will reach the pinnacle of two-wheel motorsport eventually. And Gonzalez, fingers crossed, whatever comes next year, Gonzalez will go on to challenge for more titles, whether that's in MotoGP, in World Superbikes, or of course in Moto2 as well. But I think the only thing that he just needs to cross off from his time in Moto2 is to have world champion next to his name. That's a little bit tight down into San Donato. Alonso was just top of the nose of Barry Bautis and to some extent Senna Ages.
Just take the top spot away from Senna Ages, 2:03.741 for Alonso not scored a point prior to that. He hasn't been in the top 6 since those back-to-back victories. In 7th place, which wasn't helped by some lap more contact back at the French Grand Prix. And then a 10th place in Barcelona, where he thought he was doing a very good job of managing his tyres. Unfortunately, Pirelli rubber underneath him didn't agree.
Exactly that. He said from one lap to another after the opening few laps, where he, as you say, was managing the tyres really well. Just he had a sudden drop off that was totally unexpected. Didn't happen in the practice sessions as well. He said I was definitely riding smooth, taking it easy, as easy as possible, and didn't do anything wrong in the first part of the race. So yeah, unexpected tyre drop I think is what a lot of riders are saying across the classes, especially in Moto3 and in Moto2. Yeah, he just, we saw him in that front group, didn't we, in the open exchanges, and he was looking really strong, but once that tie goes with it, it's the front end or the rear end, or sometimes both. Absolutely impossible to say with the guys at the front, that's exactly what they're out for ages. He just needs to get some points back on the board. In a bad uniform, of course those 2 victories are absolutely fantastic, but P7 and P10 is sort of not what Aegis would have wanted, of course, especially when you're seeing the rider sat on the left-hand side of him in the box, go on to win the Grand Prix in Barcelona. So always at once, of course, and then experience title chase, but he just needs to regather a little bit of momentum. Not bad at all, just in Australia. But then you have your teammate who is super consistent, and mentioned like Gonzalez, finishing outside the top 5, finishing in P10, you're losing on the ground, and if you don't gather that up quickly, Gonzalez doesn't like to make too many mistakes this year. The pressure is not high in Aegis, but there's a little bit of pressure there for Aegis and the others as well who are chasing. It's not just Aegis, of course, to get back on that podium and put a little bit of pressure on them.
Senna's results so far this year sort of look like a lie detector test, don't they? The graph's been up and down so far this year, and that is why ultimately the inconsistency of Aegis versus the consistency of Gonzalez has been 39.5 points apart. First and fourth in the World Championship. Here are a couple of riders who need to start getting their World Championship campaign up and running. 2 riders who many of us thought would be the leading 2 in the World Championship in 2026, and who knows, by the time we get to Valencia in November, they may still be Alonso and Daniel Holgado. Alonso's 46.5 points back in 5th place. Holgado is 55.5 points back in 7th place overall in the points. Starting with Alonso, who's now had 5 consecutive top 6 finishes, none of which were podiums. He's majored in points 5th and 6th so far this season. I guess the back-to-back that we saw in Le Mans and Catalunya has to be seen through the lens of the injury that he brought into those back-to-back races, and a 5th and a 6th from those 2 races. I guess he might well have signed for when he arrived at Le Mans with an injured shoulder, which he wasn't even sure he'd be able to compete in the Grand Prix weekend with. But how far do we get into this season with Alonso and Holgado still winless, and in Alonso's case podiumless, before we start to think their championship challenge is starting to come under a bit of strain?
Yeah, I think at least till the summer, I think, depending on, of course, how big that gap gets. But Alonso has come into this weekend saying he shouldn't have any issues now with that shoulder. He was very happy after the Catalan Grand Prix, mainly because of the shoulder that had many problems throughout the race. He said he had the best start of his life as well, and everything seemed to come a lot easier. But it was still not a podium for Alonso now. 7 races of Australia in Moto2, and getting to round 7. Anyone would have put any sort of money on Alonso not finishing on the podium in the opening 7 races of the season. A heavy title favourite, of course, as I just mentioned, alongside his teammate Danny Holgado as well. I just think for both Alonso and Holgado, of course, Holgado has stood on the podium, of course, already a couple of times this season, including that victory over in Brazil, but hasn't really got 2 close seats, unfortunately. So yeah, the Aspar duo, especially in Alonso's case, who is being consistent, it's fair to say, especially with the shoulder troubles that he has had. I think he'll be looking at this and thinking, right, I'm 46.5 ton Brian Gonzalez, who is finished on the podium week in, week out. Need to definitely stand on the podium, I think, in the next couple of Grand Prix and just show a sign that Alonso is fully back after the injury issues, and I don't think it's going to be long before Alonso's back on the podium and
Austin. He got dumped out of pole position because of the tyre pressures. He made a mess of a start in Jerez when he could well have won, and then of course arrived in Le Mans with the injured shoulder, which he did then ultimately come through that to finish in fifth place. Qualifying clearly still an area where Alonso needs to step up. He did say after the race in Barcelona he was super strong on old tyres, but he matched the pace on fresh tyres. Often those two factors are connected because he ultimately perhaps not working the tyres as hard as you need to be on a single lap in qualifying, which is why he's starting deep on the grid, but that does then take you back later on because you've got more of a left than your opposition to come steaming through in the later stages. Of course, we had to take the Austin qualifying as it was. He got thrown out due to the tyre pressures not being set correctly, so he qualified in 17th place officially, which means that he's had one front row start, that was in Brazil this year, and only one second row start, that was the sixth that he botched off the line in Jerez. He was 10th on the grid in Thailand, of course 17th with the penalty in Austin, and then 13th on the grid in Barcelona. For all of the strengths that David Montepilli has in the latter stage of a race, if you're putting those strengths into action from way too far down in the pack and the race leading battle has already disappeared into the road, then it's still an awful lot of use to you.
Exactly, and Gonzalez and a few other riders mentioned this season that this year's field is so much more competitive than, for example, last year's. Is
so hard to overtake.
Exactly, and so hard to overtake. You've got Guevara, who also needs to sort of qualify now, who's doing great things. You've got Vietti, who started the season really well, with ages running there. There's only even right to leave on the Moto2, and just behind Alonso in the championship standings as well. You've got so many riders who aren't necessarily challenging for the title, but consistently inside that top six and looking really strong. So Alonso definitely, I think, needs to just get a top six in qualifying, and then, as we know, especially here, use a bit of slipstream and a bit of know-how. He's a winner here back in 2024 in Moto3 days as well. So I think just get a clean weekend. I think that's what the team will be looking for. There's no injury issues now to worry about as well, so that's been put to bed. So Alonso, I think we're all just waiting, hoping, expecting the company to sort of rev into life in 2026. I think the best we've seen of him is Sunday after the opening sort of half a lap, of course, in the wreck where he really didn't lead us. Sort of half a second to lap, and give him another lap, he would have been on the podium. I think another 2 laps, he might have gone through. That's all lift ups and maybes there. That wasn't the case, and he did mess at the start. So fingers crossed as for the spectacle this weekend, we do get Alonso quite a lot of with the likes of Ethan Guevara and with the likes of Mary Gonzalez, who are just at the top of Michigan, they're setting personal best laps, one a bit quicker than the other. Guevara on side after.
One ball there with the boss scorer of Guevara heading towards San Donato. He hit around 280 kilometres an hour down towards the first corner here at the Mugello circuit, which is about 5.25 kilometres in length, 3.2 miles, 15 corners, 9 to the right, of which this is the final of them for Manuel Gonzalez, and 6 left. This is the last Puccini, of course, in Moto3. This is the fourth corner on the circuit to get that run out of the final corner on the pit line. Still important in Moto2 as well, given the end of that 1 kilometre last down to the finish line to come. Gonzalez and finish line because he's coming into the pits. He's currently 12th in this section, only 2:05.3. Naturally, in these wet conditions, or half and half conditions, lap times a little bit more spread out. It's Gonzalez's teammate Senna Aegis, who is back ahead now of Alonso Lopez. They've been trading the top spot throughout the session. Munoz is third for Alvarino, who will be jumping out to too far down the time sheets for when conditions are slightly damp. He's fourth ahead of Alberto Ferrandez for the Blueprint Track team. Vietti's just gone sixth on the Speed RS bus scorer, and Anchu, Guevara, Ortola, and Colin Guevara. Do not count towards the overall qualifying picture. That will, of course, be decided in practice later on today in what we hope will be full dry conditions.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Just looking down the time sheets, a bit sad grips with the team and with the Calais really well. So expect to see the Czech rider a little bit higher up than that, and a little bit higher up is Ivan Guevara now, because the Skura rider, second in the championship, of course, has gone P1 with a good lap time, nearly half a second.
And perhaps another weekend where we have begun to take Ivan Guevara even more seriously as a World Championship contender in 2026. We often say that you win the World Championships on your bad days, on your weekends where you're perhaps a little bit less strong. Let's say Guevara, nowhere near as strong in Barcelona as he was in Le Mans when he dominated the weekend. He rode like a lion, as team manager Alex De Angelis said in the early stages as he made his way through what was by his standards a false start of 11 on the grid to get himself up the order into that sort of podium group in the early stages. And without making this sound like a bit of a dig at Ivan Guevara, he used his brain back in Barcelona, which is not something we've always praised Ivan Guevara for in Grand Prix over certainly his Moto2 career in the last 2 or 3 years. But certainly he was certainly playing the long game in Barcelona in terms of making sure that's the tyre left for the latter stages of the race, and that strategy ultimately saw him get the better of Ivan Ortolo in that battle for the podium.
Yeah, exactly that. It's the key was the tyre management, as we mentioned a few times now in Barcelona, and as you said, he kept it nice and calm, thought that the riders ahead were just pushing a little bit too hard in the opening exchanges, and just, rode within himself, was looking after that rear tyre, and then pounced towards the end of the Grand Prix, and ultimately finished on the podium to limit the damage, of course, in the championship when we knew Gonzalez was passing away with Chase Dean with Vietti for the victory that he caught. Actually went to Gonzalez, Guevara, 7 top 10s in a row now, 4th podium in his last 6 races, and then first back-to-back podiums in Moto2. We didn't need a reminder of Guevara's step forward that he's made over in Moto2 this season. That was another sign outside of the top 10 this week. 2 points on the podium, and for your home fans, Guevara couldn't really ask for much more than that. He definitely was much more than that. That's for sure. The team Gonzalez are facing the front. So another weekend apart from qualifying where Guevara was really, really impressive, and it was the weekend where reports really started to surface that he was moving to MotoGP next year. And well, we know the rumours have been flying around for a number of weeks. It was that weekend in Barcelona where it really started to gather momentum. Was after a few questions about it as well, so a lot of outside noise that weekend as well, was getting asked questions about 2027, not just over the weekend. So I think for Guevara it was a much busier weekend than he would have intended, but another one where he just proved that he's really in this title.
So that's the scrutiny of him over the next year or 2. He would like to believe, and he's certainly believed in this commentary box, that Ivan Guevara has been a part of the top right Mascati of the Prima MotoGP squad next season. He's a rider who would certainly harbours hopes of joining Guevara in MotoGP next year. So Regis is happy to sit and wait for him towards that stage of the second only. The stage in the conditions where it's starting to get really too dry for the wets, and it's still too wet for the slicks. Guevara is one of a handful of riders. As we look down the driver's screen, we've got 8 riders still out on the racetrack. Guevara is still setting over best sector times. Is now closing in on the 2-minute mark, 2:00.831. His event is now over Munoz. He's nearly 9/10 of a second. Who was the team manager the last time Ivan Guevara won a Grand Prix World Championship. He was, of course, with the Aspar team back in Moto3 some 4 years ago. Is he once again going to unlock the title-winning potential of the New Yorker?
Looks like he potentially is, and Oscuro now 2 riders in the top 3 in the standings as well, with Chase Dean and Vietti on the time screens. He's just looking at 13 combine, working out which way they are in the year round the timing screens, just to not try and make that mistake. And Vietti, we should probably talk about him recently. Another fine ride from Vietti, we mentioned, just admitted in the last stages that Gonzalez had a bit more time left, and Vietti is always a fantastic rider to watch. We had a couple of really big moments on that rear end, didn't we, before Gonzalez came on through and then was skating around the circuit. It was fantastic viewing. I'm sure he was enjoying to ride with Vietti, but I think he would have wanted a little bit more grip in the closing stages. But did say team and himself just worked really well throughout the weekend. A shame to lose the win on the final laps. But yeah, so Manu just managed the tyres better, so had something more at the end, and a P2 not a bad result at all for the XC. Second P2 of the season after Austin, of course, as well. And he's on a really strong, consistent run of form, and only just over 30 points away from Gonzalez on his class race work, and obviously it goes without saying a special weekend for the Italians at home. Chelsea will get the lead Italian in the Moto2 title, chase the only Italian inside that top 11 in the standings. The next one is Tony Arbolino down in P12. So a special weekend for the XC, who was very close to finish on the podium here last year as well. As Guevara improves his lap time once again, goes a little 4/10 quicker to get towards the 159s. The track is dry, but clearly there's some pace left on the wet tyres. But yeah, the XC, I think, given another lap, given the phenomenal backs it was between Lowe and Pinnock, fair and dashing, pushed each other wide. It was fantastic viewing, and it was great viewing for the XC as he really bring the two riders ahead again, just finished on P5. But the XC, I think, will come into this weekend and full of confidence and hoping that he can definitely challenge for victory as this.
Race day in the top turns box, particularly to MotoGP fans. Livio Supro, of course, former championship winning team manager, advisory consultancy role on the Qatar Trans team in this Moto2 field. Speed RS team. We, of course, have drawn a lot of attention over the last couple of weekends to their change of suspension across the WEP. Hopefully at this stage, chalk that one down as a good move for that particular team. Not the loss of scorer of Guevara on the engines is troubling, but clearly it's working for Chelsea Vietti and Luca Lanetta right now, isn't it? And Lanetta's a rider who we certainly should just give a little bit more to for what we did in Barcelona. Kind of see as it came from nowhere, but we should remember he wasn't qualifying one on Saturday afternoon. Glimpse on through that session and boldly make the most of that boost up into Q2. Qualified in 10th on the grid, which on its own I think before was overperforming, but went forward in the race.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, qualifying P10, I think points from there would have been a fantastic result for Luca Lanetta. No, a top 10, fantastic for the Italian to get inside that top 10 after what has been an injury hit sort of last year, basically. Of course, it was at the TT Assen where he broke his leg in Moto3, then re-broke his leg over in Thailand this year, and Lanetta understandably very happy with the progress he's making on that Boston-Scuro. He's getting to know the bike better every session, race after race, and he says he thinks they're getting closer to the front runners in terms of feeling, and that certainly shows over at the Circuit of Barcelona Catalunya. Of course, Lanetta coming into his home Grand Prix this weekend as well. He crashed out of second place, I think it was last year in Moto3 with Adrian Fernandez down at turn 1, and there's I think there were Linda coming involved as well. I think he did some down turn 1 last year, crashed out of his home Grand Prix as we get some slick tyres slotted into the machines. Adrian Huertas is one of them, and you can see there is performance in grip out.
First sub-2-minute lap of the weekend in Moto2 should come with it. For Huertas, the yellow flags are up ahead of him into turn 1, but that one effective for the moment, and it is a 1:59.907. Those yellow flags have been brought up by Yuya Sasaki, who is also on slick tyres. Looking at our screens, he just completed a slower lap, perhaps an out lap for Sasaki. Perhaps didn't find enough grip for those slicks down at turn 1.
No, good to see the Japanese rider is all okay. Hopefully that's just a slowish front end tuck and not a faster one coming off the back of the fastest part of the circuit. Alonso Lopez drops closer to the 1:59s, down to a low 2 minute, and there's Manu Gonzalez heading on the slicks. So yes, he is certainly a real slick tyre. I'm sure the front is one as well. Let's see what Manu Gonzalez can do. Sasaki just walks to the double. Here we go, a replay. He's just tucked it behind Barry Bautis on the wet. And yeah, just the front end folds away, unfortunately for Yuya Sasaki. Easily done, of course, at San Donato in the dry conditions, especially when the wet patch. I'm just asking a bit too much.
As mentioned, he has come across the line. His previous lap was 18 seconds off the pace, and just didn't ultimately have the temperature in the tyres when he did grab some brake. Clearly, the temperature problems for Huertas at the moment, so we'll see his teammate Munoz is still on the wet, which is why you see plenty of movement there for his particular
unfortunately for Bautas, only one top 10 this season. A really disappointing opening 6 rounds for the Belgian. If you focus in on Tayo Furusato, who's going really well around this lap on the number 72. We've obviously not seen too much of Furusato this season in Moto2 as he gets to grip with the jump up in class. Sort of getting there, Furusato, saying that he's making some important strides forward, obviously not where he wants to be, but maybe where he will end up in this section anyway is P1. He's certainly well on course of doing that now as the rookie. This is a great lap coming in, 1.3 seconds under the current top time of Adrian Huerta, so just one corner to go for Furusato, and then he fires his Palex time towards the start-finish line. Won't get too much of a toe from the rider ahead of him, but this could be taking time Furusato to the top of the section in Moto2. It does, but for the very first time.
Very good friend of ours and former colleague, Danny Parada, the press officer down there at Honda Team Asia. He might be about to write an emergency press release for Furusato quickest on a Friday morning. You could see the team manager there, Hiroshi Ayama, just trying his best to stay calm with what's going on as his rookie leads the way. Of course, conditions aren't entirely representative, but it's the same for everybody. And it's Furusato, his fastest of all. Here comes, here went Munoz just across the line. No improvement for him. Expect his pace to start dropping off now with those wet tyres, struggling to ultimately keep themselves cool with the lack of dry tarmac. Alonso is on 7 for the 2:00.07. We pick up the number 7, Barrel Bautas, and spoiled Furusato morning. His line, no, he slipped into second place. It's very much now our clearly the way to go.
Yeah, 100% to Alonso still on the wet tyres. He's not got enough time to come in and change, and if you don't see the point which a lot of teams might not do, no point risking it and risking the crash, of course, like Yuya Sasaki did. And keep it nice and clean for the session this afternoon. Adrian Huertas now rises to P1, 7 tenths quicker than Tayo Furusato. So Huertas going well in the early stages on slick tyres. Alonso Lopez has clearly made a mistake, or just used all those grip, overheating those wet tyres. Lopez, you can see there the grooves in the Pirellis on the front end there. The 21 loses time in the third and fourth splits, and a 2-minute point line, I should say. Is it going to move Alonso Lopez up the order? And that is still rain tyres for Senna Energy. So clearly the Australian and the Direct Intact team don't feel like they need to go out and slips and make any unnecessary risks.
Don't feel they need to use one up, and maybe they're thinking if we get a red flag on Sunday, we might have the extra. Yeah, we've been quite accustomed to them in all classes, ends to be said, in 2026. And it's been a real talking point in MotoGP back in Barcelona. But also in a crash tyre available, because we saw, I think it was in Barcelona, we saw some Moto2 riders saving a tyre on Saturday morning, going out on tyres because they wanted an extra brand new stock available in case there was a red flag in Sunday's Grand Prix. So taxing conditions such as this, there is no real material benefit to putting in some dry tyres. Several still have, and we're calling a couple of them here on the screen. Stridge up ahead of Arbolino, who generally point towards him when conditions are wet, and when conditions are mixed, he's also good. Scotland to the final 30 seconds, but it doesn't mean Bautas is going to be on top of it.
Yeah, maybe a red Spantic Racing 1-2 coming up. Arbolino does right to be just ahead of his teammate, I say just 1.2 seconds, and the P1, P2 that would have been celebrating has just been ruined by Adrian Huertas, who moves back up into the top 2, less than a second away from Arbolino. But these are the conditions that Arbolino liked. Arbolino was happy with his race over at the Catalan Grand Prix. He said his pace on Sunday was very strong, and he was really pleased with that. He just the shame about the bad start that he had, of course, in different places and a chance to really fight for that top 5. But it was nice to hear at the end of the Grand Prix that Arbolino was at least feeling good and had some good pace ahead of the course into his home Grand Prix this week.
So it's Celestino Vietti, and I guess to aid us slightly in trying to pick CVIE and CVEI apart on the time table left, is that the Speed Arch team have switched from the orange to the blue this weekend, with their rolling conveyor belt of title sponsors, and Vietti, just as the checker flag comes out, goes top on a 154.801. Might have a very similar picture to the last time we saw Moto2 on track with the checker flag in Barcelona, because Vietti might just be about to be picked by Manu Gonzalez, the world championship leader
dry tyres and then moves up the order by about 15 places. Can't remember where Gonzalez was, but it certainly wasn't inside that top 10 on the wet tyres. However, Tony Arbolino is going again through Biondetti 1 and then flip it right through Biondetti 2 before you power it down to Buccini at the final corner of turn 15. Arbolino, great that we get clear visors in these conditions as well, isn't it? The piercing eyes of the riders focusing in on the apex. Alistair Screed as well, getting a nice bit of slip through, hopefully for a Screed, just hoping sometimes needs it. The taller frame is a Screed, very lanky rider, pushing 6 foot and beyond. Arbolino to the line, half a second quicker, and the Screed rises to P2, so a good lap time from those two at the end of this session.
Arbolino, who maybe takes first Grand Prix pole position here, back when he was a Moto3 rider. He has his fans, both of them, on the hillsides. I'm sure there will be several more cheering on Tony Arbolino on Sunday afternoon. However, they're dressed, I'm sure Arbolino will not fail to spot them on the trackside hillsides here in Mugello, which will be absolutely packed with fans on Sunday afternoon. And Arbolino clearly happy with life. Much closer to the front than he was at any stage in that Catalan Grand Prix weekend. Not to say that there is generally see the best from Arbolino, it's fair to say, in Moto2. He was a former podium finisher here back in Moto2 back in 2023 when his crew were on the receiving end of some pizza boxes for the eventual champion Pedro Acosta.
I was just thinking about that as well when I saw Tony Arbolino, unfortunately for Arbolino, the immediate thing to remember is Pedro Acosta's, how do you call it?
Yes. Not in that way, but by a pizza box on the Sunday afternoon as Acosta, I guess, left his rivals, of course, back who's a MotoGP rider that time, and no doubt to be the main man in Moto2 was.
Yeah, fully to Acosta and quite unusual choice, but something up to Tony Arbolino and his crew. So Arbolino will be hoping he's doing the dishing out of the celebration for Sunday, and as I mentioned, a good end to the session. The championship leader, Manu Gonzalez, inside that top 3, the notable riders in that session. Looking sides being sort of top 10 anyway. Alonso is just about there for Osaka, as mentioned, had a great lap time as well. Good to see Robertson inside that top 10 as well. Riders to keep an eye on. As I mentioned, Philip Salax didn't improve, only 3 laps, so something absolutely not right there. And Robertson I think 6 laps as well. Maybe Robertson's pushing his power dry in the wet conditions, but something clearly not right.
Just saw a sticker there on the tank there, Presidente Didac. It's worth drawing attention to that. A number of the crew of our onboard team sadly lost his life since the Catalan World Cup. There was a minute silence in the TV compound earlier this morning for Didac. Much love down, much missed member of the team, which is why you can see those stickers from the onboard camera views on these Moto2 machines. Our thoughts with his family and friends. Tony Arbolino then tops 3 practice 1 in Mugello this morning. Full-time score about to Screech. Cards from 4th. Manu Gonzalez, the championship leader, 3rd. Having certainly benefited from that late switch to slicks. Piatti 4th and Balto Squared out for Veda. Borasato and Alonso. Of course, his lap time is very spread out with only around about half of the field switching to slicks in the latter stages. Evan Guevara drops to 12th. Of course, he was leading on the wets until the dry tyres came into play. Only 3 laps this morning, clearly some issues down in American racing for Philip Salax. So it is Tony Arbolino, an Italian on top in Moto2 FP1. Certainly high excitement in MotoGP though, with the world champion making his return to action. FP1 in MotoGP, it's on the way next.
Catalonia MotoGP's Tour's classic European tracks brings us to the spectacular St. Mugello for round 7 2026. Half a century after its first Grand Prix in 1976, it's full speed ahead of the world's fastest track in the Brembo Grand Prix of Italy. Located north of the historic beauty of Florence, FP1 gets the action underway next live. It's time for MotoGP. momentum. We start our MotoGP coverage here this weekend. It's the postcard backdrop of the spectacular Tuscany Mountains. It can mean only one thing. We are at magnificent. We are at majestic Mugello once again. Round 7 of 22 coming your way in this year's MotoGP World Championship. Good time for Italian fans right now, isn't it? In the top class for Italian, Marco Bezzecchi leading the World Championship by 15 points on the factory Aprilia, and Fabio Di Gianantonio, the Italian winner of the shortened Catalan Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. This year's second MotoGP success, the first of PR46 Racing since the Indian Grand Prix in 2023. Quite a lot of housekeeping to cover up as we go into this 7th round of the season. The good news is, reigning world champion Marcmarquez in the factory Ducati, winner here last year, of course, in the Italian Grand Prix. He is back after surgery on the right foot and right shoulder. We haven't seen Mark since that horrendous crash he had in the Le Mans Sprints. Unfortunately, there's no place here this weekend for his brother Alex Marquez. Alex confirming he's out of this Italian Grand Prix and our next weekend's action in Hungary at Balaton Park. Alex, of course, involved in one or two serious incidents, 2 red flag incidents in Catalunya a couple of weeks ago. Then Alex Marquez actually fractured his right collarbone and suffered a C7 vertebral fracture. Alex, we wish you a very, very speedy recovery. Likewise to Frenchman Joan Zarco. The Frenchman, it seems, an extended period of absence coming up the way for his former Moto2 world champion. Serious tendon and ligament damage in his left leg after he got tangled up with Pratama Bagger's factory Ducati in the second of those 2 nasty incidents over in Barcelona. He still has not had surgery on that left knee as yet, has Joan Zarco. His place, and we welcome back at the ripe old age of 40, has gone to former LCR Honda star Cal Crutchlow. The Brit is back in action here this weekend. Alex Marquez here in Mugello will be replaced by Michele Pirro. A lot of talk that maybe Nicola Veda, one of the World Superbike champions, might fill Alex's shoes in Hungary next weekend. But as mentioned, a lot of housekeeping to cover off, and all we can say after those 2 nasty incidents in Barcelona, we wish our continued well wishes and the speedy recovery to both Alex Marquez and to Joan Zarco. So, expecting great cars. I didn't expect this. We were all woken up very early by claps of thunder in the Tuscany Mountains. We get our coverage underway with Matt Brennan in the front to rock checking down the pit lane. I was missing a couple of big name stars this weekend. Unfortunately, no Alex Marquez, no Zarco. Welcome back as the world champion.
Yeah, to echo your thoughts and comments, we wish you the very best in a speedy recovery to Alex Marquez and to Joan Zarco, but we welcome back Marcmarquez. And the words of his rivals yesterday, including his teammate Pratama, said if Marcmarquez is coming back, it's because he feels he can come back and win. Well, whether that's a realistic expectation for Marcmarquez, we will find out as we go through the weekend. But what is a special weekend for Ducati, a centenary weekend. They are celebrating their centenary this year and marking it at their home Grand Prix. It's the right time for them to be back to full strength. And just what kind of Marcmarquez are we going to see here in Mugello this weekend?
85 points behind Marco Bezzecchi. He is in the World Championship. But when you speak to every one of Mark's rivals in the paddock, none of them, quite like to say, you're right, Mark is off in your tail, don't you? None of them are discounting him as a serious title contender still in 2026. Marco Bezzecchi said the only reason that Mark is back here this weekend is because he feels that he can be competitive, he feels he can be at the front. Mark knows his body better than anybody else. He's not here, is he, just to make up the numbers? Well, after an incredible start to 2026, where he was first or second in our opening 5 Grand Prix, it's fair to say that on paper, Lewis, when you look at the results, 9th in the sprint, 4th in the Grand Prix, a rather fortuitous sport as well for Marco Bezzecchi. Catalunya is the toughest weekend he's had so far in the season.
Yes, new title sponsor, as you can see, very easy to see it there in the Aprilia team that was announced a few moments ago. Yeah, very nearly did keep that podium record going in Barcelona for all sorts of tyre pressure investigations and penalties. The fact that Pecco Bagnaia was the one riding to escape sanction that ultimately left Bezzecchi 4th in the end in the revivals on the in Barcelona. His first weekend, I guess, really where he can come out of it saying there are plenty of legitimate questions to answer after the Catalan Grand Prix, but we'll never know where Jorge Martin would have ended up had he not been collected by another Aprilia in Fernandez. But it's fair to say that the circuit of Barcelona Catalunya is not Marco Bezzecchi's favourite, and he won't be sad to see the back of it.
There is Michele Pirro victory. Alex Marquez. It was a truly horrendous accident, wasn't it, that Alex was involved in? Pedro Acosta as he powered out of turn 9 while he was leading about the halfway phase of that Catalan Grand Prix. The failure was an electronic failure that appeared to be with the factory KTM. Nothing that Alex could do, and as you see, you might tune into Alex's YouTube channel where he has given a special message to his fans. Still in the neck brace, isn't he, Alex, coming from that neck fracture. He admitted himself how very fortunate, how very lucky he was. A scary incident. Can't wait to see Alex back in action, hopefully, at the Czech Grand Prix in Brno. It was so serious for this accident with Alex. He was discharged from hospital on Monday, got picked up by for the mark, and then within a couple of hours, Alex's girlfriend was reporting that he wasn't feeling too well. He actually got readmitted and spent another 2 days in hospital. It was such a horrific incident for Alex.
Yeah, it must have been so tough for Mark to watch. Alex was not in there himself. He had to watch that from home. At the age of 40 at LCR.
Never thought. I don't think Cal Crutchlow thought he'd ever be back in MotoGP action. Thought he might maybe throw his leg over MotoGP one day in the future, but not in the full thrust of competition. Not at the world's fastest circuit, but we welcome back the very distinctive number 35, of course. Cal's last full-time season in MotoGP was with LCR Honda back in 2020. Then 6 years leading with the Italian-based team. Arguably the best period of Cal's career, the best period of Lucio Cecchinello's career as a team manager. So many great moments. That victory in Argentina, the victory, 10 years ago now in Brno. And unfortunately, a special livery this weekend as LCR celebrate 30 years as a world championship outfit.
Not the circumstances that they would want to be, but I guess it does feel fitting to a certain extent, doesn't it, that it is Cal Crutchlow that gets to run that special livery, the most successful rider for LCR, 3 times a MotoGP winner with that team. Our most recent MotoGP winner, though, was this man, Fabio Di Giannantonio, winner of that dramatic Catalan Grand Prix. And of course, he wasn't new to the drama, nor to the pain either, that he was collected by debris by a front wheel. The forks still attached and took him down. We brought out the red flag, and Di Giannantonio results of his victory in relative struggles for the 2 factory Aprilia riders. Now only 26 points off the World Championship lead.
Yeah, we have to factor, don't we? Let's say that he's a genuine championship contender this year, Fabio Di Giannantonio. Third standings, top of the cap, he has been for most of 2026 so far. Yeah, Fabio Di Giannantonio, I think, probably carrying a few main team physical scars. That's his involvement in the Alex Marquez incident. He did not participate in what ultimately was a rain-affected Monday test. I think he and the team agreed just best off to sit this one out. Fabio Di Giannantonio, when you watch back some of the TV replays, some of the photo images of his involvement in that incident, was super fortunate. He was taken out ultimately by a flying front wheel that detached himself from Alex Marquez's crash to Rosini Ducati to sort of regain your composure, to sort of block out the pain as Fabio Di Giannantonio did, to then take that second MotoGP victory. That showed some mental toughness from the
Sets these riders apart. It's why we can only watch on in awe and admiration of what all of these Grand Prix riders do. For 22 Grand Prix weekends a year to ride through physical and some mental pain from what they're sitting through for the stressful weekend, the stressful Sunday for the MotoGP riders, and to go through 2 incidents like that, 2 red flag stoppages, and then still put the visor down, still focus on the job at hand, and still go out there and race for Grand Prix victory. And it's victory claimed by Fabio Di Giannantonio in what was, in the end, the race that we got over those dozen or so laps in what's still highly dramatic in its own right and highly entertaining. With Fabio Di Giannantonio winning that 4-rider group that he led for so long by Pedro Acosta, and ultimately was reaching it. Injured hand and all, they emerged victorious.
back in their special and rather gorgeous looking Golf livery. First time they've ever run that livery on European soil is the track out of Aprilia squad, where they, I'm sure, still got a very embarrassed and a very contrite Ayagura. We said it in commentary when he claimed find out. Pedro Acosta at the final corner in that third start of Catalan Grand Prix. That was a very unlike Agura move. We saw him immediately go trying off with the apology to Acosta inside the Redbull KTM garage. I think he stood around the garage for a long time after the race looking for Acosta, and then eventually caught up with the Spaniard in his motorhome. And the comments after, he just knew that I was going to come out and offer his sincere apologies for that controversial collision, which got him a 3-second penalty. He said it was a stupid move. That's not the kind of rider I am. I'm embarrassed by what happened. But we sent the time evidence that was not an eye of the move at all.
Well, I'd say the checkered flag once the race was over. Veda rechecked on a couple of occasions by his penalty by the type of investigation. He can still finish the race in 8th place. But yeah, a rider who is generally so clean out there on the racetrack. Given what he's been shown afternoon, he wasn't going to hold the grudge over that 1-5. Or Acosta, I think, was perhaps a little bit more sore on how his hopes of a major MotoGP victory from pole position had already gone south by that point.
Yeah, I think Pedro Acosta sensed it just how upset and apologetic Kiandra was. He couldn't find himself to get angry about it. Of course, what unfolded earlier on in the day as well. Acosta was on pole position, wasn't he? Catalunya. Into that elusive or elusive first victory at all. If you Dan Paxton still scatter around the goal, so if you want to on screen, keeping Quattararo, Bastianini, Alex Rins, Aldeguer and Marcmarquez at the moment, spectators inside their garages. That was kind of you imagine the likes of Aldeguer and Marcmarquez are concerned they're going to be out in these iffy conditions, making mistakes and getting caught out by Dan Paxton when the pair are still very much in recovery mode.
Yeah, they did get on to slicks, so about 4 minutes before the end of the Moto2 session that was just completed, and every MotoGP rider that is currently on the circuit is on the dry tyres. We saw Marcmarquez watching with his, for a period of time, with his right foot perched on top of the fan in the Ducati box, although he does say that the boat controls his right foot, but initially ruled him out of the French Grand Prix in the sprint is not something that he's too concerned about this weekend. It is more a case of the shoulder issue that he has had remedied for the shoulder injury back in the Indonesian Grand Prix when Marcmarquez definitely took him out. They didn't just take out one screw, he took out a couple when he was operated on 24 hours or so after Marcmarquez said that there wasn't any damage, or they didn't have to cut the muscle apart to make that to remedy action to his shoulder, but it is definitely a case of comfort once again when he rides a MotoGP bike for the first time since that Le Mans sprint.
He said pre-Le Mans, didn't he, or after Le Mans, when it became evident he had been suffering with that screw that was compressing his nerve and sort of making him lose speed in the right arm, and he had effectively been campaigning at the start of the Men's World Championship with 1.5 arms. He felt like he was costing as much as half a second per lap, particularly in race conditions. So we haven't really seen, have we, the reigning world champion fighting at the full fitness so far in 2026. Only watch out what he is, because we know what Mark is capable of. Win number 93 in his career here last year, falling number 93 of course. He was playing down expectations about a repeat of that here this weekend. As I mentioned, this is all about maintaining a bit of feeling and just assessing where he's at on that recovery line. I did like him when he said yesterday to me, oh yeah, the fracture in my foot, that was just progress. That was nothing. I mean, come on, he's still hobbling around with having a protective boot on, as you might have seen across our social media channels yesterday, but it just shows once again that they are a different breed, these guys. They think completely different to us doing more tools. Yeah, a fracture in his right foot after a vicious five-side going to the Formula 1. Peanuts.
And we've just been reminded as recently as Barcelona, haven't we, that riding hurt is seemingly part of the job description in MotoGP, because it's not something that we necessarily want to see. No MotoGP rider wants to ride hurt or ride injured, but they accept that if they are going to become the very best in the world on two wheels, that is something that you have to do. You have to grit your teeth, you have to go through when we are in such a relentless stage of the season. Marquez almost looking bored there, isn't he? He's chomping at the bit to get himself back on his factory Ducati again as his teammate in possession.
Looks like Akira's been told he's got a nice bike he can ride. You can't go out. Sorry, Mum and Dad have said no, naughty step for you. You get the green with
Stay there, man.
If we pick up Marco Bezzecchi on what is still known as Aprilia Racing, backed by Monza. They are going to be a fully fledged time sponsor of the Aprilia project moving forward in 2027, when they will be more than likely known as Monza Aprilia Racing. Pick up Bez, the hot be perceived by Diogo Moreira. We talked about what a kind of average weekend it was for the 22 Italian, given the fact that Catalonia's fourth place was the first time in 8 Grand Prix that Marcmarquez second finished lower than second, and again that incredible run, wasn't he? Victories, 5 successive victories, a smattering of second places to go in there as well. And so fourth, by recent standards, was a bit of an off day as far as measures concerned. But for Jorge Martinez, I think we've seen him have a bruising weekend in Catalonia. 5 crashes across the race weekend. And then he was hospitalised himself after a pretty nasty get off at the Monday test at turn 7. 6 crashes in 4 days for Jorge Martin. From a double win in Le Mans to a double DNF in Catalonia. It sounds like the test crash on Monday really did battle Jorge's case. No serious damage, fortunately. He is racing here this weekend, but talk about riders going to rebuild confidence in 6 crashes in 4 days. Almost unheard of.
His confidence from very early on. Because remember, it's so easy to get physical right up, but he started that Catalan Grand Prix weekend quite well in FP1 before he had that first crash at turn 12 when he followed his bike into the air fence. And of course, a couple of crashes on the Saturday morning left him down in 8th on the grid. And then we got to a situation prior to the third start in Barcelona on Sunday where a few of us thought Jorge Martin was going to win the race, given that he was up on the front row of the grid with the change to the grid order taken from the point of the race to the stocks where he was up in those podium positions. And then, of course, to get knocked off or be a part of an incident with Ralph Fernandez, whichever side of the fence you fall on in terms of blame for that one. Ultimately, no penalty was handed out. Indeed, a racing incident. It's clear that Aprilia and the factory team thought that it was Ralph Fernandez's fault because we saw Max Marcmarquez pointing his finger at the track team manager Davide Rubio. As soon as that incident happened, Ralph Fernandez wasn't taking a backward step. After he was interviewed, saying that he felt that Jorge Martin let the brake off and turned in on it. And of course, I think that would have all then led to the anger that we saw from Jorge Martin when he was turning through the box with almost invisible with team manager Paolo Bonora. Now, of course, Jorge Martin soon afterwards was the intensity and the adrenaline it died down was very apologetic. But I think the anger from Martin was reflective of the weekend where ultimately he missed a big opportunity.
Yeah, Aprilia will be looking to bounce back from what was a pretty difficult weekend, all told, in Barcelona last time out. They are, though, still 1 and 2 in the World Championship. Marcmarquez second, 15 points clear of the Marcmarquez. Coming into Aprilia's crunch of Grand Prix. So let's get some early thoughts and some reflection on some Barcelona as well. From the boss, Paolo Bonora, good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning to everybody at home. Good morning to Paolo. As you guys rightly say, it was a difficult weekend in Barcelona for the Aprilia squad and the happy families, everything going so smoothly, and then suddenly we started to see maybe some fractures within the Aprilia squad and down at track house as well. So let's just cover off some of the things we saw in Barcelona, Paolo. Firstly, the coming together between Jorge and Raul. We saw Massimo walk down and make his feelings known to Davide Rubio. So what has been said after that to make sure that as we go throughout the rest of the season we don't have any more instances like that happening?
Yeah, to be honest, after Barcelona we had a meeting yesterday. There was a meeting together, all together, between us and between the Macau guys. So, but it was very quiet, very. Everybody understood that it is necessary to be more quiet during the race, in particular when we are fighting to score points. So everything is under control. Regarding the Jorge Martin reaction, because I heard that you were talking about it. To be fully honest with you, I love Jorge. I love this passion because it means that he was thinking that he loved the opportunity to make the point. So it was not good to see in the TV, but you have to know that he is a strong talent. He knows that he was able to do something good. He analyzed the data regarding
put on other members of the team, in particular a team manager.
Yeah. No, but it's nothing very, very important or that now we are thinking about. Everything is now clear. It was disappointing because during the Saturday, it happened something close to the Sunday one. So it was quite similar, but the effect at the end on Saturday was not so critical as what happened on Sunday, because on Sunday, as you have seen, there was a crash, unfortunately. So it was so disappointing because he said, I can't say to you the bad words to be honest, but he said, happen another time. So it was this, only this. So totally understood the reaction. It was not good to see, but now everything is clear. And we're looking forward to see here in Mugello fully different tracks, different in particular the great. We struggle a lot, particularly on Marco's side, but also on Orge's side during the Friday, during the Saturday. At the end, on Orge's side, we found the correct setup. We didn't show you at the time, but here in Mugello will be real different because the grip level is fully different. It is a fast track layout, that's true, but the grip level is totally different. Just finally, after that meeting yesterday, what are the rules of engagement now? What was the key message to all four riders? Respect. Only respect. Wait a little bit to make maneuver. Don't attack if there is no enough space to do this. And respect. That's the way to
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks, as always, to Aprilia boss, Paolo Bonora. This is a huge race this weekend as far as the factory Aprilia team are concerned, hoping that Barcelona was just a blip, I have to say. As Paolo Bonora was mentioning now, I was on the broadcaster set doing some post-racing as always, and Catalina and Paul Martin was very excited himself. Very, very remorseful and apologetic about that putting made with Paolo Bonora. That's all in the past, in the present. And a circuit which we know he loves, Pecco Bagnaia, has had a rapid start to his home Grand Prix here. Mugello, of course, race winner in front of his home crowd here in 2022, 2023 and in 2024. Sprintman also in 23 and 24. He used to win for fun, didn't he? Here we go, Pecco Bagnaia spoke to the freedom press conference yesterday and asked him does he feel the current Pecco and the current Ducati GP26. We've got a combo, we've got a package that can fight for more glory here in Italy this weekend. So he wasn't sounding overly optimistic in his prospects.
Well, Pecco Bagnaia had at least ended that long run without a podium. He didn't ultimately stand on it in Barcelona. He had to wait since he won the Japanese Grand Prix last September to stand on a Sunday podium. Has to wait to stand on the podium. He does have the trophy and the 16 points for third place. You know how soon he's got to be just outlined. Pecco Bagnaia generally is around this Mugello circuit. They will have a special Rookie 2 on Sunday afternoon. Pecco Bagnaia and his man Marcmarquez will be sporting to Ducati course on Instagram to have an advanced look at that yourself. But I'm sure Bagnaia deep down will be time to he'll have the memories of last year in 590 where he was fighting with the Marquez brothers for much of the first half of that race and ultimately was knocked off the podium altogether by Fabio Di Giannantonio. It was one of the symbolic images of the Bagnaia decline in 2025, the sight of him in the box after the Italian Grand Prix last year, a race where he was so used to standing on the top step of the podium. It's that shrug of the shoulders and the look at the camera and say there's nothing at the moment that I can do. He's a return to top four once again on home turf this weekend.
It takes something special for the Aprilias and co. To knock Ducati off their perch here in the Italian Grand Prix. Ducati won undefeated in all three sprints so far here in Mugello. They won 7 of the last 8 Grand Prix. They're only defeated. That one was Fabio Quartararo's win for the factory Yamaha team back in 2021. So yeah, Ducati tend to get business done when they're in front of their home crowd. We're about an hour away actually from nearby Borgo Panigale, which is the Ducati HQ, of course. Pecco going to ride fairly damp conditions this morning, which found back in the 46s on the just 146.971 as an AFS GD. Just come up into the top 6. Double KTM 10-3 rider, one of several KTM, all KTM riders across Saturday and Sunday. It was a really painful weekend reliability-wise, wasn't it, technical-wise, as far as the oxygen back is concerned. Kiandra had the gear shift issue in the sprint, and then an AFS GD had an undiagnosed problem that would have had a Grand Prix. We saw the very publicised incident involving Pedro Acosta. Fabinho's flies touched before the start, so I think it's fair to say KTM are looking for a more reliable and under the radar weekend, technical-wise.
The kind of headlines KTM will potentially hope to make this weekend are in terms of top speed. Of course, they hold the all-time top speed record in MotoGP, set here 366.1 kilometres an hour, hit by Brad Binder around the Mugello circuit. Might not see him this morning's free practice in 1 second, but we shall see the moment it is. A KTM, unsurprisingly, at the top speed in Bastion, hit 362 k's down the main straight. In old money, that is just over 225 miles an hour.
Pedro Acosta did his 7th best recorded top speed a couple of weeks ago in Barcelona, and having done that 363 point something miles an hour, not quite a lot of domination, but the top speed that Pedro did in Barcelona, it was nearly 364 tons an hour. Let's do his Moto3 down the start of the straight in Montmello, 7th fastest on the top speed. He said it was a nearly 364 clicks in Barcelona. With a good run down coming out of the chain in the final corner here onto this long back start to the straight, the second longest straight on the Grand Prix calendar behind Austin. Acosta pretty confident that somebody, he's absolutely him, that will set the fastest ever recorded top speed in MotoGP history. Maybe we'll have the opportunity to get to do it for a good number of years as we drop down, of course, next year from 1000cc to 850cc, which will inevitably have an impact on the top speed figures.
So with the top speed in mind, that potentially this rider on screen might be concerned. What awaits him this weekend? Fabio Quartararo through the final corner. What a good run he's had. Back-to-back top 6 finishes for Quartararo on the factory Yamaha. It's one of those potential venues where he expects this current iteration of the M1 to struggle. Top speed, of course, is always so important here. Quartararo at the moment is picking up some 16 kilometres an hour through the speed traps on the very fast entry there, and it's also a second point of turning performance on board your machine. And it's also something that Quartararo is concerned about on board the current version of the Yamaha.
It's great, isn't it, to see the remaining world champion Marcmarquez back in action here in Mugello Grand Prix. He was victorious at last year. Of course, we've covered off what happened to his brother Alex and to Gonzago in the Catalan Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. Of course, the MotoGP Sports Entertainment Group has been at the forefront for so many years, trying to improve safety both on and off the track in the MotoGP World Championship. There's been discussions before that of what happened over at Barcelona after a halfway point. You know that Alex and Johan are recovering once again. We wish them a speedy recovery. Cal dropped slow into Gonzago, became clear of Marcmarquez. Now, from a championship standpoint and in the paddock, there's been a lot of discussions already this weekend in Mugello at the Italian Grand Prix. I'm delighted to say, joining us for a brief spell here in the commentary box is Carlos Espineta, Chief Sporting Officer of the MotoGP Sports Entertainment Group. I'm sure you'll be right on hand, Carlos, to give us an update on what happened with those meetings. As I think mentioned, of course, you guys for so many years have been at the forefront of taking steps to improve safety in the MotoGP World Championship. What happened in those discussions here in Mugello yesterday?
Hi guys, thank you for having me, and I think it's just important to start off by saying the most important thing is that both Alex and Johan are well and they're recovering, and we hope that they're back here as soon as possible. Thanking also both Kelly and Cal for what is incredibly demanding weekend here at Mugello. After Barcelona, race direction and the rest together, we wanted to align with the team as soon as possible, see if there's any things to improve on, and really speak to the teams. We'll, of course, be speaking to the riders this afternoon and the safety commission. But of course, to every incident we have to try to learn from it and try to see what things can improve. I think that there's consensus among the teams that we
the regulations, let's say the process that was followed in Barcelona was correct. And that's, I think, an important starting point. And then, there are things to improve on that we've, starting to consider with the teams. One being, of course, the grid itself. If there's a chance or a consideration to be taken over, basically, leaving more space between the riders so they have also more manageable, more space to maneuver going into turn one. The other one is pole shots in general. And then there's two things on the bikes that we really want to look into, which is one sort of protection around that rear wheel, the swing arm area, following Johan's crash. And the other one, if there's a bike failure, like Pedro had, giving some warning to the bikes that are approaching that area, which probably in Alex's case probably wouldn't have changed much because Alex was so close to Pedro. But maybe in other occasions that could actually make a difference. So 4 areas that we're looking into. Of course, it's not possible to make a reaction into this weekend, but I think all those 4 areas are ones that we can actually make up.
We know that you guys are always in constant dialogue with the teams, with the riders about how you can improve safety both on and off the circuit. You just mentioned those sort of 4 key areas that you're currently looking at as a result of what happened in Barcelona. It's difficult, I guess, to sort of put a time frame on when you might implement some of those changes, but you have an idea. Could we possibly see some in 2026, or is this all moving towards 2027?
So I think with the grid design itself, there's been consensus that we should consider that, and that's unanimous with all 11 teams. Of course, we're going to speak to the riders today about thinking what makes the most sense to pursue. There is sort of the thought that we should try to do this as soon as possible, but no later than 2027. Of course, changing the grid is a major change to the sport, and in some occasions, given the space from the start line to the last turn, we might have to actually, consider changing some bigger things in the circuit. So that being one of them. On the whole shot devices, of course, that is a conversation that it hasn't expired yet because the whole shot devices will not be here in 2027. So that is a conversation about can we do something this year.
There's been some discussion, I think, amongst the riders, the safety machines behind the scenes, which have been in operation in MotoGP for over 20 years, and that maybe the whole shot devices could be restricted at certain circuits. Silverstone was mentioned, Phillip Island was mentioned. Are you looking at an across-the-board change where whole shot devices could be banned for all tracks, or are you just looking at certain circuits where the riders are raising potential concerns?
So the proposal, the considerations around all tracks in general, of course, it's obvious to us that there's 2 of the remaining circuits where basically the energy, the braking into turn 1 is not that great, that you might have that risk of not disengaging the whole shot device. But the consideration that's now on the manufacturer's table and they're up to consider is around all of the circuits.
In terms of the process of the 3 starts that we had, or the 2 restarts that we had in Barcelona, there was a bit of chat immediately after the race of whether a 3rd restart should have happened, whether a 3rd start was ultimately necessary. How does the process pan out in race direction in terms of restarting a race? What are the parameters you have to look into? What ultimately dictates that decision? And I guess ultimately when you are making that decision, you can't be governed by emotions, can you? You've got to make a very hard and very calm and sensible decision to take that kind of call.
Yes, I mean obviously I'm not part of that decision, and you have that race direction. I think that when the race direction spoke to the teams yesterday, they all agreed that the process was followed. The process which was followed is correct. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with the track itself, and by the time both races were decided to be restarted, both riders were conscious at that time, sort of out of the biggest danger. So that is basically the process that was followed. But again, it's race direction.
You mentioned that, I guess, Carlos, because these are very initial and early discussions about the talks with manufacturers about potential ways that the area around the swing arm or the rear of the bike, which we saw recently involving John Zarco, unfortunately could be in some ways better protected to prevent those kind of incidents happening in the future. Do you have any idea, or the manufacturers give them an indication of how they
Zarco incident is probably the most graphic one that we've had, but not the only time that anything like that has happened in the sport. So it's something that we do want to give consideration to. Again, it's on the manufacturer's table now, but from what we understood yesterday, it doesn't seem like it's completely, like it's not that far-fetched to really come up with a solution. So positive conversation.
Got a quick update on the time screen. So Aldeguer is the second rider into the 46, a 46.916. He's ahead of Peko Bagnaia. He said that, as always, on Friday, every Friday in every Grand Prix, which has happened, I think, for over 20 years, the commission convenes to meet with MotoGP management, organisers, etc., with the riders. That will happen, of course, here today in Mugello. But have you canvassed any early opinion? Have you spoken to riders that have to happen in Barcelona just to get an indication of what they're thinking ahead of the safety commission today?
Yes, I mean, I've spoken to a couple of the riders, and then I think it's more important when it comes today. And I think it was also important for things to cool off after Barcelona because clearly, it was again the incidents were very, very graphic, unfortunately. And I was an event with at Redbull Ring on the Tuesday with a number of with Pedro, with Brad, with Top Rack, and with Anea. And after 48 hours and then having cooled down a bit more, they were actually more, let's say, in line with the decision that they had been taken. So again, I think it's the rules and regulations that we have have been adjusted season throughout all these. The 77 years of the sport, and it's important not to run into that.
Carlos, as always, we really appreciate your time, and as mentioned, we all know here in the paddock the fantastic work that the Emergency Sports Independent Group have done, not just in the present but in the past, to try to minimise the incidents that we see in Barcelona. It is a very, very important part of the game, unfortunately, so the riders have said. We wish you well in all these ongoing discussions with the teams and the manufacturers in the future, because I'm sure you're going to make the right calls to make MotoGP better and safer as always.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's definitely something that it's the number one priority for everybody around the table. We've come a long way, and we're going further. For us, it's something that of course, next year there's been a big step in that direction with the new regulations, which would make not only the safety, which is the number one objective, but also the sport itself better, even better. I think something that we're all looking forward to. But a lot has been done, but of course a lot still to do, like always. And when coming into a region like this, it's really important that we're having those conversations.
As always, we really appreciate your time. Have a great weekend here. What hopefully will be eventually a sunny Mugello and a great Grand Prix.
Thank you, guys. It is looking sunny for the rest of the weekend, and it's going to be, I think, for all of us MotoGP fans, really excited to see how this goes. There's a lot of question marks for the championship going into this weekend. Thank you.
Thanks very much, as always. Chief Sporting Officer Carlos Espeleta. Always great to get the inside thoughts on what's going on behind the scenes in the MotoGP World Championship. So as you can glean from that, the interview here with Carlos, there have been already immediate discussions which will be ongoing with the riders, with the teams and the manufacturers to try and take steps possible to avoid the things of what we saw with Marcmarquez and with Kiandra. Of course, it's motorcycle racing. It is a dangerous sport. There's no getting away from that. It's part and parcel of the game. But we know more than anybody the steps that are taken behind the scenes to make sure that not only do we deliver the greatest motorsport show on earth, but we also deliver the safest possible motorsport show on earth at the same time as well.
Yeah, the show, safety, all these two forces and all the things that can't really work from each other. It's very difficult to try and find that perfect balance between the two, which is a battle that MotoGP and motorsport in general is always striving to try and perfect. And by that, to remind you of the ultimate risks involved and why these riders are the best in the world and why we are in awe of their talent and their bravery. At the moment, it is Aldeguer, who himself has suddenly shown his ability and his pain threshold this season. He leads on a 46.916. from Zlatan.
Was Catalonia not just an ultimate drama weekend? He got taken out on the outside, completely not his fault, cleaned out after an incident involving Vigia and Ramadhipa on the first corner of Blackwater in the sprint. And then he rode quite brilliantly, he rode his heart out on that factory Honda. Thorpe got a rich reserve in Harder in second place. And then there was also the Q Grazzini mechanics outside the garage going, you've got a training room, mate. Yes, poor old Zlatan. The positive signs, let's look at the glass half full, shall we, for the 28-year-old Spaniard. He was strong, he had pace. I said to him in a post-race interview, get up the field and listen to him. A result like that has to be coming. He feels like there's plenty of pace and potential so far this season for Honda. A bit of bad luck, a few mistakes of his own doing, but costing a bunch of top six finishes. But quite clearly there's some patience and quite a bit strong on the rider so far this season. But it was the one that got away, wasn't it, from Barcelona? It would have been his third podium in 62 starts at HRC with Japan and Malaysia last year. But let's hope it's not too long before we see him being back in Park Ferme. Well, talking about Hondas, and we welcome back, well, one of their own, certainly one of their own as far as LTR Honda are concerned. Of course, with the unfortunate and we believe a prolonged absence ahead for Johan Zarco. Cal Crutchlow, the 40-year-old Brit, steps back into the LTR Honda garage this weekend. So it's been a pretty eventful couple of weeks for the boss, Lucio Cecchinello. Let's get his story with Kiandra.
Yeah, I imagine it's been a very busy 10 days for Lucio Cecchinello. I feel as though I've stepped in a time machine here, Lucio, to see Cal roll back into the LCR box, the bright yellow 35 now, back on the front of your bikes. What we'll talk about the previous 10 days in a minute, but just firstly, what were the emotions like having Cal back in the box this morning and seeing him roll back out on one of your bikes again?
It's the same as in the past. Where is my job? What is this? I want this. Prepare this. You know, it was already on fire. Now I got in the part. I'm really, really pleased. We are all very, very happy. Of course, any comeback in such a professional sport in such happiness. It's unbelievable hard. You know, it is something that is remarkable. The fact that he is ready to be there. And physically, I think that he's in a good condition, considering overall. Of course, he needs the time to get better.
We'll talk us through the last 10 days then and how this came together. From what Cal was telling us yesterday, it sounded like he had to convince his wife Lucy more than him himself.
Well, I believe that he wanted to experience something special again before eventually too late. I believe that he kept training just because he liked and second because I know that his soul, his mind, he wanted to do something in MotoGP still again. Best rider or whatever. But it's really special moment, and we are very happy that all the family fully support him.
And this all comes off the back of some very positive and brief updates on Johan's condition. I know you were speaking with the media yesterday, but those at home that weren't able to catch those shows, just give us very quickly the latest on Johan.
Well, I'm very pleased to say that the surgeon, and then he said that he told me we are going 100% with me, there is no doubt. I'm sure that he will be like never anything before, but in this time. How much? He told us that eventually he will be able to say more after the surgery, but that's really a matter of some months.
And that surgery is there a date now scheduled for that? Because I know in
place now on a 1:47.419, lifting himself up to speed on board the 93. We have seen fellow Spaniard rider expecting some teammates to Marcmarquez. They've seen Pedro Acosta getting a bit hotter with the collar over the session while we were joined by Carlos Escalante moving on to Roxy Sora, MotoGP around circuit to be coming through. Before goes San Lorenzo on prompting the tank with his KTM with his fist. Acosta at the moment down in 14th place. The KTM is an Air is only 2 places ahead of him.
Great time to see the time to Pedro Acosta. By going up this from last year and things were going his way in the first half of 2025, he was a little bit technically saying perhaps too much to the media about what he thought of Hutch's KTM at times. There was a more mature sort of reasonable opening space in the second half of last season, which, to be fair to him, to his credit, he has carried through into 2026 when he knows, and well, we all know that the KTM at the moment is not on a par with the Aprilia and the Ducati. Nobody on par with the Catalan Grand Prix. A couple of weeks ago, was there, with Fabio Di Antonio? What a season the Italian is currently having. There was a great shot, wasn't there? You might have seen some of our behind-the-scenes content post-Catalunya, where there was some rather raucous celebrations for the off-road situation, where the boss, Valentino, said, let's post a picture, and he said, are you sure you want to leave? Of course, this all in reference to the fact that, to all intents and purposes, it does sound like Fabio Di Antonio has already inked a contract to be on this bike next year at a factory KTM. I'm not even sure if Catalan Grand Prix will be going to change for Fabio Di Antonio. Although I would imagine that Valentino Rossi might be a rather persuasive team boss.
Yeah, well, he clearly did reach some magic in Barcelona. Both he and Frankie Morbidelli, Di Antonio, of course, felt the impact of being doctor and team owner being in the house with Morbidelli. Held up onto the front row of the grid on Saturday morning via qualifying 1. He went further over himself. He was quite keen, I'd say, 10th in the end. But Di Antonio, he's shown signs of it, hasn't he, already through this season? He's got the speed to win a Grand Prix. This was the first time he actually did win one. Not that he has truly got over the start issues that he's been suffering this season yet. It's fair to say that even with the win, it will paper over perhaps the cracks. In fact, Di Antonio did box the start at 10 in Barcelona on massive front wheeling. As we see a Costa having a moment of turmoil where someone has clearly gone down. You saw the line there through the gravel tractions on the down the rock. That first goal. And clearly the start problems for Di Antonio are not fixed yet.
Yeah, you can get that now. Well, he's going to be a real thorn in the side on a regular basis, as he has been so far. This is Pecco Bagnaia. So Pecco Bagnaia in the dirt at San Donato. Such an easy mistake to make when you're decelerating from about 365 kilometres an hour all the way back down to a second gear tight right-hand hairpin when you climb out of San Donato up to Luco turn 2. So while upright this morning, Pecco has been pretty quick. And only won 46.971. I think it's top of the leaderboard much of this session. All these laps got down as far as the ride coming through. That includes Jorge Martin, Sochi, Marcmarquez. So yesterday was sounding quite bullish about his prospects of retaining the seat. He could describe his Tech 3 KTM squad next season. So we saw the matter just agreeing the fine details. Not sure who's going to slot him alongside him at Tech 3 KTM next year. He said yesterday, all they've got to do really, Lewis, is agree the time to sign the contract at Trackhouse at Aprilia, and possibly 4 Italians maybe at Aprilia next year. We know Marco Bezzecchi and most likely Pecco Bagnaia is a rather harmless. There's a topple over the right-hand side in the gravel rock, deep gravel at turn 1. That will be Aprilia's factory team. Some gossip looking Corona Bagnaia. Pecco is having a bit of chuckle about that on the left-hand side. If you're going to crash at San Donato, that's how you want to do it. 0 miles an hour, just rolling off the side of your bike in the gravel. Some rules emerging of late that we won't do it. Or somewhat challenging, but a serious consideration for the second Trackhouse seat. So that's cheating and booting anybody for Trackhouse at Aprilia next season. Could be.
Strong line, wasn't it? Where by the time that point comes around, just halfway to achieving already, isn't it? Might take 3 more steps this weekend. Moto3 Aragon, of course, they're racing the same weekend as us, so you are well and truly served. You are doing 2-wheel mix this weekend. And imagine Ducati did he not want to lose Nicola Aprilia, given the role he's currently serving alongside his World Superbike winning commitments, of course, in preparing Ducati for the brand new 850 season here at the start of next year.
Quite interesting in the
Moto3 times very recently.
To come back, very, very recent World Superbike experience around the Balaton Park circuit. And so, the fact they could have been looking at here as they look to replace him for the next two Grand Prix. They think as Jorge Martin goes off-roading, that's not the optimal line. You want to tackle down through Castello and Savelli.
Martin's down second in this session. He, Gian Antonio and Vinales for sure, and I'd imagine Miller 2 in fourth have gone for a brand new medium rear tyre late in this session. The brief trip to the gravel track, but very quickly then so Becky will have a look behind to make sure he doesn't get in the way of Marcmarquez. There he is, with the 93 comes through the picture. 15 seconds remaining of this section, and no personal best of the moment on our time between team and yellow flags. And now Benteke now has just said his personal best, unfortunately have not gone across to brand new rubber in this session.
There's nothing derailing the Goodyear frame train right now, is there? He's fastest at the moment in this morning session. He's going to aim on a full drive at Magellan circuit. I'm going to go and tell you, got some special memories around this home Grand Prix venue. His first on the World Championship podium came here in Moto3 back in 2016. His first 10-year class pole position was here back in 2022. He did compete in all the Ducati top four here last year when he got Bagnaia late on the third place. So this is no big surprise, and the form he's shown already so far in 2026. I think it's fair to say that Fabio Antonio is there to stay at the top of this World Championship campaign, top three already. He mentioned earlier on, no point about it, he is a title contender. He might be playing it down, but he is.
Yeah, 26 points off the road end of the league, with 37 to 34 in every weekend. Marcmarquez dropping downhill into Scarperia. That's the second time now we've seen Marcmarquez wide through there. Now that is a right-handed corner. Not suggesting necessarily that the right shoulder is a quarter and went slightly wide through that corner, but that is twice now we've seen Mark on that downhill descent into turn 10, going ever so slightly wide. The world champion will end this session no higher than 40.
My girl, who's normally the rock leaderboard at the end of the morning sessions, giving it a nosebleed right now. It's as high as 8th place in FP1. What's actually Iagura? Briefly he was 8th because his teammate Ralph Lando was just picked to 8th place away from the track out MotoGP Giro, then 8th and 9th respectively, looking resplendent in their gold livery here. Which Iagura's got 3rd. So Iagura, he's had his 3 metre mix this morning, hasn't he? 146.680. Wakey Iagura-san finally turned up on a Friday morning.
Amazing what a brand new medium literally rear tyre will do for your fortunes on Friday morning. Yeah, you said back about Twitter, not a morning person. As Marcmarquez there to read the body language, he was just saying, you know, everything's calm at this stage, we'll take it step by step and we'll make another step forward later on. Of course, no reason, no incentive for Marcmarquez to go to red rubber later in that session. But I think Marcmarquez's sole goal for everything on this morning was to just get through that session on the skate.
Consuelo's first MotoGP experience since he was a Yamaha wildcard at Mategi back in 2023, and with him producing 149.913. The fact that since that Japanese Grand Prix nearly 3 years ago, he's done 50 laps on the LCR Honda in Misano on Wednesday. That is a pretty respectable lap time, isn't it, as far as Cal's concerned. 3.6 seconds. Fastest driver on circuit this morning. There he is. Your fastest Ducati so far, has to be said, in 2026. Fabio Antonio. He won once again with a 146.242. By then, delivering 8 wipes and found 146s. Right now. His first win in MotoGP since Qatar 2023, which coincidentally was 46 Grand Prix, almost 1,000 days. He will be hoping that he won't have to wait that long for his third victory in MotoGP.
46 is the number we get to see a lot of here in Mugello, generally in the grandstands. As we look outside our coin-box window, we can still see some Valentino Rossi caps. Of course, a Grand Prix winning team owner once again. From Barcelona, World Championship winning team owner by the end of the season. And as we've already discussed, it's far from a remote possibility for Fabio Antonio this year.
Yeah, it does look like though, as far as Valentino's concerned, a bit of a lost cause in terms of keeping Fabio Antonio on board with the VR46 Ducati next year. Get ready for like a practice start session here. Back in Rossi heyday to fight anybody who wasn't wearing yellow merchandise here on the grandstand and the hillsides of Mugello. Remember all the on the warm-up platform, the yellow flares that used to get united.
Barcelona, but let's go do some media duties, some PR duties over in China. Looked like he enjoyed himself, but more days to sober at home to give his back on a little bit more of recuperation time as he hobbles into the factory Ducati. This is Marcmarquez. Very dismissive about the significance of his right foot injury picked up in that Le Mans high side in that Canada sprint incident. You see there, visibly and physically, it's having some impacts on the reigning world champion.
Another return from injury for Marcmarquez, of which there have been several in his career, and he's returned from all the previous ones as good as he ever was, so there's no reason to expect he won't do that this time. He's been through so much, of course, hasn't he, in his career, with numerous fracture with the Lokia that he suffered from on a couple of occasions through his golf career, once in Moto2 and once now in MotoGP. He had a right shoulder, issues that are played behind the three. Still, of course, chasing that 100th Grand Prix victory across all classes. Scores the 99th income in Italian territory, of course, when he won at Misano last year, and this was the sort of body language moments ago, just saying there to Gigi Vigna, front of picture, saying, yeah, nothing to worry about at this stage.
Win number one came right here in Mugello, didn't it? All the way back in 2010 in the 125. You can see here, that's Pinto, and Bagnaia also having a little chat at the back of the garage. Bagnaia, wasn't even moving, wasn't when he got stuck in the gravel at turn one and just fell off the side of his factory Ducati. Sacanate this morning, when he ended up back at 8th, fast as he was the first rider into the 146s. Hong Kong celebrations, the kiss celebrations, where he got a message, a personal message, congratulations from his frontman Gene Simmons 2 or 3 years ago when he took one of his winning victories here in Mugello. Boy, would he love to be victorious once again in front of his home crowd.
Entering the paddock yesterday with a pizza box in his hand that he was offering around the paddock. I think he's been taking some tips from Pedro Acosta back in his Moto2 title winning season when he basically handed one to Tony Arbolino and his crew at the winning part of May. Some of that potentially foreshadowing of what Pecco Bagnaia might have planned if he wins again on Sunday.
Well, there's a little bit of a pizza cooker, wasn't there, by Ducati in the pit lane here last night. Pecco was on the spanners, he got the gloves on, he was on the pizza oven. Where was our invite though, Mr. Bagnaia? Come on. Some of those pizzas look damn tasty as well. Although we did make do with a rather nice takeaway pizza up in the spectacular Tuscany Mountains. Pedro Acosta, nice, very nice. Launched that on the factory KTM. Diego Moreira fires away just ahead of Marcmarquez. Dropped the cross on the factory Ducati. Last year when he made a right,
sprint,
I'm going to say in the sprint he
was almost not looking at the lights.
He was all over the place, wasn't he, Marcmarquez? He was still getting everything. Well, which button do I press now? Oh no, the lights are going out. Crikey.
I think he was around 9th or 10th, wasn't he, when he actually braked the first corner. Brad Binder, not for the first time, he's having some problems. This time it's in a practice start session rather than the start itself, but it's a session that Brad Binder's not to take part in. More KTM gremlins.
I just hope the KTM say that it's not reliable and he just ran out of fuel at the end of the session. Whatever's happening, that KTM is not in full working mode, is it, at the moment? What about Marcmarquez? Well, the Aprilia. I was just about to say, I've got a feeling that on this replay we're going to see a mishap here for Marcmarquez's practice start. Yeah, look at that wheel, look at that rear tyre. Look at the wheels, what a shot that is. That is zero forward momentum for Marco Bezzecchi, and he quickly decided to shut the throttle there and back out of it, because all you saw there was almighty wheel spin as he tried to put a whole bunch of torque and 200 horsepower through that rear tyre.
On the timing screen, Brad Binder was shown as having pitted at the end of the session, so yeah, we'll see if we can get the bottom of that before we get to practice this afternoon to find out what happened. Of course, this is the only opportunity they get in the weekend before the sprint on Saturday to actually do a practice start from the grid itself. In other sessions through the weekend, you are allowed to do a practice start at the end of sessions before you get to the designated area of the circuit, which will be elsewhere around the track. So let's see if the second time is slightly more successful for Marco. But his first attempt was certainly spectacular to watch, but it didn't seem to go forward very much.
The front wheel was Sky was a little bit more than he'd been hoping for. We know we've seen it repeated so far in 2026. That is just a rocket ship off the lines. Fairly one run as well down to your initial braking marker for San Renato. Distance like that by Bagnaia. Close front rear for Martin Nail. Just practice start there. Look at the picture on the factory Aprilia.
They're all congregating on the right-hand side, their right of the racetrack, because it's still a bit wet offline over to their left, so they don't want to do a crash start over there, because they'll have even less grip than Phil Bettini had a moment ago.
Carl Joycelow trying to get himself back in practice start mode himself. Here I've looked at the far side. Was it on the camera inside Carl's home for the first time he got into sixth gear down the start finish straight here. It's been a long time since Carl's been anything near 350 kilometres an hour, which he just missed out by half a click this morning. His best top speed was 349.5, which is still a heck of a way to notch, not with the MotoGP bike in anger. points mark behind Bez. That's the sixth Grand Prix of the season. Insurmountable. Pecco Bagnaia from 91 points behind Fabio Quartararo to win the 2022 World Championship. That was before the three sprint era, when they weren't 37 points a weekend on the ground. And Mark didn't get anywhere near the kind of minus that he found around this point last year when he went on that rhythm spring. 7 successive sprint wins, 7 successive Grand Prix wins, 7 doubles. It was actually 15 successive wins because he won the sprint in Barcelona before Alex Toffoli. If he can get anywhere near that kind of form, well, only the forward write him off.
We know what he's capable of. We know that he is relentless when he gets into that kind of form. And yeah, the Ducati's capable of winning Grand Prix up to the last three. Without Marquez and Red Bull, Bagger's going to help out in the car there. Surely will be watching this Barcelona and Winsberg. Flash goes on the race with the other one. The rest knows that I'm 100% fit. That's Marquez in front of San Antonio. All the respect in the world to those. Marquez is a second-time rookie.
Of a second quicker on the right now. San Donato. himself in the P1 here, and it is game on for this leading laps record. Because Gian Antonio, now that is payback, isn't it, from Fiji on Marcmarquez.
Bagnaia up the inside now at Marcmarquez.
Does Marcmarquez and does peel in to one lap.
So, yeah, we'll look to a bit more of that before we get to practice this afternoon to find out what happened, because this is the only opportunity they get before the start from the grid itself in other sessions in the weekend. You are allowed to do a practice start at the end of sessions, but you need the designated area of the circuit to be elsewhere. So let's see if the second time is slightly more successful. His first attempt was certainly spectacular to watch, but it didn't seem to go forwards very much.
Snatching, and the front wheel was Sky was a little bit more than even hoping for. Initial braking marker for Santanato. From Mir, away Martin nailed his practice start there.
On the right hand side, they're right to the racetrack because it's still a bit wet offline over to their left, so they don't want to do a practice start over there because they'll have even less grip than to go.
Cal Crutchlow trying to get himself back in front to start mode himself. I'd love to have been inside. There was a little camera inside Cal's helmet the first time he got into sixth gear down the start finish lane. It's been a long, long time since Cal's done anything near 350 points. He just missed that by half a kick this morning. His best top speed was 349.5. Which is still a way too much for the since the take of 2023.
So Igura on the very fast starting Aprilia. We're now looking to the eyes of Marcmarquez. 15th in that session, the trouble-free practice start. It looks very serene from this particular vantage point at several hundred frames per second. But once you go on the bike and in the head of Marcmarquez at this point.
Accelerates quite on speed. Yeah, they weren't clean start. Lights out of the racing. Williams. It's getting better. 3 flew through on Acosta. Alex Marquez. He's on the inside of Acosta. Acosta desperately trying to fight back. Alex Marquez able to find a way to remain in the second place. Acosta now goes back on the inside of Marquez and just completely barbecued that soft rear tyre.
Pedro Acosta is just not letting it rest on this. He's definitely going to go on the inside. Of course he is. Acosta's not going to make the second place up.
And on the head, another dribble from Aldegar as he comes out of the final corner. It has been that question. Phenomenal from the What a performance! And what a dominant victory by the rookie. Huge credit goes to Pedro Acosta. Alex Marquez is there on the podium, despite the late charge from Veda and Marini. Second youngest ever MotoGP winner at the age of 20 years and 183 days.
he suffered 3 DNFs at the start of his Moto3 career, so he won't want to be finishing outside the top 10. Of course, it goes without saying to only not more than that for a long, long time in the Moto3. Scored points over in the US and of course we're top 10 in the as well, so really obviously on a decent form and so far this afternoon's pace setter Adrian Fernandez into San Donato.
Yeah, but tell you what, they come up over that hump down that front straight, and what a ripper there, turns 4 and 5, and Borgo San Lorenzo, I think, is coming up through here, so I've got to say, this is fast. Then it's opening up the power, off the gear, but trying it right out to get to the hill, and then and as nice as to see
heads out for the first time, so clearly there was a little bit of an issue down there on that side of the Redbull KTM Tech 3 box, but good to see the Argentine is out on track. Fingers crossed. KTM can get back to the box. He will okay with that. Back out for maybe the last 15 minutes if it's quick. Who knows? We'll wait and see though. This is Marcmarquez being chased by Alonso and also shadowing and then overtaking the tail of the without the slipstream, always vital in Moto3, especially here at Mugello. So far, same as we said, the match wanting to have a dose of slipstream down the front straight if needed. Of course, it can gain. To make a couple of overtakes, he was finding it a little bit tricky. He said he knows he's got the pace. We've seen that a couple of times in the season. Sprint to line or left sprint to line. starting from P24, more often than not. That's exactly what Cruises practice something like that slide to the gravel. Hopefully Cruises is all okay. But yeah, O'Gorman just ahead of Cruises on track because there as well as a second crashing Cruises. Great fight back, was inside that top 10 as well. So top John from the Irishman, who qualified well, but then got that penalty, but then got his head down in the races and was in that podium fight from the end of it as well. So yeah, strong Sunday.
O'Gorman has been impressive, I've got to say, on Sunday this year. 11th in Burra, 9th in the top 10 for Kiandra, who was in the top 10 again in Alonso, but then fell off late on, I think it was a minute lap. And then 12th, let sign out in red. Then it was MotoGP in that top 10. Oh, dearie me. Guido Pini, well, he's just absolutely right out the inside. Well, Rico Salmella, that's not going to be getting the KTM Tech 3 mechanics are very excited, that is for sure. Guido Pini entering right through there at coincide, which is a guarantee that Rico Salmella's already picked the right San Bernardo 1.1 kilometres time. Oh, just about to mention as well. They're going to take place yet again. Guido Pini on a Friday. Really sure there's something flapping off the KTM probably on his right hand side or on his left side. Then I think it's the strap there. Have a look at this. Pini's turning it tight. I'll tell you what. The race direction. We'll be looking at that. I think if it was on a Sunday, you could say all is fair running his races, but unfortunately, it's a bit much on for Moto3 practice. Exactly where he lives.
Maybe a tad aggressive, and Sam Miller wouldn't have seen him before, so Sam Miller was just taking his racing line, maybe a tad wide, but Sam Miller certainly didn't lose too much time, but the door was open for Pini to try and come through, and then the two paths merged, didn't they? Unfortunately for the two, turn 12, kind of tired, but yeah, Pini has a little bit of work to do. He moved up to P15 with that lap, but of course that got him the top 14, and he was outside of the top 14 in Catalonia, outside of the top 14 in France, outside of the top 14 in Jerez as well, so since his win, hasn't seen a top 14 on a Friday within the 94, so just needs to get that rhythm back on a Friday. Said he has struggled to get into the weekend and find that feeling he needs on that Honda to start the weekend. He was mentioning the Heavy Ten Grand Prix was really important for them to try and figure out to get up to speed quicker on a Friday.
Ricky Vico did do an interview to a lot of big things were expected from the 94, Preston was winning America, but unfortunately was quite literally racing at home, touched it quite a lot this morning, and yeah, he was from Scarperia, that's the exact location within the Borgo San Lorenzo commune, let's say. Guido Pini was close by all the confident here, racing Mugello. Looks like moves into the top 14 now. Quickly, let's just give you a rundown then. There's 15 minutes of this session left to go. Here is Moto3 practice, the top 14 names, the ones that are going to move through provision. Of course, that's your chance to making 14 minutes on the clock as we have a look at Guido Pini. Glove strap flapping in the breeze. It's John Nectar, Alvaro Carpe, Daniel Landa, Adrian Fernandez and Max Kiles, who are your top 5. John Colson, brilliant lap for the Grid Lab Racing Honda team. Puts himself up there in P1 thus far. Outside the top 5, Brian Ariarte, Russo Yamanaka has woken up. Great to see number 6 up there in P7. 8th from Matteo Battaglia, who was top Battaglia this morning, and very, very enthused about that fact when I spoke to him very briefly in the pause between the sessions. Not David Munoz, in the top 10 at the moment, is Marco Morelli. There's Joel Ekman in the second this morning. Casey O'Gorman is 12th. Then Emilio Shea and Guido Pini this line at teammate. So that most player for Hondas are in. Most of the Grid M-Lab Hondas are in. And that is a sign that Michael Laverty's squad have really, really upped their game, up their performance, and are really starting to make waves in Moto3.
Yeah, good to see that for sure. Fernandez, one of them, well, the only rider
down at the bottom of the class. Maybe, yeah. So I'll tell you what, half my deal for Guido Pini with 11.5 minutes on the clock. Also outside, he needs, as I said, on his lap front. They've been tight. They've been quite well in the Indonesia down there in the 21st. Moodley, Rios, Ramersdorf and Matani. There's no big surprises there. Perhaps Hayes as Rios, but I think he was so strong anyway in Barcelona that perhaps he's just getting a point so this is his first time here. He's never seen Mugello, so we can almost forgive him for taking the front on his first day back.
He said wasn't in Red Bull looking quick enough, but no doubt he's never raced here as well for Cruz says, but he's a quick learner, is Cruz says, and he's back in the box, or just outside the KTM box as it is. All the Moto3 teams who haven't got a pit box on the pit lane, there's a lot of garages outside the back of the paddock as well. It's very difficult to find a circuit that can fit every single Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP team in the pit lane, so not unfamiliar to see lots of Ramadhipa patiently in the box. We didn't see much of him and his teammate David Munoz, not seen much of Munoz in the session either, but Almanza is inside that top 5. Where is David Munoz? None. So yeah, a bit of a better session so far for the kind of MotoGP team.
And that is the kind of post-start session that we are racing in this weekend. Perfectly illustrated by Max Keeler. Look at curve there as well. The black players the same as Sally on the home line. We're going to race on Sunday. This was time, this GP time last year. It's Redbull top 10 group back here. Not the place the best so far. Absolute best grip of the fourth of the year later. But he did miss the yellow here last year because he had that frightening set of injuries from a training accident, but he's definitely back to his best Matteo Bertani. I've got to say, as we've seen the world's biggest number 9, it's not a massive joke to follow the fan club. It is Guido Pini's fan club, the Own Drive Blind fan club. He is the most popular person in this paddock this weekend, and I'll tell you what, I think that flag was flapping in the breeze as much as we was coming down the front straight to Ruben Carmelo behind 13 there. Aki Denise is now back in the pit lane, so let's see what they can do there with the on credit MT helmets and the ice. Looks like it's ready to rock and roll, so good stuff then for Jordi Kittel's team down there, and let's see if he can get himself up into maybe so he's got shots to the airside. That's for sure as always. Lucy slides onto the track towards the right hand side out of the pathway. Wow, that's a massive front. Took on back to the territory. That's subject, of course, not only has he been fast really since he came back to Europe, but he's, I think we can say, now working absolutely not only anymore, it's not a proper race, he's looking very, very long. I think fully recovered, back to
this time last year in January, we first saw him back in the paddock after his injuries, and it's safe to say that Italy was not in fine shape. It's good shape as he could have been after the training back to the absence. So great to see Italy around about a year later, on the Moto3 podium and looking somewhat back to his best. So yeah, Italy MTM team as well. Stick by the team through thick and thin. Switching with the Italian is getting back to this and of course riding like we know he can now. Who is everyone waiting for? I wonder who's going to be the guinea pig. There's been a few guinea pigs head out there already. Adrian Fernandez, Yamanaka, Morelli, and Hakim Denise. Maybe they're all waiting for the number 64. He's wanting a bit of slipstream down that start-finish straight.
I have a horrible feeling we're going to see a load of dawdling incoming as well in a moment. So less than 7 minutes left on the clock. The local KTM IO guys getting ready with the car play. This is the CIP Green Power cruising on the left. Good to see the Cruises is now going to be back out on track after his accident. Scott Ogden is in the pink helmet as well there on the green machine. Ryan Ariarte, Russo moving, Guido Pini all head out, so whatever the problem was Guido Pini, whether it was the gear lead or something else. Pini is back out there now, out on track. Veda is still in the box, so it's too urgent to get him out. It's like getting ready for 100 metres sprint down there. Something like that.
Sniffing outside the top 14 as things stand. He's obviously a bit wide, as you can see there. I think Chris says less than a second away from the top 14 Alonso and just over a second and a half away from the top 14. I expect that to change a lot, but as you can see here, as you might mention as well, he'll look at the times and you'll see that he's still well over 6 tenths clear of the top 14, the cut line for the half second clear at least, and yeah, he's just going to be sitting patiently, let everyone else do the donkey work, let everyone else play some games, and he'll head out when he needs to head out. Of course, he'll try and set a full lap time, but he's under no pressure to get inside that top 14 as things stand. It could change.
I wasn't surprised that they couldn't try and get down the pit lane and join on to the train at the front here. So, well, under another now it's a little bit of the track. Max Midway is heading out. Let's see if anyone else is going to follow him. I wonder if he's going to learn the dummy. No, indeed he's not. John Kelso straight out there. Cormac McCann likewise. As we were saying. Brilliant. That's me then. Punching the biggest half of the better Moto3. That is now the biggest moving target. Better Moto3 out there for everyone else. Less than 5 minutes ago. The championship leader. Slack. They didn't get on that very well at all. So the big record is what happened at so then John Kelso and Eddie O'Shea learning the corner of the
Is under no real pressure really. He's top of the time sheet, so he doesn't need to try and follow anyone. However, times are about to tumble here. This is Morelli chasing Alvaro Carpi on track the 97. This is going to take him to P1 surely. It's not gone far. He's a slipstream, but surely that's good enough to take him P1, and it is. But now we need to cut our eyes on Adrian Fernandez, FP1 pace setter. He's going great wins in the third split this morning where he was particularly strong. He's going to gain time in that split. No, he's a bit of to Morelli.
Yeah, a little bit, but he's still up as he comes into the Chile. So let's see what Adrian Fernandez is doing. 4 minutes, as I said, on the clock now. So there's obviously a great deal of luck. I think Fernandez can get this one, and then potentially only one more. We'll have to wait and see. Adrian Fernandez, the most is safe and fit, and he's now looking to time his up his P1. There's no penalty. He goes down to 55. So 55.963 for number 31, Adrian Fernandez. Great job behind him, though. Hanging the lead is actually the biggest crash we've seen all day here in practice for Moto3. The exit wheel gets to move himself up into the top 10, and that means he moves himself provisionally up into Q2 directly out of practice. So great job from him.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Guido Pini out of the top 14 as well. And here is the freight train. A lot of riders are in. Scott Ogden in the background there. Eddie O'Shea in the mix as well. He's P14 and on the front line now as we focus in on Leo Ramastorfer. Where is Ramastorfer? Down in P25 after finishing inside that top 10 this morning. So a bit of a jostling position in that slipstream and then try and get a clean lap in, which is going to be difficult in the group. Here is Guido Pini, the home hero, picking him up. He's on a decent lap time, and half a second away from his teammate though. But if he holds that to the line, he's going to go inside that top 5.
So Guido Pini, at least he's going to get this one over the line, but he absolutely cannot crash, really, because this is so happy by not being able to get out there and get up. Puts him 7. He took him 6, but he towed Rouchet Moodley, the South African round as well. So Rouchet Moodley is on course at the minute to move directly into Q2. That would be some job by the Code Motorsports team down there, and some brilliant job by Rouchet Moodley. Moodley has been a little bit underwhelming at times in 2026. That it would be his first direct.
Mugello as well. Picked up multiple factions right on Mugello last year when Moodley was in a bit of a rich vein of form. So great to see the Southampton jump inside that top 10. Adrian Fernandez is not going to improve on this lap time round, but he won't care. He is P1 Ryusu Yamanaki. Good to see the Japanese rider, as he did over in Barcelona on Friday, get inside that top 14. That's more like it from Ryusu.
Yeah, Massimo Virginie looking on down there from the Leopard Champions riders are first and 8th at the moment. The both Leopard riders at the moment. Moving through. Kilos is down in 9th place at the moment, and not on the lap this time round. He's only going to get his next one when he crosses the line because we're 90 seconds away from the checkered flag falling. So, thanks Kilos. I would normally say 9th place, you are okay, but there's a big train of riders and we just saw also moving right up into the top 6, top 7. So, keep an eye on that. Yamanaka's one moved up into P3 just then. Let's see what Kilos has got in his final sector. It doesn't look like he's going to do it at all. And he doesn't stay 9th place until he's tied. Alonso's on the lap. Uriarte's on the lap. Morelli halfway down the under. Aljan Fernandez is 55.963. Almanza it is, who is punching a big hole in the air. Matteo Bertelli drafting him through as well. Almanza goes second. Bertelli still 11, but improved. Munoz moves up into 8th place. That's Kilos back another place. So Kilos is now rounding out the top 10 with less than a minute to go. And we are now at the point now where those who need a lap can always just have a little chip through the gravel. Could always take the flag, yellow flag at this stage of the session for the title.
Exactly, now Kilos is 11th because Brian Uriarte was just in shot, has moved into the top 10. Marco Morelli goes P1, a great lap from the young Argentine on that 9.7. That should be now Marco Morelli safely into Q2. But opposite faces, because they know in the asphalt box, Jorge Martinez Asphalt and Nico Tirol, that Kilos is not safe here.
Yeah, Esteban 40, 13th for Denise, but he's lacking track time really. So Denise, if he can put this together, he may well be able to knock Kilos back another spot. Kilos is up on his own time through the opening part of this lap. So it's not all done yet. Fernandez takes the flag. The checkered flag is out. Fernandez and Yamanaka take the flag. Denise takes the flag. He's down there in 13th, so he will be also likewise holding his breath to see if he does move straight through into Q2. Pick up Kilos. This is Dion Betty 1. Look at that. Dion Betty 2. Look at Scott Ogden. Scott Ogden halfway round this lap. And Danny Bring up as well. So this is not all done yet. And Ogden needs this to eliminate him. So Brits got Ogden at 2.5 off the pace at the moment, but he's flying. Great guns here. Valentin Peroni, just a bit straight. Valentin Peroni, looking almost on the second page of the time has been to find number 73, down in 23rd. He needs this lap too. Kilos coming to the line. Half a second off from sector in. Moves up to 7th now. That should secure his Q2 placing. We need to see Peroni. We need to see Ogden. They're in this big train. Let's see if there's a little bit of slippery in the play. I think going to be ready for David Munoz. Who's going to go in the line now. 10 minutes, 1 minute. Will be enough. They will be the best in 3 years. But it's up to the top 3. Ogden! Up into P1, the top practice. Brilliant stuff for them. And Peroni moves through. I'll tell you what, it's a great shot from Max Kilos. Set that lap time, but I'm just wondering if he's like that chalked off. Maybe I'm wrong, but Kilos is in 14th place.
Yeah, it's still his last lap that's counting, so...
Kilos down in 14th place. Eddie O'Shea got ahead of him. Alvo Carver got ahead of him. Oh, not like Nicky Lee. 17th place, and it's Q1 again for Rio Pini. It just isn't happening on a Friday, but what a great job by this lot down here. The CIB Green Power team managing their demons and woes from Barcelona. Scott Ogden put one on the card. Oh, well, that sounds great.
Yeah, very good stuff from Ogden. Needed a lap time at the end there and delivered. Got a bit of victory to help as well. Ogden is on a run of 3 consecutive long-point scores. Yeah, very good. From Ogden,
Rupo Salmela can put a lap in. Bertelli, Denise, there's Case of Gorman down in 23rd. There's a lot of riders that are not going to fit into those 4 places. I've got to say, big problem down there at the window being on Friday. That's something that the young Italian is going to have to work on. And when he gets back to the box here, this rider on your free match here, you know he's going to be bringing a massive side of the black could have been a real fire. Not making the very security direction. Just great thing. I'll tell you what, now that you're closing on 72,000 different titles.
very tight, few riders, including Uriarte, including Pini, missing out by around about 10 per second and even less. So, yeah, interesting Q1 coming up. It pretty much always is, but there's some big hitters, some fast riders who've been on the podium and been challenging the podium so far this year. Bertelli, a podium finisher, of course, as well. Pini, a race winner. Uriarte in that victory fight last weekend over in Barcelona.
disgruntled, Max Perez. Not looking happy down there at all in Moto. That's what I've got to say, Al, you mentioned that at the moment at that time, we were looking at Scott Ogden and Valentin Pironi, but brilliant job by Pratama, who had a very, very quiet Friday up until when he moved up into ninth just at the end there. And he was real through his last this morning, completes that top 10. But it's Stoddard who is P1, a 155, 8-on-2, sees him move through on his final climb down ahead of Marco Pirelli. Edgar Fernandez who was fastest this morning, completes the top 3. Bring up Pironi to 4th, and Chris Almanza, Esteban, Ramadhipa, Pratama, and Rios comes good right at the end. And then completing the 14 lines, we're already seeing 3 Del Kelso, Almar Carpe, Eddie O'Shea, Max Gila, absolutely only just moving on through. Uriarte, Pini, there's massive headline going into Q1 tomorrow to be sure that they'll be fighting around. Moto2 is up very soon in the Championship Trophy and Eddie Wills, but I'm going to get down to here. Enjoy the afternoon of MotoGP action.
Totally different from the last time we spoke to you in Moto2, doesn't it? With the gloomy and overcast skies now breaking clear for some beautiful early summer sunshine in the Tuscan mountains. Moto2 enjoying the benefits of some dry running after around about 3 or 4 minutes of it earlier on today. Here at the moment at least to be set there for a dry practice session. Moto2 build to get themselves really properly dialed in to it. Challenging and fierce in the jump. Fans already get themselves into World Cup fever. They get to say what works, that's part of the work, without picking on some unhealed wounds. Of course, with Italy failing to qualify, but it's sort of spectacular in the United States, Canada and Mexico. It's going to paddock, have got football on their minds with the Champions League final to come tomorrow. Classes of Grand Prix racing are already making their Saturday afternoon and evening plans around that, which is going to go on before this Mugello weekend. Moto2 are a medium focus, going to get our first ideas to who's fast and who's not around this particular circuit. As mentioned, the FP1, we got the Italian Grand Prix, who did end the morning fastest. 4/10 of a second is advantage over Alex Squitch. Looking at on the left of your screens. Earlier on today. Championship leader Manu Gonzalez was up inside the top 3 ahead of his adversary from Barcelona last time out, Celestino Vietti. Third World Championship, Ethan Navarro was down in 12th, although he did not switch across to slicks at the end. So plenty more to be expected from him when we get into this afternoon's session. He has been right at sharp end on the last couple of Friday afternoons. Good son of Elliot York is always with you to find out which 14 go through to Q2. Where the number 14 ended up on top, although perhaps conditions that favour Celestino Vietti. Here's the other side of the Speed RS box, and young Luca Lanetta, for his 20th birthday, celebrated that on Wednesday, and was already going to arrive here in high spirits after a best showing of his rookie season so far in Barcelona. Also, occasion worth celebrating for Luca earlier in the week. Also, making his way through Q2 via the Q1 route in Barcelona, chasing his first automatic Q2 appearance later today.
Yeah, belated happy birthday to Luca Lanetta, top 10 in Moto2 for the first time, birthday and home Grand Prix in the space of about a week and a half, so not a bad week and a half for the Italian, who has had his injury trouble this year and of course last year as well, and fingers crossed Lanetta can have a good weekend on home soil as well. And Alonso just shows off his Sunday night dance moves, let's call them, in the box, obviously lingering up to head out in the session. Good to see the Queen smiling after what was a couple of tricky weekends in terms of his shoulder injury that he picked up pre-Le Mans, and he did end the weekend in Barcelona by saying that very positively, numerous positive, but the main one is that the shoulder didn't have any trouble with things. Spending a lot of time on physio, said his weekends in France and in Barcelona have been heavily disturbed. His usual routine had been interrupted by a lot of physio on that shoulder. So good to hear that Alonso is now pretty much injury free and can put into his usual weekend with him. Fingers crossed that any injuries affects him, and then we should be seeing what Alonso is truly made of in Moto2, because we know he is title challenging and race winning potential.
Moto3 winner here after 2024, which granted his tour of most places. Moto2 weekend, but this man Joe Roberts won the Moto2 battle in a shorter Moto2 race, which Joe Roberts narrowly won at the expense of Gonzalez, who was back on Bristol chasing his first Moto2 victory. Yeah, when you look at the calendar, of course we don't want to prejudge because the session isn't even underway yet, but when you look at the Grand Prix calendar and think of the circuits that Joe Roberts will certainly target, there's maybe 2 or 3 that come to mind. Pratama potentially one of them. Well, of course, where he won match here, Sunday night. The other circuit, which we know Joe Roberts is absolutely dynamite around, is this Moto2.
Probably one of the most Roberts a couple of years ago. Not quite seen that form so far in 2026. Did see last year, as you mentioned, in Brno. That's the Joe Roberts we want to be seeing. Had a promising session this morning, and yeah, after a more promising Le Mans, he was a little bit out of the equation, let's say, over in Barcelona. But hopefully, Smoking Joe can rediscover his mojo for the American fans and plenty of other fans around the world as well. He's a rider that we want to be seeing in that victory and podium fight. We know he can be. So fingers crossed, this weekend might be the turning point for Roberts. P7 earlier on this morning, so positive signs, but only completed 6 laps, as well as Philip Salac only completed 3. So potential issues down there. Didn't manage to catch up with the team during the lunch break. But Salac especially, it looked like some issues there. 2:14.095 was 20 seconds off the pace, and obviously, goes without saying, that is not normally what we see from Salac or anyone. And yeah, fingers crossed, whatever the issue was down there in the American racing box, that has been fixed for the afternoon.
He's proven that he can bounce back though, hasn't he, already this year from poor Friday mornings. The French Grand Prix certainly would spring to mind, and we saw Salac trudging up pit lane, ready to get his afternoon underway. Of course, no real representative dry running to really draw upon for this Moto2 field. So with the format as it is in all classes of Grand Prix racing nowadays, where you're already going for Q2 top 14 times on a Friday afternoon, they're almost going to try and cram 2 sessions into the space of 1 in this session. Do that in early initial setup work. Try and have an eye on the Grand Prix, which are likely going to be in these sort of conditions on Sunday afternoon, but also with a focus on an outright fast time to ensure that they're not going through Q1 tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, and we just focusing on Ethan Guevara. In the last few rounds, we've seen him not really bothered with the time attacks in the final 10 minutes. He's headed straight out there, got the lap time on the board that he needed to get inside that top 14, and usually it's been inside that sort of top 3, top 5 realm, and Guevara's pretty much sat out the final 10 minutes of the session. Maybe that's a tactic he's going to continue doing throughout the rest of the season. It's worked so far. It's pretty courageous and pretty brave, but it's worked in the last couple of Grand Prix, so who knows, we might see Guevara do that again. We will obviously find out in the next 40 minutes or so before MotoGP practice emerges for their hour-long session this afternoon. But Guevara looks decent for some stints in the morning when they're in the wet tyres. The times are very distorted after some riders of and went out in slick tyres. Guevara was P12 this morning, 6.7 seconds off, but I think he was one of the riders who didn't opt to slot in some Pirelli slick tyres, so he should have an extra set compared to a few of the riders on the grid, as we now do get the green flag for Moto2, and that is Senna Regis coming out of the box. Another rider who did not opt for slick tyres, but of course in the dry conditions he absolutely is now for the first time this weekend.
5 riders this season after 6 Grand Prix have automatically made themselves a part of Q2 without having to go through Q1 this season. The podium finishers from Barcelona are 3 of them: Manu Gonzalez, Celestino Vietti and Ivan Guevara. Here is another of them, Ivan Ortolo, only number 4, who was of course 4th in Barcelona. He's made Q2 automatically at every Grand Prix so far this season. The other is Colin Vaya, the 95 for the Redbull KTM IO team, who certainly hasn't found qualifying much of a problem this season. He's found seeing checkered flags slightly of an issue of late. 3 DNFs in the last 4 for Vaya. Here's number Alonso, who has had to go through Q1 already on 2 occasions this season. About 3 occasions. The last couple of Grand Prix, Catalonia and Le Mans, of course, all the way back to the season opener in Thailand, he had to go through Q1 as well. But it certainly feels as if Alonso doesn't have a physical issue to occupy his mind this weekend. He can simply focus on trying to exploit the clear potential he's shown this season, which hasn't really been translated in overall Sunday results so far.
Yeah, fresh rubber has been what Alonso's nemesis has so far in 2026, so we're going to get an indication now Alonso is not struggling with that shoulder, just how much of an improvement he has made on that sort of time attack mode when that is engaged. They of course had the post-Grand Prix test on Tuesday as well. It was more of a private test, so not a lot emerging from that test, but I can assure you that Alonso is definitely giving it a go on some fresh rubber to see if he can just find a bit of time in time attack mode. We know that there is absolutely no issues whatsoever with his late race pace, but you've got to put yourself in a better position than Alonso has done on many occasions so far in 2026 to use that late race rhythm and get yourself onto the top step of the podium as the Redbull KTM IO duo fly along the 1.1 kilometres long front straight together. Jose Antonio Reda having his best weekend in Moto2 so far over in Barcelona, and Colin Vaya using the slipstream to great effect to propel him into the opening flying lap of the session for the number 95, who is on a run of back-to-back DNFs for the first time in his Grand Prix career. Colin Vaya, so as mentioned, he's not found qualifying a struggle, but as Lewis said a moment ago, the last 2 Grand Prix haven't gone his way on a Sunday, so fingers crossed for the Dutchman he doesn't make that at least 3 DNFs and can get back into that podium fight where he knows he can be.
Does at least enter this weekend penalty free. Of course, he knew before he even turned up in Barcelona that he was going to have a long lap on the Sunday afternoon after his collision with Dani Munoz in the French Grand Prix. No riders carrying penalties at the moment into this weekend, although this is Moto2, so that could very quickly change. We're expecting fast lap times very quickly in this session as Philip Salach is trying to duck underneath Denis Sunchu through the first part of the Arabiata sequence of corners. Alonso Lopez on the inside of Unai Aradre as he's looking to try and get a lap time on the board nice and early. We have 2 variations of the STX, the super soft rear tyre here from Pirelli. We've got the development version of it, the F192, which is the same, essentially the same pair of rear tyre specs that we had at the Spanish Grand Prix at the end of April. The newer version is expected to be a little bit more consistent over race distance, although not many chose to run it over the course of the Grand Prix. They didn't exactly enjoy the feeling they got from it on the Friday afternoon. Celestino Vietti is going to be late joining us for this afternoon's practice session. He is, in fact, the only rider at the moment sitting in the pit lane. The number 13, of course, sits 3rd in the World Championship. So looking at his expression, doesn't appear to be anything which should delay him too much. Looks pretty calm inside the Speed RS box as these first lap times come through, and already was substantially faster than the were earlier on today. Arbolino's lap in the mixed conditions positions early on was a 53.6, and we're straight down to the low 51s for Barry Baltus, 151.072. For reference, and I might as well get this in now because it might not be true for much longer, the all-time lap record, which Diogo Moreira set on his way to pole last year, the reigning world champion, is a 149.7.
Certainly is. Manu Gonzalez then goes to the top of the time sheet, so two of your top three from this morning, Arbolino and Manu Gonzalez, quickly rise to the fore in practice. There's Ethan Guevara, so the top two in the championship, of course, finishing inside that top six in Q2 last time out in Barcelona. Is clear progress, but much more to come, obviously, from Canet and Onchu, both race winners, more than once in this class. So yeah, we're just waiting to see the moment that it properly clicks for Canet and Onchu in Elfmark VDS colours, as Celestino Vietti does now enter the fray. 6 or so minutes lost, but he didn't look too worried. He never really does he, Celestino Vietti? A very cool character, podium last time out, and of course will be a home favourite this weekend, the lead Italian in the Moto2 Championship.
Would mean so much to him if he could triumph here, of course. It's synonymous with Valentino Rossi, of course, part of the VR46 Academy, and still harboring, I guess, faint hopes of being a VR46 MotoGP rider for next season. There are a number of Italians that are being linked with a potential move to that squad. Luca Marini is one of the names, Nicola Buliga, of course, the rider who currently occupies one of those seats, Frankie Morbidelli, with the expectation that we're going to lose Fabio Di Gianantonio from that team in the direction of KTM, with Fomin Aldeguer stepping in. So a real opportunity if Vietti can continue to deliver some eye-catching Moto2 results, that maybe he will be considered worthy. Taunt by his mentor Valentino in MotoGP going forward.
Yeah, and it's been a move that has been flirted through a few years now, hasn't it? Obviously the natural progression for Celestino Vietti, the lead VR46 racing rider, academy graduate, let's say, in Moto2, but he's doing what he is, so doing what he can, I think, so far this season. Hasn't got a win to his name yet, but you do feel the performances over in Austin, where he finished second, obviously last time out when he took it on pole position and finished a very close second behind Gonzalez, is just pricked the ears and rightly lit up the eyes of Valentino Rossi, and maybe thinking that this upcoming reg change into 2027 might be the time to take a chance on Celestino Vietti. We'd love to see it personally, without, of course, losing Franco Morbidelli maybe to World Superbikes, who knows, but there is, as Lewis mentioned, a couple of riders in the frame, and Celestino Vietti is certainly one of those, and on current form in this season, probably deserves a shot in MotoGP. Why not? So yeah, it's obviously a wait and see. See what unfolds there, but Vietti just needs to continue what he's doing and put his name in the hat, like a lot of these Moto2 riders have done and continue to do, to get themselves promoted into MotoGP, whether it's next year or the year after.
It's all about finding that level of consistency, I think, isn't it, for Celestino Vietti, because this is now the 4th consecutive Moto2 season, 5th consecutive season actually, that Vietti has taken a victory. Remember 2022 when he started that season was the Red Hot title favourite, winning 3 of the first 5 or 6 Grand Prix, and then his title challenge really did fall away. Unfortunately, the difference between the best and the worst of Celestino Vietti in Moto2 campaigns of recent past has been far too big. So far this year, though, he certainly has been able to find that level of consistency. Top 6s in 5 of the first 6 so far. The only time he missed that was back in Brazil, and he still finished inside the top 10, and that's what's given him that springboard to be currently 3rd in the World Championship, 31.5 points behind the series leader Manu Gonzalez. And what I think it also represents, and it's a good time to mention it with Ethan Guevara here on screen, currently fastest, is that with 2 different suspension setups on motorcycles, it appears as if Boscoscuro really have bounced back in 2026 after, I wouldn't say dominating necessarily back in 2024, although the World Championship was for a large part of the season between Iger and Sergio Garcia, both on Boscoscoros before Aaron Canet, amongst others, on the Calex began to take over in the second half of the year. Calex really did put Boscoscoro back in their box, so to speak, last year with their relative dominance, but it would appear as if the Italian brand, and we're running on board with one of them now, with Celestino Vietti, have closed the gap, if not got on terms with Calex in 2026.
Yeah, exactly. It's only Manu Gonzalez so far that have really been more consistent in terms of scoring points and in the championship than Vietti. So, yeah, good job from Boscoro to turn it around, let's say, and it's been replicated, as you mentioned, Lewis. 5 top 10 so far for Vietti this season. In the opening 6 last year, only had 1, so that shows the step made from Vietti in terms of the performance at the start of the season. As we hop on board with Vietti around his home Grand Prix here at Mugello, this is firing now to turn 5 and into Casanova and Cervelli, one of the loads of phenomenal fast-flowing sections here before you get to the famous Arrabbiatas. Arrabbiata 1, turn 8, you click through sector 2. He's only a couple of tenths on to us, so this is a good time to hop on board with Celestino Vietti. Then this is the climax at Arrabbiata 2, and then you dip down into Scarperia. Good overtaking opportunity, difficult braking zone, downhill into turn 10, get the apex, and you flick it right through Pelagio into turn 11, and then you come towards the end of the lap. You've got the long sweeping right-hander of Corantayo, the long penalty loop on the outside there before, Lewis, you get to Biondetti 1 and Biondetti 2, and then of course it's all about hooking it up at the final corner with Bocchini of turn 15 before you face, so 1.1 kilometre run into the start-finish straight and into the start of the lap at San Donato.
Looked very close to the green there, didn't he? Vietti on the way out of Biondetti. Of course, can't see the front tyre from here, but it certainly would have been too far away, lost time anyway in that third sector. Also clear to see from this onboard shot as he gets a little bit loose and upset coming out of the final corner. There are still 1 or 2 damp patches around this Mugello circuit. There doesn't appear to be any on the racing line, but perhaps does still require a little bit of attention. Once again, it's worth drawing attention to the sticker you just saw there from the onboard camera as we looked from behind Celestino Vietti. You might have seen the sticker, mentioned it this morning, but just worth reiterating. The sticker was said for Sempre Didac on the from the onboard camera. That is in tribute to a member of the MotoGP Sport Entertainment Group onboard team and the heavy production team that we have, which put this incredible spectacle onto your TV screens. Didac Prat, who sadly lost his life in a motorcycle accident since the Catalan Grand Prix, much loved and much missed member of the team. So if you're wondering what those stickers are from the onboard cameras on these Moto2 bikes, it is in tribute to him and our thoughts with his friends and family. Here's Danny Holgado, who currently sits in 15th place. Will certainly not be panicking at this stage of proceedings. 2 places, still 27 minutes from being decided. I wouldn't say that the result that he got in Barcelona, 5th place, is particularly a headline result for a rider who's already won so far this season. Podiums in the first 2 Grand Prix, but certainly listening to Danny, he felt that it was an important step in his road back to full confidence. He said he did a good job to build confidence and rebuild rhythm. Confidence which clearly was completely shot with that trio of poor races, Austin, Jerez and Le Mans. So it might not look it from the pure result, but Holgado certainly counted Barcelona as a clear step in the right direction.
Yeah, 100%. Just lost his way, hadn't he, Holgado, in the sort of middle part of this opening stint of the season, most notably over in Austin, where he didn't even finish inside the points, and in Jerez again finishing outside the top 10. Wasn't really a player at all in the podium and the top 6 fight over there. Had a better time things over in Le Mans before, of course. He crashed on the opening lap and then went out without a front mud guard and then got disqualified. So it was looking a little bit better in Le Mans for Holgado, but no points to show for it. So it was a very, very important top 5 on home turf for Danny Holgado, and just gaining a little bit of momentum back that he definitely needed on the number 96. Here he is coming across the line. He's not going to improve on this lap. The 2 Aspar team riders, P14 and P15 as things stand. He's dropped to P7 overall in the standings, as well as Danny Holgado. After the Brazilian Grand Prix, a race in which he won, of course, he was leading the championship, and now he's 55.5 points down on Manu Gonzalez. So a timely sort of top 5 for Holgado, but he's going to need plenty more of those, and he's going to need Gonzalez to lose a bit of momentum as well if he's going to really drag himself back into the sort of top 3 fight or P1 fight before the summer break, but obviously plenty of races to go. But yeah, it was good signs for Holgado and the Aspar team in general, that both their riders were sounding a lot more comfortable, obviously in different ways. Alonso here looking good on the number 80, but yeah, different sort of problems in the Aspar box, but both reaching the end of the Catalan Grand Prix with solid conclusions and promising signs that the sort of woes that they were suffering aren't going to be prolonged in 2026.
Yeah, Jorge Martinez Aspar and Luca Toro must be scratching their heads and wondering why they're so far down on the relative World Championship lead at the moment. Holgado, as you mentioned, over 55 points back, Alonso 46.5 points back, when you feel they've had the potential to win 3 or 4 of the 6 Grand Prix we've seen so far. As it is, they've only won the 1 with Dani Holgado's triumph back in Goiânia in Brazil, round 2 of the season. And I have to say, when he did win that Grand Prix in fine fashion, holding off the late challenge of Dani Munoz, I wouldn't have expected to be arriving at Mugello on the last weekend of May, and not having spoken of a Dani Holgado podium since. It has been something of an early season slump for the young Spaniard, who we are fully expecting to be on the MotoGP grid next year. Both he and Alonso, his Aspar teammate, look like they have already booked their places. Holgado expected to be part of the Gresini Ducati MotoGP squad next season. Of course, David Alonso, all the reports are indicating that he's going to be partnering with Fabio Quartararo in a heavyweight Honda pairing at their factory team next year.
Yeah, was that Joe Roberts just shaking his head there, looking at his Alex triumph, just trying to see where Roberts is on the timing tower, down there in P25. Completed 6 laps, so pretty much on par with everyone else, but 1.9 seconds away. So with the shake of the head, obviously not happy with the time. Hopefully that's just a little bit of an issue and a quick fix, and not something that's quite permanent on the OnlyFans American Racing box. So yeah, Roberts, after a more promising session this morning, isn't having the best of time things so far. A long way to go in the session, of course, over 20 minutes to rectify any issues, but yeah, not the start of practice that the American would have been looking for.
He mentioned his record around this circuit, and he would have probably thought he could get off and push that bike round in a 1 minute 52. So good he is around this circuit, 2 seconds off the pace at the moment. And his teammate Philip Salat is up in 5th at the moment on a 50.7. It's the top 3 in the World Championship that are currently your top 3 in this session. We're looking at one of them, Celestino Vietti. It's Ethan Guevara on a 150.215, who's a 10.5 clear of Manu Gonzalez. And then by Moto2 standards, it's a fairly sizable gap back to the rest. Celestino Vietti is the thick end of 4/10 off the pace of Guevara. Here is the aforementioned number 28. Currently leads the session. We've got Escridge up in 4th on the first of the forwards. Much more like it for him after a weekend in Barcelona where he never really recovered from the crash he had earlier in the weekend in qualifying. You might recall in Q2 he tangled with Alberto Ferrandez down at turn 12 and had to pull in on the Sunday due to the pain he was in from that crash. So he's in 4th, Salat's 5th from Lopez, Agius, Ortola, Onchu up in 9th for Elfmar Vinyes, which is a positive step in the right direction for the young Turk. Arbolino left this morning's pace into 10th, and then the current top 14 are completed by Baltas, Canet, David Alonso and Sergio Garcia.
That's Vietti then negotiating turn 10 of Scarperia, named after the small town that's located pretty much a stone's throw away on the exit of sort of turn 9 Arabias 2 and turn 10 of Scarperia. Gonzalez enters the box, a decent run for Gonzalez. 8 laps on the boards, 9 is the most of anyone so far in the session. Baltas one of those, Aegis another one on the other side of the Liquid Money Dynamite Intact GP box. So I'll just try listening to Manu and his crew chief. Speaking Spanish there, and you just sort of tell from the body language, couldn't quite make out what they were saying, quite muffled, and he's speaking quite quick Spanish, but yeah, Manu just maybe struggling on corner entry, judging from the body language. I think this is going to be Manu. It is coming over the crest of the hill, the famous crest here at Mugello, where the top speed in Moto2 has hit 308.5 kilometres per hour, set by Dennis Onchu back in 2024. Top speeds in this session has been Ayumu Sasaki, 298.3, so not exactly slow over the crest of the hill, is it? Pretty much 300 kilometres per hour on these Moto2 machines, and you can just see the rear end just bobbling away on that calyx as Manu Gonzalez not looking overly pleased. We know so far this season, speaking to Jürgen Ling and Manu, that we mentioned this morning as well, Lewis, didn't we, that on Fridays last year he arrived at most circuits and was able to go out there and just feel as comfortable as he could, was topping a lot of sessions on a Friday. This year hasn't quite been the case. He's not feeling as comfortable as he was last year, but he's still nearly 20 points clear in the championship standings, which bodes well for Gonzalez, who is clearly feeling somewhat comfortable but not as comfortable as last year. So heading into the rest of the season, if he can just find those tweaks that he's looking for, then he's going to be a very difficult rider to stop. I mean, he already is, but even more difficult for the likes of Vietti to chase him down in the championship.
Oh, here is Vietti, who almost chased his way into the gravel trap there. That's the one lap penalty loop on the outside of Corentaio, turn 12. 13. Almost had an unlucky trip through that right-hander. And understandably, you'd expect this next sector to go grey, given how much time he lost. It does indeed, but no genuine harm done for Celestino Vietti. Here it is as you plunge downhill into Corentaio, and you can see the front end momentarily twitching and tucking underneath the Italian. He's arriving here in such fantastic form, and are we starting to see the semblance of a World Championship taking shape here now in Moto2, with the top three in the World Championship, the top three at the checkered flag in Barcelona, and they're currently the top three in this session. We have seen one head-to-head already this year between Manu Gonzalez and Ivan Guevara. It was at the very first race of the season in Buriram, that shortened 7-lap dash, which was settled in favour of Manu Gonzalez. Gonzalez, whilst he was second, fairly close second to Guevara at Le Mans, never really looked like he had an answer for the Spaniard, his fellow Spaniard on the Boscascoro back at the French Grand Prix. Still very early into the first genuine dry session of the weekend. It's enough already to whet the appetite, El, for the Moto2 battle to come, with all three of the championship frontrunners right up at the sharp end.
Yeah, it certainly is. The cream rising to the top in terms of the top team in the championship so far. Is Colin Vire going to change that? He needs to find a bit of time to promote himself into the top three. As he crosses the line, loses a bit of time, but it's still good enough to get inside that top 14, which is job done for now. Nicky Ayo down there in the KTM box, team boss, of course, in the Moto2 and Moto3 setup, son of Aki Ayo, of course, the boss in the Redbull KTM factory racing team. In MotoGP, with clock eyes on Sergio Garcia, who did improve his time inside that top 10, but I think that's just been deleted for Garcia. And that is a massive moment on the exit of Arabiata 2, turn 9 for Unai Aradre. That would have been an afternoon wake-up call, no coffee needed for Aradre. That was a big old moment on the rear end, and Garcia did well just to take avoiding action as well.
Garcia potentially delayed by that. Aradre just trying to get his heart rate under control on board that MSI bike, which is very easy to pick out in the posse of Moto2 bikes this weekend, with the Green Power sponsorship on the side of their fairing. So we're getting another look at that coming out of Arabiata 2 for Aradre, who we remind you is still in for the injured ankle Piqueras this weekend. Still awaiting news of a return date for Piqueras. Potential we might just see him before the summer break, perhaps more realistically Silverstone. A return date for Piqueras, who was going so well in his rookie campaign before that incident with Alberto Ferrandez, amongst others, back in Austin. We also have Xabi Juatusa, who's in for Jorge Navarro, although Navarro, I did see yesterday, is here at the Mugello circuit this weekend, supporting the team. He, of course, broke a finger back at the French Grand Prix. He crashed coming out of the final corner, which is why we've got Juatusa in his place. And no Mario Aggi, as we saw right at the start of the broadcast this morning. Aggi, unfortunately, has undergone surgery due to his cervical fracture, which was affecting the C6 and 7th vertebrae up at the top of his back, just coming into his neck. So Aggi absent this weekend, and we're expecting for the next 2 or 3 Grand Prix too.
Yeah, get well soon to all those riders Lewis just mentioned, as we see the OnlyFans American racing duo flying formation. Such a great shot seeing the riders at full tilt through the Casanova Savelli section and then into Ramadhipa at the bottom of the hill at turn 8. As well, chasing Tayo Furusato, who was briefly top of this morning's session, just moves out of the way, does the Japanese rookie, and lets the American and Czech rider through. So far, this lap is pretty good for both of them. Better for Joe Roberts. I'm just wondering if they've lost a bit of time in that sector 3. They're going to bounce a clock through it now. Yes, they do, but Roberts still on for a decent time. Holding 7/10 the line will get you more or less into the top 10, certainly into that top 14 for Joe Roberts' case. Any lap time will do for now, and he's going to get a bit of slipstream from his teammate as well. So this should see Roberts climb into the top 14 for the first time this afternoon, and it does just though, P14 for the American.
So that means that both of the Aspar riders are now outside with 15 minutes to go. Alonso 15, Daniel Holgado in 17. Alonso was 8th here last year, so at that stage of his rookie season, it wasn't a bad result at all for David Alonso at the Italian Grand Prix. His teammate Holgado, he was down in 15th, having served a long lap penalty during last year's Grand Prix. As you can see there on your screens, losing especially in the third sector is the Colombian. The third sector takes you through that pair of Arabiata right-handers down through Scarperia, Pelagio, Correntaio, and then the third sector is completed just as you arrive at the Biondetti chicane. It is the longest and perhaps most technical and complicated sector on this Mugello circuit, and clearly it's where Alonso is losing a lot of his lap time.
Got to feel comfortable on the right-hand side of the tyre as well through there. Turn 8, 9, 10 and 12 all on the right-hand side before they obviously get to the Biondetti chicane, and the left-hander of turn 15 of Puccini as well. Screech crosses the line, doesn't improve on that time around, but he is enjoying himself out there. P4 as Alonso Lopez chases Celestino Vietti. Lopez, another one of those riders who did not get on well with managing tyre wear over in Barcelona. Was really disappointed after the strong showing all weekend, but he's going to get some slipstream here and maybe power past Celestino Vietti by the line. He's not going to power past him by the line, but he is going to get dragged to the line and improve his lap time surely. He loses a bit of time, but it's still good enough for P5 for Lopez. Decent job.
And Lopez generally needs a little bit of assistance on the straights as well, because he is one of the tallest riders in this Moto2 field, and we often see him towards the bottom of the speed track charts. He's not in this session at the moment, clearly with a slipstream. He's hit 292 kilometres an hour down the main straight. Furusato, who of course let the American racing pair through a lap ago and now has that slipstream assistance himself. He's up into 18th place, and yes, of course, he was P1 for a moment earlier on this morning because he'd gone earlier to slicks, but this is looking a little bit more promising for Furusato. Of course, his rookie season up from Moto3, still, according to team manager Hiroshi Oyama, trying to work out how to maximise the performance from a brand new tyre in Moto2. Generally is one of the aspects that a Moto3 rookie moving up into Moto2 does take a bit of time to get their head around. But so far for Furusato, up in 18th place, and as it stands, he's only 2/10 outside Q2.
Yeah, this is where he really bursts onto the scene, isn't it? I think over in 2022 in the Redbull Rookies Cup, first race on European soil for Tayo Furusato, and aimed to win in Redbull Rookies Cup against some very fast riders, of course, as well. And Furusato was never really famed for his qualifying in Moto3, I think it's fair to say, and just struggling with that so far in Moto2 as well. But I don't think anyone has doubts that the Japanese rider is going to get the hang of Moto2 sooner rather than later. Just got to bed himself into Moto2. No pressure, of course, on the shoulders of Furusato. He's going to get another crack at it next year in the Idemitsu on the Team Asia setup, and understandably so as well. And this is a decent lap time for him for Furusato. We'll get him around the third split as Dennis Onshu pushes on as well, chasing the 72 on circuit. Onshu inside that top 10, so a decent Friday showing so far for the Turkish rider. How much time is Furusato going to lose? He's going to lose plenty of it, but Dennis Onshu isn't. Furusato, I assume, will come round and pit for some fresh rubber, but Onshu I don't think will be. He needs this lap time, and he's going to get it as well if he gets a good run out of the final corner and keeps it out of the green zone, which he does.
This would be a major step and a major boost for the Onshu confidence if he can get himself over the line. Up into 4th place, 150.453 for Dennis Onshu, who's been in qualifying 1 in 4 of the first 6 Grand Prix, automatic Q2s in Barcelona last time out and in Brazil. That's the 16th he qualified in Barcelona last time out. Is his best qualifying of 2026 so far, but it appears as if Onshu is very much on course at this stage for a second consecutive Q2 appearance. We've now got Boscoscuros first for Guevara, fourth for Unchu, fifth for Celestino Vietti. And looking further down, Aaron Canet on the second of the Moto PDS Boscoscuros is also currently inside the Q2 places. He's 13th.
Good session for Otola. Doesn't improve that time around, but he is P2. The Boscuro rider last year around Magello, a Calex rider this year around Magello, and it's looking good for Otola so far as Barry Baltus then emerges from the pit lane on fresh Pirelli rubber with Sergio Garcia just tucked up behind him as well. Baltus in P12, so pressure on for the number 7, and certainly a little bit of pressure on for David Alonso in P15 and teammate Holgado in P17 as well. So work to do in the final 10 minutes of the Friday for the Aspargio, which we've said quite a few too many times, has to be said so far in 2026. Not the case really though for Manu Gonzalez.
Here comes the World Championship leader who wants top spot back from Ethan Guevara. The all-time lap record around here, we remind you, is a 1:49.745. Let's see if Gonzalez can continue to make inroads into that as he makes his way. He's around about the Corantayo section now, approaching the Biondetti chicane as he flicks it left and right. The third sector completed for Gonzalez, and look at how much time he's found with the benefit, the extra bite and grip from those brand new Pirelli SCX tyres through that third sector, and this is going to be a new all-time lap record for the World Championship leader. And this might be the kind of lap which might force Ethan Guevara to change his recent strategy of not bothering going for a time attack at the end of the session at 1:49.530. Gonzalez is now quickest by 0.7 of a second, and that is the fastest ever Moto2 lap of Magellan.
The gauntlet laid down then for Manu Gonzalez in this session, and you're right, I think Ethan Guevara, although he's sitting pretty comfortably in P2, knows there's plenty of time left out there on the circuit, and that's going to be a time that's going to be very difficult to beat. Just confirmation there of Diogo Moreira's Q2 lap time from a year ago, a 49.747, has now been beaten by Manu Gonzalez, and he looked pretty comfortable doing it as well. Just a reminder that not that we needed it, nor the riders watching the TV screens potentially in pit lane needed to remind him that it is Gonzalez leading the championship by 18.5 points. Just a little reminder, both in that lap time and on your screens, that Gonzalez is the rider to beat so far in 2026, and he's going again here. He's up through sector 2, and this is the split where he really made up his time last time around. Arabiata 1 and 2 done now, down into Spa-Prieur at turn 10.
Content was chattering away a little bit there through Arabiata 2. We're now on board with the points leader. Looking down the road, that's Tayo Furusato, I believe, just up ahead of us on the Honda Team Asia machine. He's currently on a lap which isn't going to trouble the scorers. It was in this part of the lap where Gonzalez did so much of his damage, didn't he? Pulled out 3/4 over Guevara through this third sector. Biondetti chicane is completed, third gear at around about 170 to 180 kilometres an hour through that part of the racetrack, and even he struggled to match his sector 3 from a lap ago, because he's dropped the best part of 0.2 of a second as he comes to the end of his lap. David Alonso now begins his, and a key 8 minutes coming up for the Colombian. We follow Gonzalez though to complete this lap. It's going to be another 49. It's a 49.678. He was faster than his previous lap everywhere but that magic third sector.
Yeah, and if you take away his all-time lap record from his last lap, that was also quicker than the previous all-time lap record as well. Alonso's gone through the first bit, as you can see, with a red helmet. Senna Regis on a personal best. He's 5 tenths down, but of course with the gap, that will put him P2, which will be good news for the Liqui Moly Dynaboy Intact GP team, Andy Houston. So good job from the Australian. Won't like the deficit to Gonzalez, but he won't mind the position.
It's looking good for Alonso, isn't it, so far through the second sector as the forward pair press forward together. Alex Escreech and Xavi Zulututa, who's in the plain black crash helmet, just the left of that particular pair. This should put Alonso into the 149s. Let's see if he can match Gonzalez through the third sector of the lap as the trio approaches of Baltus, Garcia and Sasaki, and Sasaki is having a nice hold touched in the air for him here. A slipstream that powers him all the way up into second.
Yeah, good job from Sasaki, who had a crash down here at San Donato in the wet patch when he was on slick tyres. The Japanese rider, a pretty big one as well, but all okay, which is good news, and great to see Sasaki up inside that top 2. Now, what can Alonso do? If he can hold this to the line, he will now take over P2. as he just demotes. I think that was Adriano Huertas, gets it out of shape on the exit, Alonso. That's going to cost him a little bit of time, and of course the crucial run to the checkered flag, as it will be in 6 minutes' time. Alonso, how much time does he lose? Loses a bit, but not too much. P3, job done for now for the Colombian. Important lap time and an important banker lap time for the number 80.
Chips in ahead of Aegis. Unsurprisingly, Ethan Guevara has gone back out. He's just on an out lap now. Clearly doesn't feel that his 150.2 is safe enough, but also perhaps wants to just send a bit of a message back to Manu Gonzalez here that he's very much on terms with him. And so we have a bunch of improvers there for Munoz, Van den Gorberger into the top 14. Holgado improves, but only to 10. He is a second and change behind the World Championship leader.
So if you're within half a second, 6/10, maybe in 7/10 of a second, you're going to be well inside that top 10 here with 5.5 minutes to go. No one getting close to Manu Gonzalez in terms of the overall lap time. However, David Alonso has, well, he did click through the first split, a 10th under. He's just lost a bit of time in the second split, but he's still within a 10th of a second. So we'll look at Tony Arbolino coming around the final corner. There you can see confirmation of David Alonso's lap. I'm sure we'll pick up the Colombian in a moment's time. We'll get Arbolino over the line. 1.2 seconds won't do it for Arbolino if he wants that top 14, which of course he does on the number 14. To the line, Arbolino comes without a slipstream, loses a bit more time, improves his time, but not enough for the top 14.
Overall best first sectors for Alonso, as we've seen, for Gonzalez and for Philip Salach, who's also going very quickly. Salach at the moment is down in 16th place, but he's going to lift himself way up the order if he's continuing to trend in that direction, as Alonso is once again giving up 0.3 of a second to Gonzalez in the third sector. We saw him a little bit of a twitch coming out of the final corner. Bacchini on his previous lap, he's just about kept it front wheel pointing forwards on this particular lap, so this might just lift him up ahead of Sasaki here and up into second place, and surely that would be enough for Alonso to reach Q2. He doesn't do that, but it is another personal best, a 150 flat for David Alonso. He's looking good here with 4 minutes remaining to reach Q2 automatically for the first time in 3 races.
Yeah, that should be enough, you feel, for Alonso with the lap times that are coming in. Plenty of personal bests and a few red sectors, but you do feel with that half a second buffer up to Gonzalez, such is the gap, that should be okay. I say it tentatively as Ethan Guevara lights up the timing screens. Philip Salach is on a great lap. He's behind Holgado, and Salach now rises to P2 and goes really close to another all-time lap record, and teammate Joe Roberts just behind makes it an only Fans American Racing duo inside that top 10. So good stuff from those two after a difficult morning, and maybe Alonso isn't quite safe because there's a lot of riders finding time here.
Manu Gonzalez dangled the bait, and is Ethan Guevara about to bite on it in these final 4 minutes. Canet making his way through the Correntile corner, potentially a little bit delayed there by some traffic in the middle of the right-handed hairpin. We'll see just how much he's lost as he now clicks through. 0.7 of a second he's lost, even allowing for Gonzalez's strength through that third sector. Canet would have been expected to lose as much time as that. Guevara has barely lost any time. He was able to just about match Manu Gonzalez through that third sector, so he is responding to the World Championship leader. What about Canet? This is potentially going to dump Vietti out of the top 14 if Canet moves through, but he doesn't. It's 15th. He misses out by a fraction of a second. Guevara breaks the lap record, 1:49.431. He's seen Manu Gonzalez's 1:49.5 and he's raised it.
Oh, here we go then, the top two in the championship serving up a treat here on Friday afternoon. Not too many smiles, it has to be said, in the Blue Crew Pramac Yamaha box, but they will be very, very pleased with that. Ethan Guevara obviously pleased with that. You don't want to cruise too much, Ethan. He's already got penalised for setting a decent time over in Jerez that made him lose 3 places on the grid. I don't think he's under any issues there though. So with 2.5 minutes to go, we have a new leader. Colin Bayer, I should say, moves up into the top 10 with that new personal best, and Celestino Vietti now outside the top 14, but he's doing what he needs to do, and he's within touch now of going to P1. So Boscuro P1 at the moment, but is it going to be another Boscuro taking over at the top with a new all-time lap record?
This is game on, isn't it, between the championship front runners? No question about it. Less than a tenth between Guevara and Gonzalez, and Celestino Vietti, who's third in the points, now gets ahead of the pair of them. A 1:49.420. It's Boscuro 1 and 2, and it is an Italian on top at the Italian Grand Prix.
Great that time of Vietti. Looked like he got a bit of slipstream from Ivan Ortola, but he placed himself perfectly, and he's still got to do the rest of the lap time as well. So top job from Vietti. I didn't think, to be honest, that time from Gonzalez was going to be beaten, but it has done. So Vietti then the new leader, so the top 3 in the championship, top 3 in the session. position and maybe the top 3 at the end of play on Friday here as well. Bautas is within touch of moving into that top 5, or he was before that third split. Alice Screech is on a decent lap time and needs it as well, as Screech was well inside that top 10 earlier on in this section, has a few tenths to play with as well, and he's got a Yumisaki punched a hole ahead of him as well. So the tall Spaniard, Alex Screech, on the forward chassis machine, should be getting into that top 10 at least here.
This is about to ruin Danny Holgado's day potentially. Yeah, Screech takes 6th, so Holgado's now bumped out down to 15th place. Shows how quickly the lap times have moved on in this session, because it feels like the last time we looked on the left-hand side of the screen, Denis Sanchu was up in 4th, and he's now been relegated all the way back to 16th place on that 150.453. So Roberts is now the rider at risk. We've got Holgado currently outside the top 14, as is Barry Baltus, who's down in 19th place. Arbolino, second of the Fantics, he's all the way down in 23rd place, 1.5 seconds off the pace. And some surprises potentially being sprung. This is one of them in the latter stages, and Daniel Holgado, he'll just get round to the finish line for one more lap, and it's going to determine whether he's got an extra 15 minutes work on his hands tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly does. One man who doesn't need lap time is Ethan Guevara, but he's going for it anyway, so he's not using the tactics he has done so far in the last couple of Grand Prix. In this Grand Prix, has lost time in the second split. You can't see it on your TV screens. We can see it here in the commentary box. Ivan Ortola improves only to P11 though, so Ivan Ortola's 100% Q2 record on a Friday is under threat as Holgado then begins his final lap time. Did get over the line to complete one more time in this session, and it's a big one.
Huge moments there for Daniel Holgado. Anyone else who will potentially be looking a little nervously at the screens? We've got Roberts 14th, Garcia's 13th, and then Munoz 12th. They're all on 150.3s as Holgado comes through the first sector, and he's already hemorrhaged 4/10 of a second. This is looking decidedly dicey for Danny Holgado now.
Bautas isn't going to improve on this lap time either, so the Belgian then, unless he has a miracle final split, which I don't think he is doing, he's got no slipstream to help him either, so Barry Bautas is heading to Q1 surely, yet loses time, and that is all she wrote in the session for Bautas. The number 7 heading to Q1, looks behind to see Tony Arbolino. I think Tony Arbolino, yep, P23 for Arbolino, so Bobby Locatelli, the team manager at the Reds Fantic Racing team, will not be happy to see that.
He'll be hiding from you in qualifying tomorrow afternoon, won't he? In Q1 with both of his riders in that first session. Celestino Vietti isn't done either in this afternoon session. He wants to extend his advantage at the top. We've got Ortola going quickly too. Neither of those are in any danger of missing out on Q2 here. Even if Ortola's down in 11th place, there are hardly anyone really on our screens that are improving behind him, likely to knock him out. Huertas certainly wasn't going to be one of them. He's down in 26th place. He's only got Unai Aradre behind him, and Huertas' recent poor run continues. Poor third sector, relatively speaking, for Celestino Vietti, which means he'll have to settle for a 149.420. Don't think his P1 is under threat though.
No, it's definitely not under threat from Danny Holgado as well. 2.1 seconds, and you don't need us to tell you that is not going to be enough for Holgado. He is facing Q1 on the number 96, a very disappointing end to what was looking like a more promising day, and it was a promising weekend over in Barcelona, but Nico Tirol, understandably, not too impressed with that, and I don't think Holgado will be either.
What a weekend it's already shaping up to be. Well, we only have the one dry session to really draw any conclusions from, but we can certainly read from that the top 3 in the World Championship are all in business big time here at the Italian Grand Prix. Vietti, who is 3rd in the World Championship quickest, Guevara 2nd in the Championship 2nd, and the points leader Manu Gonzalez right behind them in 3rd. Gonzalez might say that, well, he said his lap ever so slightly earlier in the session, perhaps there might be some time on the table. Perhaps Celestino Vietti with a little bit of a slipstream which enabled him to take top spot, but it certainly looks as if all 3 of them, the 3 riders who look like they might be our principal title contenders this season, are all scenting victory, and are we set for a heavyweight triple threat in Moto2 on Sunday afternoon?
I certainly hope so. It sets us up nicely for the weekend, doesn't it? Heading into qualifying, it looks like there's 4 riders throwing for it. Salach, well, to be fair, Salach was under 2 tenths away from Celestino Vietti, but the top in the championship coming to the 4 on Friday here in Mugello, and Ethan Guevara will be pretty pleased with that one as well, as he pops a nice little wheelie to end Friday, and yeah, looking forward to the weekend now.
Ourselves through the qualifying now. It just feels like it's set up brilliantly, doesn't it, in this Moto2 class? So the big surprises, or the heavyweight names missing out in that session. Holgado, who's at 7th in the World Championship, He misses qualifying to he'll go through Q1 tomorrow afternoon. Barry Baltus, who certainly on reputation of last season, will be a bit of a surprise. The number 7 goes through Q1 for the 3rd time this season, the 2nd Grand Prix in a row. Dennis Onchu and Aaron Cadet for Elfmead, Mark Vidies, who certainly in the Onchu was shaping up to be a little bit higher than that during that practice session, but got shuffled back as the others went for brand new rubber late on. They will both be a part of another heavyweight qualifying 1 session tomorrow afternoon. But at the Italian Grand Prix, it is Italy's Celestino Vietti, who was fastest 2nd Friday in a row in Moto2, that he's ended it on top. Ethan Guevara and Manu Gonzalez, his fellow championship frontrunners, right behind him. Philip Salat jumping 4th ahead of Alonso Lopez and Alex Escrich, who gets us forward into Q2 once again. Then we had Sasaki, Alonso, Ortola and Agius, via Munoz Garcia and Joe Roberts. Your final names automatically guaranteed a place in Q2. Holgado goes through Q1 tomorrow after finishing the day in 15th ahead of Onchu, Van den Goldberg, Kinet Baltus. Alberto Ferrandez was completing the top 20 this afternoon ahead of Luca Lanetta, Jose Antonio Herrera and Tony Arbolino. Zulutuza, Torosato, Puertas and Garadre complete your field of 27. But it is Celestino Vietti, the Italian on top at the Italian Grand Prix on practice Friday. We'll turn our attention to MotoGP in just a moment with their practice session right around the corner.
Surrounded by lush green countryside in between Bologna and Florence lies majestic Mugello, the fastest MotoGP track on the calendar, combining eye-watering top speeds and jaw-dropping undulation. Grand Prix racing has taken place in this part of the spectacular Tuscany Mountains since 1976. Practice continues the Grand Prix of Italy next live. It's time for MotoGP. The spectacular Mugello circuit, just over 5.2 kilometres in length, 3.259 miles, the fastest Grand Prix circuit in history. Our first Grand Prix here 50 years ago, all the way back in 1976, a race won by the late great Brit Barry Sheene. We're 30 kilometres northeast of the beautiful city of Florence, heartbreaking into that first corner before you climb up through turns 4 and 5, down the hill once again into Arrabbiata 1, that's turn 8, the fast right-hander, and then it's Puccine, the final corner, which brings you on to the drag race, onto the 2nd longest straight on the Grand Prix calendar. Well, that's much more like it, isn't it? That is the Mugello we have come to know and love after a cloudy, cool and rather damp start to the opening practice session for MotoGP this morning. Thankfully, as you can see from these live pictures, nestled against the spectacular backdrop of the Tuscany Mountains, the rolling hillsides around this magnificent Mugello circuit, we have some sunshine, we have some clear blue skies, and we are all set for a dramatic 60-minute, 1-hour practice session coming your way. Well, as always, the top 10 riders at the end of play this afternoon will be quite relieved they'll sleep well in their motorhomes tonight. No, they've already booked a place in tomorrow morning's Q2 session. Fabio Di Gianantonio, well, on home soil, it's been already a brilliant start to the Grand Prix of Italy. He is fast and somewhat formidable right now, isn't he, Fabio Di Gianantonio, for Pratama Enduro VR4 racing fresh off the back of just his 2nd ever MotoGP success a couple of weeks ago in Catalonia. Well, that momentum has not left the Italian, because he was quickest this morning after a damp start to proceedings, as mentioned in that opening session, a 1:46.242. Ultimately put Diggio in control of this morning session by a pretty decent margin, actually. He was over 3.5 tenths clear of the Aprilia pairing of Jorge Martin. Martin bouncing back pretty well after his double DNF disaster in Barcelona a couple of weeks ago. Still 2nd in the World Championship, though. Here's the Spaniard. And Ayagura What a performance it was by the Japanese rider, Trackhouse MotoGP tomorrow. 146.680 for just the second time in his 25th MotoGP start. Agura opening his account inside the top 3. The returning Marcmarquez, he was 15th fastest. Don't worry, 93 fans, he was just breaking himself back in gently. Of course, we haven't seen the reigning world champion since the sprint over in Le Mans, recovering from recent surgeries to both his right foot and his right shoulder. Marquez was 15th, the world champs leader. Marco Bezzecchi on the new look monster factory Aprilia. He was 1 place ahead in 14th place. Hard to really glean too much from this morning proceedings with the damp patches which scattered around this Mugello circuit, but Fabio Di Gianantonio firing once again. Practice then coming your way next live in the company of Matt Burt and Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box. Jack Appiano enjoying some sunshine this afternoon down in pit lane. Gianantonio flying on 1GP26. I think Lewis, as we saw Marquez, he waited until he was confident the track was relatively fully dry before he headed out this morning. Very much a case of breaking himself back in gently as far as the world champion's concerned.
Yeah, we've known him over the years to be something of a risk taker, but even he wasn't going to take too many liberties this morning in free practice walk, given those treacherous damp patches around the circuit which could so easily have caught him or anyone else out earlier on today. Just good to see the 93, the reigning world champion, back on a racetrack once again. He's not thinking in terms of this being the beginning of a comeback into championship contention. It is such a long road from 85 points back to get himself back into the mix, but there are precious few around this MotoGP paddock who are brave enough to write him off just yet.
Catalonia last time out, the 36th Grand Prix that Marcmarquez has missed since Jerez back in 2020. There's Paolo Bonora. There's been a meeting, a behind-the-scenes meeting, as we heard from Paolo speaking to Jack this morning. We had a meeting yesterday with everybody. The clear message to the 4 riders: respect, total respect. Were you listening? Trackhouse of Aprilia's Ralph Fernandez. We heard the message, didn't we, when Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin went toe-to-toe for the Grand Prix victory in Le Mans. Of course, on that occasion, the 2 factory Aprilia riders that were fighting. And Massimo Rivola said, we expect them to race hard, we expect them to race tough, but we expect it to be fair and with respect. I think it's fair to say perhaps on some parts of the Aprilia garage, the factory Aprilia garage, last time out in Catalonia, Lewis, they felt that maybe it was just a little bit too close to the limit as far as Ralph Fernandez and Jorge Martin were concerned.
Yeah, it's all well and good having that sort of approach, and I totally understand why they would have that approach amongst their 4 riders, but when you shut the visor and all of a sudden you're battling for potentially a podium, potentially even better in a MotoGP race, it's very easy for that to all of a sudden just disappear out of your mind and for essentially the red mist to take over. I think it represents, or Aprilia recognising there, what kind of opportunity they have this season to potentially win the MotoGP World Championship, potentially win all 3 championships this year. They currently lead all 3, with, of course, Marcmarquez, as we've already covered, coming off the back of an injury hit start to the season and 85 points in arrears. Aprilia must know that they're not going to get many better opportunities than this to clinch 1 title, let alone 3.
Looking very relaxed, and why wouldn't he be, of course, coming to his home Grand Prix as the World Championship leader. How on earth did Marco Bezzecchi having finished 9th in the sprint and then 4th, a distant 4th in the Grand Prix in Barcelona, somehow extend his World Championship lead up to 15 points? Biggest advantage he's had so far in 2026. A low-key, under-the-radar start from Bez as well this morning. He was doing mid-47s. That left him, or 47.415 was his best work this morning. That left him just over a second behind Fabio Di Gianantonio. Should have a little bit of wheel spin drama as well when he dumped the clutch in the practice starter session. This is all happening though at near on 360 kilometres an hour. Full commitment, full determination, full skill, full bravery, all encapsulated in one image there. As Marco Bezzecchi tucked under the screen on that factory Aprilia. Now you're going to see him. He's already looked motioning with that front finger, the index finger. He's just about to squeeze a handful of front brake there and pray that he can get it stopped in the heavy braking zone for Stanninato. Fantastic super slow-mo there of the World Championship leader going about his business here in front of his home crowd.
Just how much would he want to win? Well, any Grand Prix means a lot when you're fighting for a World Championship, but to win the Italian Grand Prix as an Italian buyer is just about as good as it gets. And of course, the same applies to this young man, Fabio Di Giannantonio, who of course, first time he raced here in MotoGP, he took that fairy tale, unexpected pole position when he was a Gresini Ducati rider. Can he, in the colours of Valentino Rossi's own VR46 team, can Di Giannantonio go all the way this weekend? The kind of form he's in is certainly going to be right in the mix.
Banging form, 3 podiums in the last 4. First VR46 winner since India 2023. Catalunya, the second time he's ever led a MotoGP race. The only other previous occasion he got the job done on that time as well, back in Qatar 2023. Maverick Vinales, 4th quickest this morning. Pretty decent morale boost as far as the Redbull KTM Tech 3 rider goes. He mentioned yesterday when speaking to the media, pretty content and pretty confident that he's going to be re-upping with Gunther Steiner's KTM project next year. 4th fast and FP1 will certainly do his cause the world of good.
And Ayagura, who doesn't usually rise early in a Grand Prix weekend, not a morning person, I think it's fair to describe him as in Grand Prix terms, bucked that trend earlier on today, aided by a brand new medium rear tyre. The 79 put himself up into 3rd place earlier on today. Top 6 this morning, Gianantonio, Martin, Agura, Vinales, Miller and Costa. They all did go for brand new rear tyres in that FP1 session.
Top 10 in 5 and 6 so far this season as a girl. What about Fermin out there? Can he build on the momentum gained after his surprise podium? A welcome surprise though, to eventually be credited with 2nd in that Grand Prix of Catalunya. Of course, another rider, another high-profile Spaniard that's having to rebound from some surgeries and injuries so far this season. Aldeguer speaking to him after the Grand Prix in Spain a couple of weeks ago, a bit like Frankie Morbidelli, still trying to find his best form, still trying to find that sweet spot on the Ducati GP25, which we know presented all kinds of problems for Pecco Bagnaia throughout the course of the last campaign, but a much needed pick-me-up as far as Aldeguer goes.
1 hour practice session is underway. There is Fermin Aldeguer just in the distance. You saw his teammate for at least this weekend, Michele Pirro. Reminder, we've got Michele Pirro in for the absence or injury Alex Marquez, who of course we wish very well, and John Zarco also with the knee injuries that he sustained at the 2nd of the 3 starts we had back in the Catalan Grand Prix. He is absent for the foreseeable future. His place this weekend is taken by this man, a homecoming back to LCR for 40-year-old Cal Crutchlow.
Shock and surprise, chance to register his 180th MotoGP start here this weekend for the now 40-year-old Brit. He's certainly old. I don't know if he's much wiser, Cal Crutchlow. I mean that in the nicest possible way. Trust us, behind the scenes, he gives us plenty of jib as well.
Well, he initially thought he was taking the right decision by declining the offer, didn't he?
He was persuaded by his good lady, his wife, Lucy, who was being hunted down herself by LCR Honda team staff as they were trying to get hold of Cal on the phone earlier on this week. And when he spoke to Lucy, he said, "Oh yeah, I've been contacted by the team. I've said no, I'm not going to do it." She said, "What? How can you turn it down? Why are you not doing it?" And then of course I think Cal started to think about it. He said, "I'll do it on one condition, I can at least throw my leg over an RT213V," which he did about 50 laps or so in Misano on Wednesday alongside Taka Nakagami, who was putting in some more crucial development miles on Honda's new 850cc project. And here we are, hey presto, Cal Crutchlow potentially lining up once again on the grid here this weekend in Mugello. He did say, he said, had it been the factory Ducati team, had it been the factory Aprilia team, had it been any team in MotoGP other than LCR, he would not have entertained this shock return. It was only because he's got such a great rapport, great memories and a great relationship with Lucio Cecchino in particular, and so many staff that are still with the Italian-based project. For when Cal was last there back in 2020, it was an opportunity he simply could not turn down.
And he's of course the rider who earned the LCR Honda team victories back in 2016 and of course the early part of 2018. You could argue the LCR team's greatest MotoGP success was earned by Cal Crutchlow. They are running a special livery, you might have noticed, with some added black and gold on the usual Castrol colours of that LCR Honda for Cal Crutchlow. So it does, albeit not the circumstances that anyone would have wanted, feels rather fitting that it is Cal that is going to brandish and sport that special livery here.
Oh, I know it's the longest of the longest long shots, but just in case, he does find himself with a chance to win. He would be the fourth oldest winner in MotoGP history. Now it's Cal's 41 this year. He turns 41 in October. He's certainly not slowing down though, is he? I mean, speaking to the media yesterday, he said, I still feel as fit as I ever did already this year. What are we now? The end of May. It's May the 29th. He's on 12,000 kilometres on his push bike. We know that Cal's a bit of a fitness freak. Best pals, of course, with Tour de France sprint legend Mark Cavendish. He saved him 27,000 pages push bike last year. He's not slowing down certainly on that form of two wheels, is he?
No, and as you alluded to a little bit earlier on, he's still certainly as quick as it ever was in press conferences and in media scrums. And yeah, they're always appointment viewing when Cal sits down in front of the assembled journalist at any Grand Prix venue.
Yeah, if you wanted a headline back in the day, you would just go to a Cal Crutchlow media debrief. Good to see though that fluorescent yellow 35 back in action in MotoGP. Cal this morning was doing some very, very respectable lap times when you think it's the Japanese Grand Prix in 2023. The last time he was racing a MotoGP bike in anger, a 149.913 was Cal's opening salvo in FP1 this morning.
So already we are faster than we went to any stage this morning. Of course, understandable given the rather patchy wet and dry racetrack earlier on. Gian Antonio's fastest lap time this morning was a 146.242. He's already straight into the 145s. Of course, he is on a soft rear tyre. The bulk of the field have gone out on the medium front soft rear combination in this afternoon session. We've got Vinales, Quartararo, Raul Fernandez, Fermin Albuquerque, Bezzecchi and Agura, who have gone out for the first laps of this afternoon session on the medium rear tyre. Everyone else is currently on the soft.
Momentum, confidence are brilliant things to have in your arsenal, aren't they? When you're a MotoGP rider, and in both cases, Fabio Di Antonio is blessed with both. At the moment, he just looks like the only rider potentially, maybe, throughout the course of the season that can really give the Aprilias a headache. We haven't seen Marcmarquez get a race this year, have we? At full fitness, at the peak of his powers in terms of physique. Let's see what Mark can do when he is fully fit and fully confident on the Ducati GP26 before the ride through this wonderful final sector here. Biondetti one, there's the left-hander, and then they're hard right through Biondetti 2. Big squirt of acceleration, and out of that Biondetti 2 into this final corner, which just seems to go on forever and ever and ever. And then all about your drive grip. Look how low that Aprilia sits with the rear ride-out device engaged. Look to pick up max power, max acceleration, and down this start-finish straight. Second longest on the Grand Prix calendar. It's Pecco Bagnaia, who occupied P1 for much of FP1 this morning, before he had the slowest crash of his Grand Prix career in San Donato. He's back in P1 once again this afternoon.
From Alex Rins here on the factory Yamaha, and I think it might be fair to describe Yamaha's collective quartet of riders and their mindset over this weekend was slightly fearful, given that not only is the Yamaha slightly down on top speed compared to the other bikes in the field, but also a very physical circuit is this one. You need a bike that turns well, and one or two of the Yamaha riders have already spoken of this V4 powered Yamaha not necessarily turning as well as Yamahas on the patch, which could come back to bite them as we go through this weekend.
Yeah, Rins yesterday was asked, can you recall the last time he enjoyed riding Yamaha's M1? And he said, well, yeah, really, not at any point this year, as he had a smile on his face. Inside the helm on the new V4 powered Yamaha offering. He said Mandalika last year, when he qualified for and was able to run at the front for a spell, was really the last time he got any kind of enjoyment out of being a MotoGP rider. Just gives you an indication of how tough things have been of late for the Yamaha quartet, because you're not going to find anybody that's more positive in the paddock than Alex Rins. Always tries to put a brave face on things, but yeah, it has been tough going, and of course we learned quite recently the Spanish Grand Prix that Alex Rins has been informed that surplus to requirements in 2027. No seats currently in MotoGP going for Rins. He's not the only one that looks like they're going to be left without a chair when the game of musical chairs comes to its conclusion in this pretty hectic rider market.
Brad Binder, who's just up ahead of Bastianini here on track, who was looked like he was lighting the rear tyre a bit coming out of Puccini. He's another one who's potentially going to be on the outside looking in next season as Bastianini goes into fifth position, and he has just set the top speed of this session, 358.8 kilometres an hour is the top speed of Bastianini. This is team manager Günther Steiner looks on. Looks like Bastianini will not be a Tech 3 KTM rider beyond the end of this season.
No it seems like Enea has agreed terms with Trackhouse and with Aprilia. Just seems to be formalities of getting the ink out and getting his name on a formal contract, but he's certainly not pouring water on the flames of that potential deal. He did say a few weeks ago, because I think a lot of people felt he was going back to Brazilian Ducati next year, and he said, oh, I might surprise a few people, the surprise being that he was slotting himself into Trackhouse next year. Which might spell a bit of trouble for Ralph Fernandez. We know that Ayagura has already vacated one of those Trackhouse seats, a very coveted seat as well. He's factory Yamaha bound alongside Jorge Martin. And recent mutterings, recent murmurings in the paddock suggest that Ralph Fernandez, a big period of the championship coming up for him, because he clearly is scrapping and fighting to keep his RSGP next year.
And Ralph Fernandez spoke on the Monday at the post-race test in Barcelona, 10 days or so ago, and he couldn't guarantee at that stage that he would definitely still be a Trackhouse rider next season. Sure, that would be his priority, that would be his preference going into next season, because there aren't really many other opportunities out there, it has to be said, at this stage, with so many seats filling up for next season. And Ralph Fernandez is in a bit of a phase at the moment where he has to deliver in qualifying in the sprint in Barcelona, of course, through a combination of factors. Some pain after the debris of the Alex Marquez across the track, and then the contact with Jorge Martin at the restart. Not a weekend where Ralph Fernandez necessarily got the results to back up the pace he's been showing. And I guess if you are trying to nail down a place on the grid for next season with the team you're in, perhaps colliding with the factory team rider isn't the best way to go about it.
Vinales, as mentioned, does seem pretty confident that he will be staying on an RC16 next year. They might need his services, of course, with Alex Marquez and Fabio Di Antonio tipped to move into KTM's factory team. And with Brad Binder looking like he's out, and Enea Bastianini moving to Trackhouse Aprilia. Looks like Fabio Vinales potentially with the only rider that's got KTM knowledge and experience moving into 2027. Tech 3 boss Gunther Steiner did a round table with some selected media here in Mugello during the lunch break, where he was inevitably asked about potentials for Vinales' teammate. He's, and I quote, "I'm pretty open to taking a chance on a Moto2 rider. This is an opportunity for us. You can mix experience with somebody who could be the next star." This is a rider who's been linked strongly with Tech 3, so that's a watch this space and see how that one unfolds. So Gunther Steiner clearly keeping a very close eye on some Moto2 options.
When you look at the stars of Moto2 at the moment that are potentially MotoGP bound in the future, or could be, a bunch of them have already been signed up. The likes of David Alonso, Danny Holgado, we suspect Steve Nakamura is moving up as well with the Pratama Yamaha squad. There's probably a relatively short list of potential candidates to take that spot if it is indeed going to be a Moto2 rider that moves up, and it'll be a good time to move up as a Moto2 rookie for next season, of course, with Pirelli currently the suppliers of tyres in Moto2, also becoming the MotoGP tyre supplier for the new generation of bikes next year.
There is, said Gunther Steiner on the right-hand side of your picture, Rebel KTM Tech 3 CEO, with Paolo Campinotti, Prima Pramac Yamaha MotoGP team principal. Well, we know Gunther Steiner has a very strong roots and a big background in Formula 1, and this week it was confirmed that another Formula 1 icon, Formula 1 legend, Ross Brawn. Of course, so much success in the past at Ferrari. Of course, Brawn won the World Championship themselves, didn't they, with Jenson Button a few years ago. He's now in an advisory and consultancy role with Paolo Campinotti and the Pramac Yamaha project, sort of strengthening the sort of Formula 1 connections at the moment with the MotoGP World Champion. Of course, last year's takeover by Liberty Media, the arrival of Gunther Steiner. Ross Brawn now also dipping a toe into the MotoGP waters. We know he's a very big fan of his two-wheel motorsports. I'll be interested to see what behind the scenes Brawn can bring to the table at Pramac Yamaha.
Of course, very recently we had Christian Horner, former Redbull team boss, at the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez having a look around, so who knows, potentially we might see him in a MotoGP paddock again in the very near future, as we take a look at a trio of KTMs dropping downhill into Scarperia. We're running on board in the middle of that particular trio at the moment with Pedro Acosta. Up ahead of us is Maverick Vinales, and right behind us is Enea Bastianini.
moment. It's been a strong weekend in front of his home crowd for Pecco Bagnaia, a 3-time MotoGP winner here previously. He's currently fastest in this session. How's Marcmarquez getting on his injury return? We can find out from the boss, Davide Tardozzi, with Jack.
Yeah, he is indeed. Good afternoon to everybody. I imagine, Davide, the first question that a lot of people at home will want me to ask is, how is Mark? His first few laps on the bike this morning, not in ideal conditions, but how did his body react?
Yeah, he took this first session this morning, slowly, but with a calm, but not so bad. But he's still not perfectly in form, and this is take this race and probably the other one test to be sure to be perfect for
Yeah, I heard he was speaking in the lunch break to some of our Spanish broadcast partners, saying that this weekend almost like a training session for him to allow himself to get accustomed with the body and so on and so forth. So maybe we're not going to see him at his top form. Someone that we think we will see on top form this weekend is Pecco. It feels as though things have just been starting to come together. We haven't seen it all come together in that perfect weekend for Pecco just yet. Would you agree that all of the ingredients are there for a big weekend?
Yeah, I guess so, because I saw him very motivated also last week. He had a training with the Panigale in Misano. He was very, very fast. He made his own fastest lap with the road bike, and in the morning I saw him very confident with the bike and really focused to be on the podium together.
How much would a big result here at home mean to him? Because it's been the last 18 months, ever since that result here, where those famous images of him sat in the garage, having missed out on the podium. It feels as though it's been such a roller coaster 12 months. What could a big result here do to him?
I think that it will mean a lot. I think that if my dream is something that I can say, looking him on the top of the podium, I think that he can change his season.
Thanks, Davide. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks as always then to factory Ducati boss Davide Tardozzi. A podium or even better, a win here, Mugello. Could that be the transformation in Pecco Bagnaia season? That's certainly the thoughts of the boss, the 29-year-old. I have to say, our statisticians were a little bit dirty this morning, because that 0 mile an hour topple over in the Double Travel Stanninato, they still registered that as a crash. He was still in the crash statistics, which seemed a little bit harsh. He won't be too bothered about that, though. Catalunya, his first podium in 11 since that Motegi win. Amazingly, it was only his second top 6 in the last 16 Grand Prix. Only the 4th Grand Prix that Pecco's finished in the last 13. Hasn't seen a lot of checker flags of late, has he? That's not been a problem for Fabio Di Gianantonio. He's still inside that top 3 after his early 1:45.746. A rather quiet circuit for a bit of period of time. Lots of riders having done their initial first runs already back in the hottest condition of the weekend. Grip levels will be increasing lap by lap, just feeding back some information. It looks like Jorge Martin needs a little bit more turning and a little bit more trust in the front end of his factory Aprilia.
A little stews though, at the sharp end of the field. We've got Bagnaia's Ducati, Rins' Yamaha, Di Gianantonio's Ducati, Martin's Aprilia, and Bastianini's KTM within, respectively, a tenth of a second, as you can see, left-hand side of your screen. Spectacular, the championship leader, is currently 6th, and have to give a shout-out once again to rookie Diogo Moreira, who's currently up in 8th place, and gets a bit of added pressure on him from the LCR point of view this weekend, of course, with the experience Johan Zarco absolute to injury. Much will be expected from Moreira this weekend, who was on pole for the Moto2 Grand Prix here 1 year ago.
Well, it was a pretty positive start to proceedings this morning for Trackhouse MotoGP. Bagnaia third quickest, also inside the top 10 with his teammate Ralph Fernandez. Plenty to digest after a rather controversial Catalan Grand Prix for those two. Let's get the thoughts of Trackhouse boss Davide Brivio with Jan.
Yeah, as ever, plenty to talk about with Davide. We saw the message. I spoke to Paolo this morning, and he mentioned the meeting that he'd had with Trackhouse and the factory guys yesterday. A message of total respect between the 4 riders. After that meeting, did you have to add anything else to both Raul and I, Davide?
No, I mean, it was quite a standard meeting where you just ask to the rider to respect each other, and at least between our brand, but it's something quite normal. I mean, normally it happened in my career, you do this within the team. This time was a larger family meeting, and quite normal. So to respect, I mean, it's a pity
both Raul and Jorge miss an opportunity to have score a lot of points and good results. So we should try to avoid that. But it's quite normal in a racing, I think.
How much of a challenge is the position you're in? Because Raul is still adamant, and it's an argument that the stewards agree with as well, that Jorge played his part in the crash, that he saw him, he let the brake off, he didn't really give him the space that Raul probably needed. So you're always going to stick up for your rider, but at the same time trying to look at things from a bigger picture. It feels like you're in a difficult position in the middle.
I mean, look, if I have to be honest without playing around, in my opinion, has been both riders' fault, and this is also what the steward panel has judged. Then we can discuss it 50-50, 70-30, 80-20, whatever we can talk about. But I mean, they both did something that they shouldn't do, probably. So okay, let's move on and let's try to avoid. I mean, I think it was also a good opportunity to have this type of meeting to send a message, to underline, and just try to be smarter next time.
We always say if Mayagura can be fast on a Friday morning, then his competitors need to be scared. So often he builds into a weekend, so you must have been quite pleased to see him up there this morning.
Yeah, of course. It's very strange to see P1 in such a high position. So I hope it's a good start of the weekend. Yeah, no, I think he's feeling good. Now we're trying different things, trying different tires. Then we see. We have to go for the time attack, which is one of the, you know how important it is now on Friday afternoon. It's coming hot, so that's good for Rai. He likes hot conditions, so let's see. Let's go step by step and try to do the good weekend.
And just finally looking to next year, it looks as though the picture looking a bit clearer at Trackhouse for 2027. Enea Bastianini intimating that he's very close to agreeing a deal. On the other side, how many rounds does Raul have to prove himself to make sure that he remains it? It feels as though that the clock is ticking now.
Yeah, no, about riders, that's many things going on. It's not that clear. Yeah, now also we are talking to different riders. And of course, Raul, I think for Raul it's not a matter of one race, two race, three race. I mean, we're racing together by 3 years, so I think he knows very well the team knows very well him, and it's just a matter to make a decision, sit down and talk.
Obviously, we know you're not with the team next year. How involved are you in those discussions? Are you still trying to offer your advice on what you think the best way forward is for the team?
Yeah, that's the point. I mean, I wanted to be very fair with the team to tell them that I won't be here because I wanted to avoid to go into discussion and then say, oh, sorry, I'm leaving. So then maybe we anticipated too much somehow, but I felt it was the fair way, the correct way to do. So yes, I won't be here. And I chat. Justin is now taking over the negotiation. We chat each other. He asked me my opinion. I give my idea, my opinion, and then it's all.
Thanks, Davide. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks as always to current Trackhouse Aprilia boss Davide Brivio. As always, a very interesting chat down in pit lane with Davide. Still no official confirmation. Not a lot of rumours. It seems to have gone a little bit quiet on who may be stepping into the big shoes to fill at Trackhouse. The American team rather reluctantly seeking a new team manager. Names like Wilco Zielenberg has been mentioned, Francesco Guidotti, of course both of those I've seen already here this weekend, the paddock. Johan Stiggerfeldt, who's got MotoGP managerial experience as well. I've seen Stiggy knocking around here this weekend in Mugello, so I don't think Trackhouse are going to be lacking options. It's just which direction Justin Marks feels like is the best way for them to go moving forward. Moving forward at a rather fast rate is Pecco Bagnaia. It was his teammate Marcmarquez then now powering up towards 360 kilometres an hour. That's going to be really testing the strength and mobility of that recovering right shoulder when you're grabbing a handful of brakes from the fastest speeds pretty much recorded by they are in MotoGP history down to what is a pretty tight second gear first corner, the right-hander. No better workout for his upper body than that one for the 93.
And many riders do describe Mugello as one of the most physical circuits we go to on the calendar. So if you're going to choose somewhere to make your return from injury, to be an upper body injury, perhaps this wouldn't be the one, but Marcmarquez, understandably keen as quickly as possible to get himself back on board that factory Ducati. Of course, a weekend that means so much to the factory as they celebrate their centenary, and they will do so by essentially sporting a mashup of 10 of their favourite liveries and famous liveries of the past on Sunday for the Grand Prix.
Well, in recent history, Ducati have rocked up to their home circuit and almost expected a victory. As I said this morning, they've won 7 of the last 8 Sunday battles here in front of their home crowd. Of course, there's a dedicated Ducati grandstand as always at Corantaio turn 12. They'll still be hoping to see one of the red bikes firing at the front here on Sunday. The 23-lap Brembo Grand Prix admits we pick up Mark then now through Biondetti 1 and 2. That classic battle he had here, 10 years ago now. Really 10 years ago since that famous fight with Jorge Lorenzo back in 2016, which still remains, I think, the 8th closest finish in Premier Class history. What a fight that was. They passed each other 4 times on that last lap. Mark's still fighting for more wins in the present day and the glorious clear blue skies. He finds a 1:47.686.
19,000ths of a second separated Lorenzo and Marquez on that particular afternoon. One of the classic final laps. Mark's been in a few of them, it's fair to say, around this circuit. 2019, he was in the meat of a factory Ducati sandwich where Danilo Petrucci memorably claimed his maiden MotoGP victory in that battle with Mark and with Andrea Dovizioso. So if we get anything like as good a finish as that on Sunday afternoon, then we're in for an absolute treat.
That's when Petrucci was sick as a dog. I remember he was riddled with flu, climbed off his sick bed. There's nothing quite like a race-winning trophy in front of your home crowd to be the perfect medicine. As we followed Diogo Moreira then on the number 11 LCR Honda going through the gearbox, as you can see there with his left foot over the start-finish line. Moreira goes. Yeah, still not been able to find a 1:45, but he's mighty close to it. Is the Brazilian. He's still keeping himself inside that top 10, 8th place at the moment for Moreira.
See him in a qualifying 2 session so far. He's come close in a few Q1s, qualified 14th already on a few occasions this season. That's Moreira, as we're picking up Bastianini here with an interesting experience through Puccini.
Pogo stick on the rear of that KTM 10-3 machine coming out of that final corner. A final corner where 2 years ago he rubbed salt into Jorge Martin's wounds on the same weekend. Jorge Martin started the 2024 Italian Grand Prix convinced he's got a factory Ducati seat. It ended with Ducati informing him that he hadn't got that seat, and kicking Imani was down. He got passed at the very last corner for 2nd place by this rider, Enea Bastianini, was then a factory Ducati rider. What a sensation that must be. Front wheel in the air over the blind crest down the hill into San Donato at 358 kilometres an hour, over 220 miles an hour. Front wheel in the air for Enea Bastianini. That is what separates the elites, the best of the best in MotoGP, from just your normal mere mortals as Enea's crew look on. Not to be scared on. Not too bad actually, 5th place, so 1:45.801 from Enea.
Here's Igor, who looks like he's potentially going a little early here, trying to get a lap time on the board. He and Marco Bezzecchi are both out there on brand new medium front, brand new soft rear tyres. Of course, we often see in practice sessions in the latter stages disrupted by traffic, disrupted by yellow flags. So potentially Igor trying to get himself ahead of the game here and get a lap time on the board. And if he's not delayed by Fabio Quartararo's Yamaha in the final corner, he might get a little bit of a slipstream from it.
Yeah, this one might be pretty reading for Quartararo, but amazingly, his factory Yamaha is 16 k's down on Enea Bastianini's fastest recorded speed so far today. I mean, it's not even a fair fight, is it? It's no contest. As Agura just blitzes by Fabio Quartararo. It's like taking candy off a baby, wasn't it? Agura then now is fastest, a 1:45.667. Agura's having a fantastic Friday, isn't he? Normally so slow out the gate, third quickly this morning, and now in P1.
Won't be there for long though, because look at this from Marco Bezzecchi as the World Championship leader is about to stamp his authority on this Italian Grand Prix. He's got the KTM Maverick Vinales punching a lovely hair in the air for him, and Bezzecchi down to a 45.024. He suddenly puts 6/10 into the opposition.
Just looking at the top speeds, Yogo Moreira, he would not have even come anywhere near 355 kilometers an hour in his Grand Prix career. Maybe last time out in Barcelona, but a very rare experience. He's been touching those kind of speeds for Diogo Moreira. You've got to be so brave, so committed on the brakes into that Stagnato corner. Commitment not lacking there for Agura as he had the big head shake as he threw that track out to put it onto his right-hand side going through Arabiata 2. That was just absolutely spectacular watch from the outside for Agura. I'm not sure what it was like to be on top of all. Well, he's going all in here, isn't he, Agura? This is, I mean, he's been out of shape at Arabiata 2. He's been out of shape now at Corantayo. It's a scrappy lap, it's a messy one, but it's fast again.
Yeah, once again, left elbow almost on the ground there as he tips it into Biondetti. And how much time has he lost? Quite a bit as it happens. He's lost 0.3 of a second through that third sector. Most of it would have been lost at Corantayo. As you mentioned, it's a committed lap, but at the moment it's not as quick as the World Championship leader who's 6/10 up the road.
He has been loose. He's been very loose on that lap, hasn't he? Agura. Well, at the moment, all is going very swimmingly as far as the Championship Challenge concerns. Our most recent Grand Prix was in Catalunya. Of course, we're talking about Pratama Enduro VR Voyage Racing. Fabio Di Giannantonio looking strong once again here in front of his home crowd. Can they go back-to-back in 2026? Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Pablo Nieto with Jack.
Yeah, that's the big question. We've been saying all year is one of the men of the moment is Fabio Di Giannantonio, and it really rolled through in that Barcelona Grand Prix. It's the question all the people are asking at the moment. Have you got yourselves a genuine title contender in Fabio Di Giannantonio, Pablo?
It's a very good question, but I think the strategy that we have to be is race by race. This is just the beginner. You never know what happened here in MotoGP. It's very difficult, but also it's true that we are working in a very good way.
We'll come back to you, Pablo. We just had a big crash out there for Fabio Quartararo.
Yeah, we've got a red flag here. Jack's really sorry for cutting into Pablo Nieto. We'll pick it up as soon as we possibly can. With Fabio Quartararo's crashed factory Yamaha right on the racing line, race direction, having no choice whatsoever to throw the red flag. You can see there Quartararo kicking gravel. He was frustrated as he walked away from the scene of the crime.
As he lost the front there through the left, and the bikes then tumbled through the gravel trap, and there's obviously come to a rest on the racing line. See gravel everywhere across the entire width of the racetrack. We'll hopefully get a replay shortly. Quartararo was okay. You saw him walking away and rather angrily kicking the gravel trap as he trudged away from the scene there down at the Materazzi corner, favouring his left arm. Of course, he had a famous crash here last year where his shoulder came out. Is he going to lose the front? He is. Immediately parts company with a bike, which is then going to cartwheel its way back onto the racetrack and shedding some rear aero with it.
Yeah, gave a bit of a kiss there on the helmet for Fabio as well. Yeah, it certainly looks like he's going to have some abrasions, some bumps. Remember last year he dislocated his shoulder, had to get the marshals to push it back in, didn't he? Okay, then so red flag, the Quartararo incident, that turn for clean-up operation required. First of all, apologies and thanks as always to his patience. Let's pick it up once again with Jack and Pablo Nieto.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. Thanks for your patience, Pablo. I think the guys in the commentary did you guys a favour then. They just let Fabio go. So a bit of unwanted cardio for the mechanics there in this heat. As you were saying, what a moment that Fabio is in. But you want to try and keep everybody's feet on the ground.
Yeah, it's very important, no? Because this is very long. Of course, we have to think that we are in a very good moment, and we have to try to keep working like this, because in the end of the season it's going to be really important. Try to be constant, and then we will see what happens. Only one, so we have to try to make our best.
Where do you think this spark has come from so far this year? It's obvious the talent has always been there, but in previous years there's maybe been struggled to find that consistency. So what has been the key to that spark and that consistency this year?
Yeah, I think the main point was last year in the winter test we have the injury team, we broke the collarbone, and we couldn't make the winter test, no? And we start just a little bit late from the other riders. So this year we make a very good winter test, we was working really good, and it's really important to try to give the best setup in that period. And in the end, we found it. We didn't change a lot of things, and this is very important because also the most important thing I think in MotoGP for the riders is try to be in the same bike. No, sometimes happen that every time that the rider is going out from the track, different setup, different bike, so he must think about the bike, about the setup, and he's not thinking about the rider style, and we are very focused on that.
We saw a video after the victory where Valentino put his arm around Fabio and said, "Are you sure you want to leave?" What do you mean by that?
I don't know what he mean about that. Of course we wanted to keep it. It's going to be difficult because also we have to understand that the goal for a rider is try to be a factory rider, and at the moment he's a factory rider but he's not in a factory team, so but I think we are better.
Yeah, Valentino told us in Barcelona that you've got 4 riders as candidates: Frankie Morbidelli, Luca Marini, Celestino Vietti and Nicolo Bulega. Are they all still in contention, or have you managed to shorten that list down?
Yeah, they are very interesting for us. No? Of course, at the moment we have to be calm in try to make a decision, because already we know that all the riders are very fast, very fast, but we have to think about our project, about Ducati, about everything, but still everything open. So at the moment we have to check everything, and we have to stay hard in the races.
Thanks, Pablo. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks once again to VR46 Ducati boss Pablo Nieto. Yes, as Valentino did in that great interview with Jack going Barcelona, confirming it will be one of 4 Italians that will be joining those ranks. Next, I think Nicolo Bulega, who has been fielding constant questions about his future over in the Aragon World Superbike round this weekend, said basically it's going to be down to what Valentino decides in terms of his future. Of course, they are pretty close. He was a former VR46 Academy member back in the day, wasn't he, Nicola? Pit lane reopens then in just under 50 seconds time, so thankfully a rather a short interruption after the quick clean-up operation, just to clear away and sweep away some of the gravel after Fabio Quartararo's turn 4 crash. That's what you can see there on the right-hand side of your pictures. 30 seconds away from the resumption to complete the final 30 minutes or so of this practice session. That was before, unfortunately, Fabio Quartararo was chewing a bit of gravel at turn 4 rather reluctantly.
Taking a Yamaha around the side of the face as well. Fortunately, as mentioned, he walked away. Part of me might be thinking, just leave that Yamaha there. Quite frankly, the way it's currently running for him at the moment, we have got Alex Rins still up there in 4th place, called Litzian getting towed around at the very start of the session. Quartararo's 17th, Miller 19th, and top rank Razgatlioglu currently in 20th, and as we've already touched upon, Quartararo is perhaps the most extreme example of the 4 Yamahas that are seriously lacking straight line speed.
Yeah, Alex Rins with that toe behind Bagnaia, sort of putting a bit of gloss on what's a gloomy picture right now for Yamaha. And you go down to their other rise, Fabio Quartararo 1.5 seconds off Bezzecchi early on in that session, Miller 1.8 seconds back. The top of Razgatlioglu, well, his rather nightmarish rookie season in MotoGP continues. He's just over 2 seconds off the best pace. No doubt a bit of medical checkup and a wardrobe change possibly for Fabio Quartararo after his spill at turn 4. Let's get an update on the Frenchman. From Jack in pit lane.
Yeah, the good news is, as you guys saw walking away, his close friend and manager Tom Mobot just giving me the indication there that he is absolutely okay. Just a little bit of pain in that right arm. He has come to the medical centre, I think, just to get it checked over. But the plan is that we will see Fabio back out in this session pretty swiftly. The good news, all okay for the Frenchman.
Good stuff, thanks as always, Jack. Thanks to Tom Mobot, Fabio Quartararo's factory Yamaha, his personal manager, of course. This is what happens when you're so down on top speed and you're getting absolutely killed on the 1.14 1 kilometre Mugello straight. You have to take risks in the braking zones, you have to take risks in the corner to try and find any kind of time, try and make up the deficit, and sometimes you just do push over that limit. Fabio Quartararo found out to his cost at turn 4 on occasion.
See, top track here is right up behind Marcmarquez. There's Fabio Quartararo, who'll be making his way into the Yamaha box any moment now. So clearly has been given the thumbs up at the medical centre and will be, albeit only with one bike now available at his disposal, set to rejoin this practice session. Of course, Quartararo very recently back-to-back Q2 appearances, even if one of those back at the French Grand Prix, of course, at home did come via Q1. Does feel as if he's got a bit of an uphill climb to make that 3 in a row.
Amazingly going for 3 top 6 finishes in a row in MotoGP for the first time in 4 years as he starts the inquest here with his crew chief. Out your picture of Diego Ghivolini, a few Yamaha engineers hanging on every word of Fabio Quartararo. Quite understandably so. I mean, it's mission impossible, isn't it? Mission impossible. You're giving up so much time on this start-finish straight as the Yamahas are. And Alex Rins has proven you can do a time with the slipstream. But you can't keep doing that for, 11 laps in the sprint, 23 laps in the Grand Prix. You're just going to get picked off. Yellow flags out in turn 1, San Donato, and it's Jack Miller. So more Yamaha misery. Unfortunately, we've had Quartararo down at turn 4, and now with a rather frustrating trudge away from his crash, it's Pramac Yamaha's Jack Miller who's on the floor at turn 1.
Look at the picture already on his side there into turn number 1. Once again, further graphic proof of just how hard these Yamaha riders are having to push at the moment.
That went early, didn't it? That went really early. Okay then, KTM had a pretty tough Saturday and Sunday, didn't they? Over in Barcelona a couple of weeks ago. Are they on course maybe to break their own top speed record here in Mugello this weekend? Let's get some thoughts from KTM Motorsport Director Pete Byra, who joins Jack.
Yeah, an emotional weekend for everybody in Barcelona, but I imagine none more so than for you, Pete, when the emotions, the adrenaline started to sap away on Sunday evening into Monday morning, and you started to take account of what happened. Did you really start to appreciate what a missed opportunity it was in Barcelona?
Wow, honestly, I'm really super thankful that we didn't have any heavy injuries. There are some really serious injuries out there, but so I think first of all we have to be thankful for that. Then you need to look, of course, and analyze what happened result-wise for us, and yeah, that was pretty tough to swallow. Like, where we could finish Friday in first position, take a pole. Yeah, just almost win that sprint race on Saturday, and then yeah, need 3 restarts and until the very end, and then it's like for Pedro with empty hands. So it was really a tough, yeah, just a tough weekend. And then even Monday morning again for the test, everything was fine again from the speed. So general performance was there, outcome was really terrible. So yeah, I think like everybody expected, it was a tough KTM week right after Barcelona.
How do you go about picking everybody up within the team and making sure that that energy is still there coming into this weekend?
Why, I'm just so happy for the team we have. I mean, it's like this team just worked all Sunday to Monday, nights through to have a great test on Monday, and then Pedro could perform good on the track, and we made a step with Maverick, who went even faster on Monday than in qualifying. So yeah, we just keep working, and honestly, I don't need to motivate that team. The team is just motivating me and whole KTM for all the effort they're putting in.
Just finally, I saw a familiar face in the box this morning, Mr. Kurt Tree, who has been so important to the engine design and the engine performance here at KTM. It seemed as though his holiday to Japan was quite short-lived.
Yes, that's true. I mean, it was never a secret that I was really sad when he left, but I was also underlining all the time that we stayed friends every single moment, even during the split. And that was a really good base to talk to him very early and ask him if he's happy in Japan. And yeah, obviously he was not. So we could bring him back, and I'm just happy. I think Kurt is one of us. He belongs to us, and now he's back home. And I think also just exactly the right moment within this transition from 1000 to 850. We have a
very short-lived affair, wasn't it, Kurt Schreib's adventure over at Honda? Clearly that didn't work out at all, but Kurt Schreib welcomed back with open arms into KTM, as you would expect he would be.
Of course, with a change of engine capacity for next year in the 850s, KTM and all the manufacturers looking for as stronger particular engine department as they can find to make sure they all roll out in the early part of next year, February, March next year, with the very best 850cc MotoGP bike that anyone can get their hands on. Of course, having retained the collaboration with Tech3, having been some talk that they might have also gone for Honda for next season. With Steiner and the Tech3 squad confirming last time out in Barcelona that they would be staying with KTM to ensure that there are a quartet of RC16s on the grid next year.
HRC have been open to some European influence, haven't they, on the technical side the last couple of years, because they head on to Romano Albiciano away from Aprilia a couple of years ago after he'd been the tech guru for the Nuali factory for a good decade or so. So yeah, clearly not a match made in heaven, as both parties I'm sure would have hoped for, but I guess Honda's loss is KTM's gain, as Fabio Quartararo looks to gain some lap time around this Mugello circuit. He's going to need to find at least half a second to have any hope of troubling the Q2 place or the automatic Q2 places. He has got himself a nicely shiny set of Alpine Stars Yamaha leathers. If anybody is going to be able to block out adversity and find a special lap around Mugello, because that's what he's built his career on, it will be Fabio Quartararo.
KTMs, who we were discussing a moment ago, though, they also do need to find some pace in the final 21 minutes. We've got Bastianini in 8th at the moment, but the other trio, KTM, Vinales down in 12th. Binder and Acosta are, well, Acosta's just ahead of Binder, 15th and 16th respectively. They are the best part of a second and a half off the pace, respectively. So also the RC16's in need of some improvements. At the moment, we've got Aprilia's first and second. We've got a Ducati third, Yamaha fourth, Ducati fifth, Aprilia 6th and 7th, KTM 8th, Ducati out again 9th. As it stands, the one Honda heading into Q2. Put the flag out now would be the rookie at LCR, Diogo Moreira.
Yeah, Betseki's decision to go early on a soft rear tyre has already paid off big style, hasn't it? He got a 45.024. It is a nice marker, a nice reference. Catching if you can was the message from the factory of Aprilia camp. So Betseki already threatening 44s, and that was on his opening time attack. Michele Pirro standing in this weekend in Mugello, at least, for the absent Alex Marquez. Once again, we send our best wishes for a speedy recovery to Alex. We know he's not here this weekend in Mugello after that nasty incident with Pedro Acosta in Barcelona. He's definitely ruled out of next weekend's Grand Prix of Hungary as well. And at the moment, all because Ducati have told us, and they've told the world, is that Pirro's in for Alex this weekend. It's not been announced who will be on that usually stick of 73 with Ducati in Balaton. We talk that they're waiting for Nicolo Budiger to be available. Would Budiger have been the preferred pick this weekend had he not had World Superbike obligations over at Motorland Aragon? What is not in doubt though is Michele Pirro is the occupier of that Brazilian Ducati here this weekend, and he's just put in his best time, a 147.555.
Compared this to a 47.4 he actually did earlier on this morning in pre-practice 1, so there's still potentially some time on the table for Pirro. Was 16th earlier on today on the medium rear tyre. As far as the other substitute is concerned this weekend, Cal Crutchlow is in 22nd. He's done a 48.381 in this session. Is Crutchlow, so he's improved by a second and a half from what he did earlier on today.
Yeah, that last lap from Pirro was his 12th of the session. He's probably done about 12 million laps around Mugello in his career. Of course, I think Michele Pirro could probably do a 47.5 around this track one-handed and blindfolded. He knows every single millimetre of this circuit, doesn't he? Always a trusted stand-in, trusted sub rider down the years. Michele Pirro, 39 years of age now himself. Combined age of our two replacement riders, almost 80 years of age, isn't it? Cal Crutchlow and Michele Pirro. As Alex rings, well, he's hanging on to that place inside the top 5 at the moment. 4th place for the factory Yamaha rider. Aided and abetted by the tail he got behind Bagnaia early on in the session. There's a Julian Simon, 125cc world champion. Pretty darn good Grand Prix, much like a race himself Brought someone back in the day, still very much an integral part of Yamaha, rider coach and rider analysis. As Fabio Quartararo then looking to regain some confidence and find his flow around Mugello once again.
I guess the lack of a toe up ahead of him, Pirro's up the road and is, I think, going to come up the pit lane. So Quartararo, it's not really the kind of rider that generally does look for someone to follow. It's not really his style, because he's as fast as anyone over a single lap. Anyway, a French fan who's already getting themselves into World Cup mode with the number 20 bucket hat to boot as well. It's quite an aesthetic for that particular Fabio Quartararo fan, as his hero, Fabio Quartararo, now tackles San Donato and trying to rise beyond the limits and capabilities of the bike he's on.
I'm guessing he's French.
Yeah,
I mean, talk about nailing your colours to the mast and some. Yeah, brilliant to see small pockets of French fans here. Unfortunately, they'd have been hoping to have been showing their allegiance. Oh, crikey. Quartararo was,
Careful, you break your left hand, Fabio.
Count to 1,000, Fabio. Count to 1,000, because as the conditions reach boiling point, so too does Fabio Quartararo's temper. He was almost on the floor once again, going through that turn 4-5 flip-flop. And he thought about punching the tank, didn't he? Got away with that one, didn't he, Fabio?
It's not his corner, this one, is it? Over consecutive visits to Mugello on the left-hand side. Front end, his right foot was almost up in line with his head, and then he was so close to burying the left fist into the screen of that factory Yamaha.
Yeah, this is not him just testing his shoulder out there. This is him showing some pretty impressive restraint. Because, yes, I mean, this is Fabio Quartararo, a MotoGP world champion. Probably in terms of pure out-and-out talent, you have to say he's arguably top 3 on the grid. Marcmarquez and Pedro Acosta maybe completing that podium at the moment, given the kick underneath him, a shadow of the rider that we know he is. Still on occasion, he is capable of showing flashes of pure out-and-out brilliance, pure genius, but unfortunately this weekend, at the fastest Grand Prix track in the world, on the slowest MotoGP bike in the world right now, not even the brilliance of Fabio Quartararo can get a turn out of that M1.
No, he just went across the finish line and he registered 339 Ks. Now the finish line is slightly before the actual top speed track marker, which is much nearer to turn 1, but that is still the thick end of 15 kilometers an hour down. Here's turn 4 again. This time he is safely round, but he's already dropped 4/10 of a second relative to Marco Bezzecchi, who admittedly is 6/10 clear of the field, but the temper certainly moving towards boiling point for Fabio Quartararo, and a Q2 place looks a remote possibility right now.
He has produced some magic single laps over the last couple of years or so. He's certainly going to need to find something super special once again here. Then last quarter of this practice session underway. Now it is time for the serious business to commence here in Mugello. Who's going to be inside that top 10? As it stands in right now, as you can see on the time left-hand side of your screen, is Bez, the World Champs leader, Agura, Bagnaia, Rins, Gian Antonio, Martin, Fernandez, Bastianini, Aldeguer and Moreira. They are your 10 rides at the moment that we're going through. Trust that is going to chop and change quite dramatically in the final 15 minutes. This is what the best riders in the world do. What was it, 15-20 minutes or so ago, Fabio Quartararo was on his backside, rolling through the gravel trap at turn 4, but here he is now again, going full pelt, close to 345 kilometers an hour down the start-finish straight. Nothing going for Fabio though on this lap at all, is there? As he comes over the line, it's a 146.931, which is 4/10 outside of his own best time so far in this session.
Yeah, he's probably on that bike and he's taking unbelievable risks, and no one can ride that bike any quicker than him right now. He's nowhere near Q2 at the moment, half a second back. We're trying to pick up Aldeguer, who's somewhere in the 3rd sector, so he's behind this quartet that we're watching on track. You'll see Aldeguer, I think, at some point just at the top of the picture, because he's in the Biondetti chicane now, and Aldeguer currently 9th, but could potentially slot into that gap between Bezzecchi and Agura here.
Well, that's some factory Ducati tactics at play there. Marcmarquez slotting in behind Pecco Bagnaia, just using Bagnaia as a slipstream as a bit of a reference to try and help Marcmarquez advance directly into Q2. Once again stopping himself from behind those factory dukes was Alex Rins. We know that Alex is capable of high 145s. We've got a bit of a toe. So many Aldeguer. Alex some lap by Aldeguer. All on his Todd as well. All on his lonesome, and there's more tech problems right now than for Brad Binder. This is the second time today that we've seen Brad Binder run into tech issues. He had a clutch issue, didn't he, on the start in Barcelona. At the moment, Brad Binder down in 16th place. Oh dear me, what's happened to KTM's reliability issues of late? Well, they've gone AWOL.
Yeah, and of course we've already seen KTM's have problems on straights recently. Fortunately, no one right behind Brad Binder on this occasion, as Alex Marquez was in Barcelona. Immediately putting his left hand up to warn riders behind him that his bike has a problem. Doesn't appear to be any sort of ride-out device issue. He's having a good look there in the direction, I think, of the chain, but whatever the cause of the problem is, it sent Brad Binder on a walk back up pit lane to get his second KTM.
If this is deliberate, if this is a ploy, red flag.
I think it's because the KTM's at the side of the racetrack.
Yeah, so the red flag is out. Brad Binder on the exit of pit lane where he had little choice but to park his RC16. So for the second time, that's a real shame as well for Marcmarquez, because he was flying. He was potentially on course for the fastest time of the day so far, just slotting in behind his teammate Pekka Bagnaia. So now the marshals will sprint up pit lane to try and retrieve Brad Binder's KTM RC16. So KTM, of course, will give another red flag as the tech crew look on, and Brad Binder starts to relay information about exactly what caused that stoppage. Yeah, Marcmarquez, well, he was flying. So too was Bagnaia. We could have actually had a factory Ducati 1-2 if they'd been able to complete that lap. But with just a second under 12 minutes of practice remaining, we have our second red flag of the afternoon.
Essentially, the tyre is wasted for the factory Ducatis for everyone who went out on the racetrack. And to underline the point you made about 5 minutes ago, once again, that decision of Bezzecchi to go early on his soft rear tyre is looking even better, isn't it? With yet another stoppage to the session, and that's Davide Taurossi's reaction when he sees the red flag come up on his screens. And Brad Binder did all he could, pulled off the racetrack as soon as he could, but of course you're not going to send marshals out there when the riders are going about 10, 20 feet to their left at 350 kilometres an hour.
Davide Tardozzi knew that his riders were sailing at that stage into Q2. Marcmarquez at that stage, well, where he still is, was 13th with a best of a 146.263. So 93 will ruin that red flag. Binder's crew get his second bike fired into life. Going to once again be a very short intervention, thankfully, as the marshals, great work as always, volunteers quickly on scene to retrieve Brad Binder's KTM. So Bagnaia didn't need that last lap as much as what Marcmarquez did, because Pecco, as you can see on the timing tower, is already safely inside that top 10 as it stands at the moment. Fourth quickest with a 45.697. Clearly, he was trying to offer a bit of a helping hand to Marcmarquez, who unfortunately, with the red flag, stuck outside of that top 10 right now.
They'll at least be able to wheel that bike. If it's a quick diagnosis for KTM, then potentially they could still get that bike out there. Of course, the stoppage of the session does at least play into their hands, with Brad Binder, of course, on foot, making his way back to the KTM. Binder down in 16th place at the moment. And that is his one remaining fully functioning KTM, or certainly we hope it is. It's about to leave pit lane for the resumption. Will that have cost, though, a bunch of riders in this field one of the brand new soft rear tyres that they would have had earmarked for this session?
Jack, let's go quickly back down to you, pit lane.
Yeah, just on what Lewis was saying, it will have cost every single one of them that soft rear tyre. I imagine we're going to see in these final 12 minutes now, just one go at it with a brand new rear tyre at the back of it. It's going to make it fascinating watching, because those outside of the top 10 cannot afford to make a mistake.
Thanks very much, Jack. So in the hottest conditions of the weekend so far, it's time for some hot laps here in Mugello. Fives are down. We head down very, very shortly at about 360 kilometers an hour for Jorge Martin. The Martin 87. He's something where we had to relax with a 45.769. He'll feel like he needs plenty more to secure his place in Q2. About 0.3 of a second or so to play with. It's super tight actually from the Antonio, Martin, Fernandez and Bastianini are covered by 500ths of a second. That quartet's 6 down to 9. Bit of a gap, then just over a quarter of a second back to Moreira in 10th place. It's all eyes on Marcmarquez 30, Pedro Acosta, of course, our most recent pole starter in Catalonia. Acosta's got some work to do. He's 15th, and at this stage of the weekend has not really been anywhere near threatening a 45.
Here he is. We saw him almost putting his fist through his KTM earlier on today during FP1 when he was getting a little bit irritated with the way his RC16 was behaving. So crucial 10 minutes here in this session. Potentially a slightly used rear tyre available for this first run, and then the one remaining soft rear that they would have planned for this session will then go in for the final run. 10 minutes remaining in this session. Marcmarquez sitting and waiting. So clearly he's not going to go back out on the tyres that he had already run, certainly not at this moment. Potentially with that one further soft rear tyre, just saving it for one final attack.
It's funny how things change. You remember back in the day when Marcmarquez was the enemy of Ducati at Repsol Honda, and he used to sort of sit behind Ducatis at Mugello to try and find a hot lap time, much to the ire of Bologna management and for some of their riders at the time as well. Well, now of course, very much within the Ducati family, very much in the Ducati camp, and needing a little bit of help, which we don't say too often, is Marcmarquez. This is a beautiful shot, look at that. Jorge Martin braking from 358 kilometers an hour down to 89 kilometers an hour. One of the hardest braking zones, longest braking zones on the Grand Prix calendar. Just about the biggest upper body workout you'll get on a MotoGP bike. And when you're doing that 34 times a weekend in Mugello, certainly full speed racing laps, one of the toughest mental and physical challenges of the campaign. Marcmarquez, you can see he's in excess of 350 clicks and he's going out for the front brake as well. So we will never know if that lap that Marquez was on was going to be putting in the Q2. It certainly looked like he was. He just set the best second sector of the session before the red flag, so probably halted his progress.
Didn't see Bagnaia in the picture there with Mark. So yeah, Mark's left the pit lane. Bagnaia is still in the pit. So Mark, at least on this run, is going to have to do it all on his own.
Boy, Martin immediately in the groove. He's quickly found his rhythm. Very impressive this by the Martinator on his first flying lap. You can see he's potentially going to knock Bersecchi out of P1. There is Jorge, just might be getting a little bit balked here by Razgatlioglu's Pramac Yamaha. You can just see there, Jorge felt like he might have just had to have made a move on Toprak going down the hill into Kollontai. Wasn't close enough, but that might have cost him that small advantage he had through the set. Yeah, he has. He's lost him a whole chunk of time. So Toprak traffic really impeding Martin at the worst possible moment there.
Yeah, Toprak was on his own lap, just trying to push. He wasn't going slowly in terms of trying to hold someone up. He was pushing, but of course got caught in the wrong part of the racetrack by Costa. He still went fifth on a 45.6 without all that. Martin's clearly lost time too in the last stage of the lap, so he didn't improve stage 9. Miller on the Pramac Yamaha, clearly with some added slipstream. He's got up into the top 3.
It can be done. We saw Alex Rins on a Yamaha occupy, what, 4th highest in the session earlier on. He was inside the top 3, wasn't he? Now Miller's gone there, so if you can get a slipstream, it's really the only prayer that Yamaha have got, isn't it, in this Italian Grand Prix. So Miller finds a 45.617. Chapeau to the Australian. He's been on the floor himself for Standardato, turn 1 already earlier on in this session. So with just one M1 at his disposal, that is some lap that by Miller. We're desperately hoping that he can stay there as Marcmarquez just has a look over his left shoulder. Just behind him on circuit, he'll find Fabio with Gian Antonio. So this is Martin now, just building up some temperature in those tyres. Listen there as he went through that seamless shift gearbox to around 350 kilometres an hour. Jorge Martin now to second lap on that soft rear tyre. He's trying to make it work. He needs the time as well, because Martin. He's been pushed back down to 9th place after the big jumps forward by Miller and Acosta.
Yeah, so Raul Fernandez is now the rider at risk. He's 10th. We've got none of the Hondas at the moment up inside the top 10 because Marini briefly went 10th and was then bumped out. Marcmarquez straight away through the first sector. Doesn't need anyone ahead of him. You don't win 7 world championships at MotoGP level if you can only follow people.
Just a test session, this. It's just a test weekend for Mike. Of course it is. Of course it is. Look at this by the reigning world champion. Down through Casanova and Savelli. Through the long right hand of the high-speed Ramadhipa, 1 and now 2. He's absolutely blitzed the second sector. So too is Morbidelli. So too is Pecco Bagnaia, who was on a real hot lap. We might have all 3 of those Ducatis occupying place inside the top 10 very, very shortly.
Martin went third, as you saw bottom of the screen, to 1:45.389, so he's nudged ahead of Miller. As Moreira's also threatening. He's right up behind Pecco Bagnaia on the racetrack. Once again, the Brazilian might have got his tactics spot on.
Superb lift by Moreira. These are some impressive times coming in from Marcmarquez, Morbidelli and Bagnaia. We're going to be in the 44s very, very soon, aren't we, here in Mugello. Through Biondetti 1 and 2 goes Marcmarquez. This is just typical of the 33-year-old, isn't it? Back from surgery, back from injury once again, and looking so. Look at how aggressive he is with that factory Ducati. Out of the final corner he goes. Lots of bit of time in that third split, over the line, and Marcmarquez is fastest. A 1:45.010. We have got our first 1:44 though. It's right just at the back of your screens. Frankie Morbidelli on the front row in Catalunya. He might be going into the Q2 here. Bagnaia, brilliant. 44.808. And where did Moreira end up? 7th with a 1:45.1. Brilliant lap by Moreira.
And Gian Antonio now beats Bagnaia and Morbidelli on a 44.8. So it's Ducati 1, 2, 3, 4. VR46 from factory team, then VR46 and factory 3rd and 4th. Gian Antonio, Bagnaia, Morbidelli and Marcmarquez. Bezzecchi now down to 5th. Rins has gone back into the top 7 as Aldeguer now takes 4th. So it's now an all Ducati top 5. And Miller, from looking very good a moment ago in 3rd, he's now shuffled all the way down to the edge in 10th.
What was it, a minute ago? Miller was 3rd. He's now been pushed back 7 places and clinging on to a place in Q2. Fabio Quartararo, what can he do on the factory Yamaha? We do have 2 Yamahas as it stands right now into Q2. Rins 7th, Miller 10th. And Ogura, I was just about to say Ogura needs a big lap. He's outside of that all-important top 10 at the moment 11th, but Ogura has flown through sector 1. He's up by over a 10th of a second. There are good first sectors from Vinales and Bastianini on the Tech 3 KTM. What about Quartararo? 18th at the moment. He's going to power the Yamaha to the finish line. And there goes up into 7th. Quartararo up to 15th. Still not able to do anything better than 1:45.6.
So the rider who might be a little nervous now, sat in the pits, is Jorge Martin, who's now back to 10th place. Remember, he was in Q1 in Barcelona. Ogura's rolled out of this particular lap. He's made a mistake somewhere in the second section, which has spared Martin for the moment. Surely he'll be back out of the pits very soon, because he's now having to defend that place in Q2. By the time he leaves the pits, he might be out of the top 10.
Factory KTM's nightmare. Binder 19th, Acosta 16th. Acosta was on pole position a couple of weeks ago in Barcelona. You can see that. Team now to 2nd
Round, and if there's one bike on this grid that doesn't need a tow, it's the factory KTM. Fernandez into the final corner. This is going to be nip and tuck this with Martin. We're estimating 10th place. Jorge Martin has now left the pits. He's on an out lap and he might be about to see himself dumped out of the top 10 by the rider that he tangled with in Barcelona. Fernandez does take his 10th place away.
What about Bez and the Beast? Aprilia versus KTM for top spot potentially here. 1:44.808 is the best time of the day so far. Nothing going as far on the last time as far as Acosta's concerned. Just give me a close eye on the KTM star. He has just done his personal best first sector. So Acosta 17th, but needs a big lap. What about Bezzecchi and Bastianini? Lost time in the 3rd sector. Bez up to 4th. Better for the Beast up into P3. Surely those 2 are locked and loaded for Q2.
Yeah, the top 5 all in the 1:44s. Then Acosta's not giving up on this just yet, and the KTM can clearly do it. But Bastianini has proven, can Pedro Acosta down in 17th place rescue his Friday in the final couple of minutes?
Needs a mistake-free lap and needs no yellow flags, doesn't he, Acosta? Here he goes and over the crest into Colantaya, then now down the hill, turn 12, build up momentum, then through Biondetti 1 and 2. All about the rapid change of direction in this brilliant fourth sector. Further up the road, we can pick up Martin and Ring just moving out of your shot, going through the final corner. Sideways goes Agura. He needs a strong final lap. He's going to get one more crack at it. Agura down in P15. Miller, who was third about 5 minutes ago, has now been punted back to 14th place.
Agura then over the line. He's quicker than Acosta, and he's going to stay there. Agura goes 10th. Acosta over the line, then we're waiting for him. He's surely not going to make it. Only 12 for Pedro Acosta. This is his final shot at it.
Martin then down in 13th place. It has not been the brilliant rebound from the double DNF in Barcelona we were all anticipating. He needs something special on his final lap. Aldeguer, 5th place at the moment, which is some achievement by Aldeguer. Still fighting his way back to full fitness. He's best at 1:45.00. For here is Jorge Martin. He's had a real strong first sector, as it's just popped up on your screens. This is really, really strong by Martin. Through Casanova and Savelli. Has to keep this lap going. So too does Acosta. Two big name spans at the moment, fighting for a place in Q2.
Yeah, we've also got Brad Binder with a fairly strong first sector, who's also trying to lift himself up the order from P18, of course, after his mechanical problems. But real pressure here on Jorge Martin. Of course, we knew how his weekend ultimately panned out after his Q1 appearance in Barcelona. He dare not allow a repeat of that. This is a crucial second half of the lap coming up for the 2024 World Champion.
It's all on the 89. No traffic ahead of it. Nobody impeding it. A little bit out of shape. Look how hard he was pushing. Oh, Acosta. It's over. It's over for Acosta. From pole position in Barcelona to Q1 then here in Mugello. Acosta is going to end that session at best in 12th place. We've got Bastianini is taking the checker flag. He's safely through. He's third quickest. What about Martin then? Martin, just look how hard he was. Aggressive down the hill into 12. Aggressive now into 15. Power sliding the rear tire, that factory clear. And the final corner. Martin then 13th as it stands right now. He goes through the gearbox on the RSGP. As when he goes, he's done it. Is that good enough? Is a 1:45.132 going to see Jorge Martin in Q2.
At the expense of Trackhouse, it's Agura relegated out. He's in 11th place. We've only got Brad Binder to come over the line. He's not going to get himself into the top 10. So it will be a double for Di Gianantonio on day one here at the Italian Grand Prix. We've got Italians blocking out the top 4 on this Friday afternoon. Have to say though, shout outs to the riders 9th and 10th. Rins gets the Yamaha through in P9. And a first Q2 appearance for the rookie Diogo Moreira in P10.
Miserable day for KTM. Aside from Bastianini's brilliance, who's in P3, the only rider on a KTM that got anywhere near a 44, and that was a scary moment. That was how hard Acosta was pushing through turn 9, Arabiata 2, third gear 2 there, about 160 kilometres an hour when he ran off into the gravel. That was a hair-raising moment. For the number 37, who's going to end the day in 13th place. Well, there is Fabio Di Gianantonio. Well, he is fast, and at the moment, he's pretty phenomenal, isn't he? What a day. What a way to kick off his home round here in the Grand Prix of Italy. Di Gianantonio, fastest this morning in FP1, and he's top dog. He's the top rider in this afternoon session, a 1:44.808. Just 900 clear Pecco Bagnaia. Both factory Ducatis are safely through. Some job that by Marcmarquez to get him through in 6th place. It's Di Gianantonio, Bagnaia, Bastianini, Morbidelli, Aldeguer, Marcmarquez, Bezzecchi, Martin, Rins and Moreira. Those 10 safely through then into our second qualifying session tomorrow morning. Acosta, his best at 1:45.294. Only, 3/10 behind Bastianini, not a massive margin. Well, those 3/10, the difference between, 10 places splitting those two KTMs. There is Moreira, pulling him alongside the beast. Well, it's been a tough couple of weeks, to say the least, for LCR Honda. Of course, they're going to be missing long-term Johan Zarco, their star rider, but Diogo Moreira into Q2 for the first time. What a ride from a great rider. Let's get the thoughts from the boss. We'll go check it out with Jack.
Yeah, as you can see there on screen, first Q2 appearance for the rookie Lucio. He's been so close on a number of occasions, but what a performance that is. You must be delighted for you and all the team.
I'm really, really pleased. we knew that after Barcelona test, we finished Barcelona test, we had found a little improvement, you know, and he was much more confident on the bike. He said that he definitely felt that we have made a step forward, and this was the confirmation, so very happy.
And the rest of the team are as well. He gets swamped as he comes into the box, and quite rightly as well.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Brilliant scenes then down at LCR Honda. What a lap this was. What a lap this was. Look at that, all action. Leaving it all on the line, wasn't he, Jorge Martin? Power sliding the factory Aprilia through turn 15. And when he needed a big lap, he delivered a big lap. That was the end of Jorge Martin's 1:45.132. Better late than never. His best time on lap 25 of 25. That's put a smile on the face of MotoGP legend, 4x 250cc world champion Max Biaggi, of course, Aprilia ambassador. So the top two riders in the World Championship, the two factory Aprilias into Q2, Bez 7th, Martin 8th. It's Fabio Di Gianantonio, who is the reference rider. P1 on Sunday in Barcelona, and P1 in both sessions on Friday here in Mugello. Digia just 26 points behind Bez in the World Championship. Fabio Di Gianantonio. Well, he's never had back-to-back wins in his Grand Prix career at any level, but at the moment he's looking the favourite to potentially pull off the dream double in Barcelona and here. Jello. The practice start. That's an absolute pearler. That's a beautiful bear. He'll be loving that one. Bagger Bagnaia second quickest, tight at the top, not even a tenth, splitting him and Digia. And perhaps more importantly and more significantly, what a boost this is for the Ducati and for the reigning world champion. Marcmarquez courtesy of a 1:45.010. He is through for Q2 as well in P6.
Yeah, the Aprilias, the factory Aprilias are through 7th and 8th, but potentially some food for thought for them, because it's been a bit of a show of strength from the Bologna Bullets. We're just an hour or so away from Bologna and Ducati's headquarters in Borgo Panigale. And they were 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th and 6th today. The Ducatis that have gone automatically through into qualifying two. Of course, we've got Pirro on, Alex Marquez's Gresini bike, so no realistic expectations of him going through. But as far as the rest of the Bologna Bullets are concerned, they've made a bit of a statement today.
You can see where Martin needs to buy time. He's getting destroyed in that third sector. That is where he's losing the majority of his lap time. Of course, it's a very, very physically demanding 5.245 kilometre layout, this Mugello circuit. And in that sector 3, you've got to be throwing that motorcycle from side to side quite a lot of fast change direction, which will be certainly taxing on the upper body, the recovering upper body, particularly on the right side for Marcmarquez. So the fact that he's in the game 6 is a brilliant performance, that by Marc. Just there, stretching out the shoulders, stretching out the right arm. Nothing's come easy in 2026 so far for the 33-year-old, but he has a tendency to do things the hard way, doesn't he, Marcmarquez? But he's through, and his main goal, his main ambition on day 1 here in Mugello would have been to make sure that by hook or by crook he's in Q2. Last thing he really needed was an extra 15 minutes on track in Q1, and it is job done as far as Marcmarquez is concerned. Job done though once again by Digia and VR46 Racing. Valentino Rossi used to win for fun as a rider around his home circuit here in Mugello. We have that extra special feeling as well of being a winning team owner. Because Fabio Di Gianantonio has set his stall out in superb style already on day 1. P1 in both sessions. Digia dominant once again.
Digia does the double on Friday at his home Grand Prix. And for Ducati, they had 5 of the top 6 today. Di Gianantonio from Pecco Bagnaia and Enea Bastianini. Frankie Morbidelli 4th. Of course, he went through Q1 to the front row last time out in Barcelona. He's into Q2 this time. Out to get fit from Marcmarquez. Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin 7th and 8th for Aprilia. Rins gets a Yamaha through in 9th. And Moreira ensures that all 5 manufacturers are represented in Q2 as he puts his LCR Honda 10th. Neither of the Trackhouse riders are through, nor Pedro Acosta, 4th in the World Championship. He was only 13th today.
Further down, Jack Miller at one stage was inside the top 3 later in that practice session. He was only 16th fastest ahead of Fabio Quartararo. Brad Binder had more technical issues on the factory KTM. He was 18th. Fabio Di Giannantonio's early work done on a new medium front, soft rear tyre. He was doing high 146 towards the end of that third run. Look at that, a 144.808. We went on fresh soft rubber at the end of the session. Did you in P1?
Bagnaia in P2 and looking like he might well challenge for a 4th Italian Grand Prix victory. Just 900ths of a second in the end between himself and his fellow Italian Di Giannantonio.
The Beast, loving life in front of his home crowd. He knows what it takes to run a MotoGP podium around this Mugello circuit. Top KTM by some distance. The only KTM rider in the 44s on day 1 here. And they are Bastianini once again back inside the top 3 on home turf.
And completing an all-Italian top 4 is Frankie Morbidelli, who did have some lap times deleted partway through the session, and of course a run curtailed by the red flag for Brad Binder's incident. He did eventually, though, get down into those crucial 144s to secure 4th place.
What about the sector times? Who's hot and who's not? Pecco Bagnaia leading the way on that run down to San Donato ahead of Bastianini and Ayagura in 3rd.
Sector 2 dominated by at least Ralph Fernandez. Wasn't enough to book him a place in Q2 though.
Sector 3, Di Giannantonio supreme. Once again, now with a 10th of the Italian in the 3rd split.
Sector 3 was clearly weak for Marcmarquez. Not Sector 4 though, as he was fastest from Bezzecchi through there.
So in the Grand Prix of Italy, are the Italians doing a job on the rest of the MotoGP field as Fabio Di Giannantonio, Pecco Bagnaia and Ayan Bastianini and Frankie Morbidelli lock out the top 4. But Digia done good once again. What a Friday to open his account here on home soil. The Catalan Grand Prix winner in P1 once again here on day 1 in Mugello. Inside of Bezzecchi.